All right. What? All right. Now it's my now it's my camera. Bro, where's my camera this time, bro? All right, whatever. Well, welcome back, guys, to NA East Best in Guild Talandre Championship Series. It's always somebody's camera. It is always somebody's camera, but at least we have one baldage. But what about second baldage on this one? Marlon, you excited about the matches today?
I am. I mean, we got pretty much the strongest guilds in NA East facing each other at least a couple times tonight. You got to be excited. Anyone who's paying any attention to the NA East scene is excited about these fights we got tonight.
Yes, sir. We got some of the best matches that people have been waiting for all tournament long going on today, and I cannot wait to get them underway. So let's not waste time. We're up first with Dwagon versus Polarity. Dwagon from the Snowburn server got knocked down to the losers bracket by Supple the last time we were live with NA East. Rank 1 in their alliance with Flex, Take Care, and Velocity. They said they couldn't wait to run Cobra Kai's pockets for the 5th time. Sadly, Cobra Kai ran its own pockets right out of the tournament, so they don't have to worry about them. They did make it further than Cobra Kai did, though. They're up against Polarity, Marlon.
Yes, Polarity from the Carnage server, ranked first within their alliance. I believe their allies are all knocked out at this point, so they are the last ones from that Carnage alliance still in here. They have 7 sieges won and prediction top 15. They've made it to top 15 at this point, but they are going to have a pretty tough match against Dwagon. Dwagon did get knocked down to the losers bracket recently, but we have seen some fantastic performances from them previously in the tournament. It's going to be a really tough fight for both of these guilds, I think.
Yeah, it absolutely is. If we take a look at the next match of the day, we're just going to take a look at our first few matches real quick just to kick things off. We're going to see Flex versus Released. Flex from the Snowburn server, rank 3 in their alliance with Take Care, Velocity, and Dwagon. As we said before, Best in Guild T1 finish was 8th, or they were top 8. They lost to Press W, who went on to take 3rd in that tournament. Sieges won. They've won just about every siege but one. And their prediction for the tournament was top 8 overall. They're up against Release, though, which is another tough opponent.
Yeah, released from the Stellarite server, allied with Hellstorm, Cobra Kai, and CPQ. They put themselves as 4th in that alliance. Maybe, I'm not sure about that particular assessment, given what we've seen in this tournament so far. Alliance strength on the server, currently 2nd. Would have been 1st, but the Supple alliance did recently move over there and knock them down just a bit. They were top 10 in the T1 tournament and predict top 12 this time around. Tiny Tim's tanks are recruiting, whatever that means. So if you are a tank and you are looking to join a guild on Stellarite, then I guess you could look into these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, honest predictions here. I think Flex might have the edge, but Release has had such a good run through the tournament so far, Marlon. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, Released has been pretty strong. I think stronger than they gave themselves credit for here. But Flex, I would agree, does have the upper hand. Flex, I gotta say, not looking as strong as I thought they would against those Ivory guilds. But this could be their opportunity to kind of rally and figure out what went wrong last time around and maybe start to make a comeback and crawl out of that loser's bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. The losers bracket is definitely heating up a lot of strong guilds down here. We're going to skip ahead to our next. So the 2 matches after this are going to be Take Care versus the winner of Dwagon versus Polarity. And then versus the winner of Flex versus Released is what we're going to see there. So we're not really sure yet. I mean, again, a lot of people think that Dwagon might take that. So, I mean, theoretically, we could see Take Care versus Dwagon, but we could also see Take Care versus Polarity. Who knows on that one? One match we do know is happening today, and this is the feature presentation as our 5th match of the day. Supple versus Tier. Even in the chat PvP on Supple's side, you see you can't dodge us in the tournament tier. Well, here they are from the Ivory server, rank 2 in their alliance with Hallowing, Exodus, and Corrupt. Rank 1 overall on their server. Best in Guild T1 finish was 4th. They've got 5 siege wins to their name. They're here to knock out the defending champions, Marlon.
Absolutely. The defending champions being Supple recently moved over to the Stellarite server, avoiding tier in that most recent siege on Ivory. They decided to secure the castle for the tournament, which they have now. Alliance strength on the server is, of course, going to be first, and this is the first place guild from the tier 1 tournament. As you said, calling out tier in their chat PvP there. And, some of these guilds talk a lot of trash in their chat PvP, but don't necessarily get to actually go head to head in a tournament. They get knocked out by someone else. But in this case, you called them out, and there they are. This is the grudge match of the night. There is a lot of history between these guilds going about as far back as you can, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot wait to see this. Personally, I have a lot of friends in tier, but I have a lot of respect for Supple. I love the leadership core has come a long way. If you know their history as a guild, they were down bad at the end of one of the sieges, came back and won the next one, despite being the public humiliation of the previous one. And they've been basically running with it ever since. Self-made men, as it were. It does. Okay, so I know that you're partial to Supple. What's the percentage chance you think that tier actually takes that?
I think it's close. I would probably give this at least like a 60-40. That's certainly not going to be any kind of blowout. Tier has some crazy players for sure. Supple's roster is pretty stacked. Some of the strength in the Ivory Alliance is a little bit more spread out, especially between guilds like Hallowing and Exodus, whereas in the Supple Alliance, it's a lot more concentrated in that single guild. So that single stack on Supple is just devastatingly strong right now. But Tier is absolutely not a weak guild by any means. Some of the best players in the entire game going back all the way to T1. So I'm not expecting any kind of blowout, and an upset is definitely possible.
Yeah, I'm super excited. A lot of people are excited for this. And to be clear, guys, we'll have like 4 more matches after this based on the winners and the losers of what happens today. We're going to have a ton of the top end guilds all fighting each other today. It's going to be all drama, all cinema, basically all day long. Now we're looking over toward the versus screen as the lobby looks like it's just about ready to go for Polarity versus Dwagon. Polarity certainly fighting an uphill battle, in my opinion, in this particular matchup, but it looks like the Polarity won the coin toss. At least they chose to pick. Dwagon banned Talus, Morokai, Grand Alon, and Kawazan. And I don't understand why this is the most common map that NA East always picks. But Moreland, we're going back to Chernobog.
Back to Chernobog. I'm glad. I missed Chernobog. I'm glad that the first match that we're going back to is Cherno. I was a little worried that as we got into the more serious matches, people wouldn't pick this goofy map, but we're still picking it, Blue. Let's go.
Bro, stop. No. Not let's go. I don't want to see Cherno every single day. Let's talk about compositions real quick because they are a little bit different on both sides. You see 11 spears on the side of Polarity versus 9 on the side of Dwagon over here. 19 healers or 19 wands though for Dwagon and only 17 for Polarity. 4 crossbows on both sides, 17 bows on both sides. Looks like only 2 staffs. Spellblade, a very common combination that we see in the metagame, but only 2 on the side of Dwagon, and then 4 on the side of Polarity. 17 great swords to 13 for Dwagon, in favor of Dwagon over here. SNSs, 17 to 16, so really close there, but a lot more daggers on the side of Polarity as well here, so definitely specking a little bit more damage here, Moreland.
I'm surprised with the staffs. We were talking last time about a match where only 3 staffs were present and commenting on how low that is. But now we're looking at a comp that's even lower. Only 2 staffs in the entire comp. I believe that is the lowest we've seen in any region here. And as you said, their opponent's Polarity only running 4 staffs. So pretty low in terms of staffs on both teams. It looks like we are going to be relying a lot on the spear DPS, but also some extra crossbows. We're seeing 4 crossbows on both sides. It's common for a lot of these guilds to have the 2 Cordy crossbows, but they don't necessarily invest much further beyond that. Both of these teams do have some extra crossbows. I assume those are going to be scorpions, so that's going to be the crossbow plus the dagger. And in the right hands, that it can be a devastating class, and I would expect we are going to see a few more of those pop up as we get into these later matches. Yeah,
I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised that I don't see more crossbow daggers, as that that class has become kind of a menace in arenas right now, and has been a menace in EU at least. NA West starting to catch on to that a little bit as well. And I would expect it a little bit more out of the top end NA East guilds, but nothing so far here as we're waiting. It looks like we told both sides to buff here. Chernobog, certainly an easier one to spectate, that's for sure, but there is one very close spawn to the Riftstone, and that's the one that everybody basically uses the entire time. The only time we see guilds back off that is when they're losing very badly and they need to just take a breather from getting farmed. They go and they spawn at the further regroup moorland. So this is basically just going to be static versus static, player versus player. Who is just the better guild?
Yeah, absolutely. And with such a spear-heavy composition on both sides, you have a little bit of room to move around on this map, but most of it is just the fight right on top of the stone and then the little staircase leading up to it. So it is a good time to be a spear, and both of these teams are very spear-heavy comps. I'm expecting a bit of a bloodbath here, which means it's going to be a lot of respawns, and as long as one guild doesn't snowball too hard, we could see some fighting, not just up top, but all over that respawn portal as well.
Yeah, Polarity expressed dominance in their match against Gwenchana, so I expect them, and they chose Chernobog on that one as well, so I expect them to be basically ready to go here with Chernobog, but it does look like that we are spawning in finally to Cherno. We'll see what guilds are able to come up with as we flip over to our live scene. Who is in the red? It is Dwagon. It is Polarity in the yellow. Both guilds have already started running up the ramp right now, and you see red gets in position first. That is Dwagon in position first on the Riftstone, and that feed is very red favored, Moreland. Why would you pick Cherno, man?
It's very red indeed, and you could tell it was going to be red coming in blue. I mean, Dwagon was just set up so much more quickly than Polarity, and I'm seeing Polarity come in as such a long, thin snake there. You could see just from the meta that was going to go in Dwagon's favor. If you're going to be pushing these stairs or the grapple, you got to have your whole guild. You can't make a 10-person push against a 40 stack that's sitting there waiting, and Dwagon was just sitting there waiting as soon as Polarity came in.
Yeah, I'm just not sure why you would pick Cherno against a guild that is definitely clearly, pound for pound, static-wise, stronger. In most cases, most people would consider them stronger. So, like, you want to be able to exhibit, like, guild cohesion, shot, maybe make it about strategy, shot calling, etc. Any other map is going to have more strategy than this, but Chernobog really does take the overall strategy out of the equation, and it makes it about the players. I'm not sure that I would want to see that on the side of Polarity, but we are seeing a few yellow kills in the feed now. Buey, one of the Crody crossbows on the side of Polarity, picking up a couple kills right there, and certainly they're doing their best to kind of get up on the stone, but yeah, now the feed is back to being mostly red once again over here, as it looks like Dwagon takes control in these first 2 minutes.
Yeah, I've got Butter's perspective, one of the spears from Polarity, and it seems like he's doing some work up here in the top platform. I'm seeing some great swords hunt him down, but so far they haven't been able to put him in too much danger. Looks like he might be using an Arc Boss spear there, if I can see that on his back correctly, and of course he goes down as soon as I spectate him. That's just how it always has to go. But I mean, the kill feed is going a little bit more back and forth here now that Polarity has had a chance to spawn in and get something going. But as you said, it's very difficult to fight from behind on this map. It really is kind of about the individual player skill. There's not a ton of macro, tricky, kind of like high-level strategy that you can employ here. So Polarity is going to have to really stick with their statics. They're really going to have to really babysit their spear players and like Butter and make sure they can keep them alive so they can do some work up on that plateau. They had a pretty sound victory last time they were on this map, Blue, so maybe that felt good, and maybe they got a little overconfident thinking, oh yeah, we know how to play this map, but against a guild like Dwagon, which is so much stronger than their previous opponent, I don't think it's quite going how they expected.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they are managing to pick up some kills here with 1 minute and 52 seconds before the stone actually opens up here. We are seeing some yellow in the feed. Butter certainly picking up a lot of kills. If I can try to find him and where he's actually at. I've been looking all over the place for him. I can't seem to find him. But they are managing to pick up kills here and there. If we take a look at the leaderboard right now, it's certainly heavily Dwagon favored. Night Ghost and Butter at the top here for Polarity right there. You look at damage done, it looks like Nathias, Urine, Myth, Chisakayo, and all of them just a Dwagon. It is Dwagon. But honestly, again, Urine A and Nathias top of the damage dealt leaderboards up here for them, but that's probably because they're locking down tanks and they're not translating into too many kills quite yet. Damage taken looks like it's very back and forth. Seraphim coming up as the Crusader for Dwagon. Amount healed looks like Dwagon's healers are coming out on top of this one, but Polarity's Pac-Man trying to keep up as well here, Marlon.
Yeah, and guys, remember the healing numbers did recently get changed. So it will be interesting to see how the healing numbers at the end of these matches compare to what they were a couple days ago. We did just get that patch so that overhealing no longer counts for the leaderboard, assuming that went in correctly. We are going to get a clearer picture of which healers are actually doing their job here. And that might start to paint a little bit more of a picture about why some of these guilds are performing or possibly not performing as well as they could have. Once we start to see, maybe who is padding a little bit more than they were letting on.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like that Frank on this high ground, always performing on the side of Polarity, but I'm not sure. Again, there's also a Frank in I believe it's Exodus, who is the Cordy crossbow spinger and Exodus. So this is a fake Frank over here. He's a healer in Polarity. He's certainly having a hard time as they chase him off the stone. The stone does open up. I expect with their dominance here, I expect Dwagon to be interacting with it, but I haven't seen it quite yet. Yeah, they still haven't interacted with the stone. Maybe they just haven't realized it, Marlon.
Yeah, they could be intentionally waiting. We have seen one or two guilds try to sort of stall on their cap so that they can't get back capped. A back cap is a real danger here, even against a weaker guild. There's some freak things that can happen on this map. They can spawn so quickly that even if you're winning in the kill feed, it is still possible for the enemy team to get bodies back up onto the plateau and tick that contribution. So it is possible that we will see Dwagon maybe play it a little safe and hold off on that cap, although we don't want to see them wait too long. We saw a guild almost make that mistake, but now the kill feed turning suddenly very yellow-blue. I'm seeing 10-15 kills in a row on the side of Polarity. Could they be finally rallying here now that the cap is vulnerable?
God, I hope so. Maybe this was Polarity's plan all along. We're just under the 14-minute mark right now, and Tsukusayo picking up a lot of kills. Splash Me Mommy right there as well. So again, Dwagon battling back as they respawn and run back to the Riftstone. Dwagon has still not interacted with the Riftstone at all here, Morlin, which is an interesting strategy on a map like Chernobog. You would think that as close as these matches tend to be on Cherno, you wouldn't want to let this wait until the last moment. Could this be an intentional thing from Dwagon, or do you think that it's a mistake, like they've forgotten?
I doubt they forgot. That would be a pretty crazy thing to lose track of this late into the tournament. I think they'll probably wait until maybe the 8 or 10 minute mark, somewhere around there. Again, they don't want to wait too long. If they wait till like 6 minutes, then they risk just getting shoved off the cap and the match getting a little bit weird in those final minutes. But I think it does make sense to hold off that initial cap on a map that is as potentially volatile as this one. I've got 10 Band's perspective now, one of the Dwagon Cordies. I've been seeing him a lot in the kill feed. He is just right on the stone here, getting tons of value. I think he's getting babysat pretty well by his static here, so he is going to continuously be a very dangerous player for Polarity to look out for. Not being shy at all. There we go. Another big spin right on top of the stairs, getting all of the Polarity players that are coming in. And you can see, not getting put in too much danger himself. He is able to just jump right into the Polarity clump, and his health is 90% pretty much the entire time. So Polarity's going to have to start looking for those high value players and responding to them. They can't just let a player like 10 Bands roam free.
Yeah, I think that Dwagon is scared. I think Dwagon is scared of Polarity. I think that's why they're waiting to cap this stone. I think that they are concerned about a potential reverse cap from Polarity here, even despite the kill feed being extremely red. Look at how red that kill feed is. There we go. Finally, Arlight steps forward. You see 28 members versus 13. I don't think you have anything to worry about. I think it's time to go ahead and secure that stone. 35 people to 16 right now as they climb over 30%. Polarity now is going to go ahead and interact with it as well. O'Doyle going to go for it. And I think there goes Polarity interacting with the stone as well. It's like, oh, well, if they did it, we have to do it now too. I mean, it's an interesting strategy. I mean, they didn't wait as long as we see some of the guilds in NA West wait for. And, you know, we've seen guilds lose at the last minute in a match because they were just unable to cap the stone or initiate a cap on the stone rather. And Polarity really struggling right now with only 8 people on the stone now.
Yeah, that was a pretty slick cap by O'Doyle from Polarity. I'm kind of surprised that he was able to get that off. I think he might have been positioning kind of up on that platform a little bit. Maybe it was hard to shove him there, but he was able to get that even completely surrounded by Dwagon players. They were not able to stop it, but it is looking like just from sheer amount of presence, they are going to have so many red names around that stone that I don't think Polarity is going to be able to maintain that contribution. They're going to have to go for another cap here, which it looks like O'Doyle, the exact same player, doing that again. This time he gets stunned. Interesting. I guess maybe he does not have as much stun resist as collision resist. You know, some tanks, there's a variety of ways that you can interrupt that. So we'll see if Polarity is able to reinitiate that cap, but he's not gonna really get any value out of it unless his guild finds a way to push up here and get some more bodies near that stone.
Yeah, absolutely. O'Doyle tries for another cap, gets interrupted at the last possible moment right there. You see everybody bumped up, basically together on the stairs here as I look at 10 bands as he looks for potentially another corny spin right here on the stairs. Polarity doing their best, but Dwagon in firm control of the stone right now. O'Doyle finally does get the interact with it, but Polarity just with 21 members on the stone. I'm not sure this is working how they thought it was going to work. I think that they thought maybe they would have it in them to try to flip this, and they're going to try. They barely managed to get on top here as their tick moves up towards the 16% marker, but it is going to be a struggle the entire way up. And part of the reason I think that backcapping a stone like Cherno is extremely difficult, Morlin, is because even if you get like a really solid wipe, they're just going to respawn in 4 seconds, run up, and then you have to wipe them again. So you need to be capable of wiping a guild like 4 to 5 times in a row within the span of like a minute and a half in order to actually win the stone. And inevitably what ends up happening is, you know, the statics that are better just win. So like backcapping is extremely hard to do on this stone, but Polarity is making a run at it. In fairness, they are going to try 26% and starting to climb here, Morlin. We'll see if they can make it happen right now.
It's definitely their best push so far, Blue. I'm seeing a much more yellow in the kill feed. It seems like Polarity might be rallying a little bit here, but then a huge kill feed from 10 bands and Flash Me Mommy. I mean, just when you see Flash Me Mommy get 8 kills in a row, I don't know any name that can strike more terror into the hearts of men. So Polarity is really going to have to figure out how to deal with these key Dwagon players that are shutting them down here. I do think a back cap is possible though, Blue. I know it's difficult to do multiple back-to-back wipes like you said, but on this map you have at least the high ground advantage. Even though your opponent can spawn right next to you, if they do manage to get a fairly clean wipe on Dwagon, they could potentially stuff those stair choke points and wipe them an extra time in order to get the cap. So it is possible, but like you said, it's gonna have to be more than one wipe. It's gonna have to be consistent, and the high ground can help, but it's going to take more than just high ground to get that to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I can think of one name that instills more terror in the hearts of men, and that is Smog. You cheeky Hobbit referencer. You think I wouldn't catch that? You goofball. On the stairs here, I laid low your warriors of old. That is a quote from The Hobbit. As if I wouldn't know. Butter on the stairs, one of the top killers on the side of Polarity. Doing their best, but you can see once again, Polarity with a strong push onto the Riftstone. And I think this was their plan, but again, ill-conceived on this one as they get a really solid push onto the stairs. Huge yellow kill feed. And then, again, they're not capable of wiping Dwagon 5 times in a row in the span of a minute and a half. Dwagon just eventually buys their time. They just keep running up the stairs, and eventually their statics win out. And then again, the cap is thwarted again. So like we see them get up to like 25, 26% because they're able to wipe Dwagon consistently 1 or 2 times. But it's just not going to be enough. You have got to be able to wipe them like literally 5 times in a row. You're hoping for a series of miracles right now if you're a Polarity member. And again, that's why this stone would be really hard if you were going to try a strategy like this and you know you're capable of wiping Dwagon, and they are, as they have shown, they are capable of wiping Dwagon. Why wouldn't you pick a stone where the spawns are much further away to force Dwagon to back up and regroup and give you more time to take the stone on that good push?
Yeah, it's Churto. I mean, I know it's
Yes.
a pick that you are not a huge fan of. I really think it just comes down to how well they performed on this map against other guilds in the tournament. Probably gave them a bit of overconfidence about how they could perform against Dwagon here. But I don't know, Blue. If they can just figure out who to target a little bit better, I do think that they could make something happen here. It's not like they necessarily have to full wipe Dwagon. If they can just take out Tin Bands and Flash Me Mommy and maybe 2 or 3 other really high value Dwagon players, I'm seeing the same red names over and over again in the kill feed, and the yellow names, it's a little more spread out. So I mean, there's Froshi again getting 5-6 kills in a row. Like you keep seeing the same names from Dwagon. You don't necessarily got to kill everyone, but you do got to kill those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the strategy here on behalf of Dwagon, on behalf of Polarity, should be to kill 10 bands, Ops, Myth, Flash Me Mommy, Saki, Frosh, Bevix, Boons, Tukasayo, Bakal, Cheerios, Shadow Lily, Badminton, Pandox, Reach About Josh, Emperor, and Faded Moon. If you can kill all 20 of those people and 2 times or 3 times in a row, yeah, I completely agree with you. Yeah, just kill those people 3 times in a row, and you've got this. But as you can see, it's not going super hot for Polarity right now. And again, I admire them because they were able to wipe Dwagon. They're actually a super strong guild. They were able to come up here, and we don't see guilds able to fight Dwagon very often. They come up here, they wipe them, no problem. But they're just not able to do that as consistently with Dwagon spawning. Basically, you wipe them, and then they're back at the fight like 3 or 4 seconds later. Tukasayo on the point right now, basically defending right on top of the cap right now on that Liberator, just trying to get a slight high ground advantage. You see people trying to pull a D-Blaster, pushes somebody, Myth, or attempts to push Myth right off the edge there, and just not able to do so. Buey over here on this corny crossbow on the side of Polarity, gonna try to find and make something happen here, but you can see he's being focused down. Finally, his healer does catch a heal here, uses the pull, doesn't look like he's going to be able to get, oh my goodness, gets pulled in himself and gets corny spun on. His block is almost certainly gone. He's waiting. He doesn't have any buffs, though, is part of the problem right now. And that's the thing about cornies, man. You got to have buffs. He's going to go for the pull. There's the corny spin right there. Not going to find anything out of it, though, Moreland.
Yeah, that's really tough. I mean, in a scenario like this, you gotta be getting that value out of your Cordy spins. And now we're seeing again just another devastating red kill feed. I wonder, Blue, if it's time for Polarity to just do a full regroup. I mean, we saw them really struggle in the beginning when they did that sort of spread out push. And this map will naturally stretch your team out because of the way you're respawning and trying to run back. You can kind of get baited into just having one long continuous snake the entire fight. At some point, the shot caller has to just call everyone back for a full regroup, but it's so hard to make that call because you might have 20 people that are still up on the plateau, and it feels like you're taking a step back when you tell them to regroup. But at this point, I feel like that might be Polarity's only chance. If they're going to keep coming up with half of their guild over and over again, they just don't have enough time to keep throwing that at the wall and seeing if it sticks.
Yeah, absolutely. Willow Harper standing on the stairs, afraid to step forward onto the point. Polarity does get an initiate on the point, but Dwagon in a commanding position with under 3 minutes left to go. If this cap gets thwarted for Polarity, it is lights out for their ability to move on in this tournament. But honestly, they've had such a good run to this point, being in the top 6, 8, and top 12. If you get knocked out in this round, you are in the top 12 of the tournament overall, which is extremely impressive considering that over 40 guilds ended up signing up and participating in the tournament. You see Plankton trying to run someone down over on the side. Over here is the other Cordy crossbow for Polarity. We'll see if he can't make anything happen here because there's only 1% left on this cap, and he's just standing. He's just going to get focused down. No, it is going to get snuffed out. He's going to get run down, as is the rest of Polarity. It does look like Dwagon is going to move on in this losers bracket match here. Polarity's going to get knocked out. Cody's going to try for one more cap here, but Moreland, we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of Dwagon.
Yep, indeed. So I believe that this means Dwagon is up against TC in the next match. Is that how it's going to pan out from here on, Blue?
I believe, yes. Dwagon will meet TC in the next match, which should be cinema.
That's going to be a really tough match for them as well. But hey, shout out to Polarity here. GG's, guys. They had a really tough initial seed, and they really brawled in the loser bracket, getting it, as you said, getting pretty far into the tournament. So GG, guys. Thanks for coming out and putting up such a good fight in so many rounds. But it is going to be Dwagon here moving on to fight TC. So Dwagon, I hope this was a good warm-up for you guys, because you got a really tough match coming up next.
Yeah, they're running the gauntlet today, as it were. They might have to fight 3 times if they push through. But honestly, that's just a whole lot of fun thrown in Liberty. I don't think any of these players are complaining about it, mainly because, this is why you grind the hundreds of hours. This is why you've been grinding for thousands of hours in some cases. This is why you have been playing the game, is to come out and show what you're made of. In this case, they are worth their salt. Dwagon gonna move on in this one. 40 seconds left on the clock. It's just stat padding left on the board. What do you think about the healer nerf to the stat tab, Moreland?
I absolutely love it. And I was just going to say, I'm really looking forward to seeing how these healing numbers compare on the leaderboard now. Are we still going to see people healing for 20, 25 mil, or are we maybe going to see a little bit less, Blue? What do you think?
Well, no, it was 36 to like 40 mil on the high end, and then like average, like 25 mil.
Yeah, depending on the match and the map and things like that.
I think that what we really need to consider is, it's not really as much as stat. If they really weren't stat padding, then they just fell off harder than Ninja did. And that's just a little rough on that one. Polarity gonna run out of time on this one. We'll take a look at the amount yield in a moment. Op, 10 bands, Flash Me Mommy, Myth, and Saki, the top 5 in this match right here for Dwagon. Polarity's top few are Nathias, Night Ghost. It looks like Spicy down there at the bottom. Top assist of the lobby is Flash Me Mommy. You're an A on the side of Polarity. Looks like damage dealt. Flash Me Mommy again. You're an A coming in at number 2 for Polarity. They're very impressive. 10 bands in Nathias. Nathias also had a great match there. Myth and Saki rounding out the top 5 or 6 of the damage dealt there with 5 million at the top. Damage taken looks like it's going to be Dwagon again. Seraphrium on that Crusader going to have the most damage taken of the whole lobby. Wet in at number 2 for Polarity. Kitty, Creamy, and Plankton rounding out the top 5. One of those is a Gordy. One of those is a healer, and the other one is a gladiator. Interestingly enough, the amount healed, man, just a slight bit less, Moreland, than we saw previously. Instead of 25 million, we're going to go ahead and put a comma there. Between the 2 and the 9. 2.9 million for Elena Laser, the top healer of the lobby from Dwagon right there. 2.89 million for Random. Frank on the side of Polarity. I was locked onto him for a second for good reason. That is a great healer. 2.6 and 2.5 million for Pac-Man there. So yeah, a little bit of a gap from what we used to see for healers, but I love this way more.
Blue, do you think that we have actually been seeing 90% overhealing in this tournament? Like, what? That is crazy. I thought it was going to be lower, but that is a staggering difference. I mean, look, not all of that is necessarily padding. You are naturally going to have overhealing with how bursty some of the heals can be, especially with heal over time. Like sometimes you just zap someone up to full health and those heal over times keep rolling. So it's not like all of it is padding, but 90% overhealing is still crazy. What do you think of that as a healer?
I think that I would never try to pad my stats as an overheal. I would never do anything like that. It is what it is at the end of the day, but it does show you just how much effective healing is able to get done in a lobby by an effective healer. Overhealing doesn't do a whole lot of good at the end of the day. It just looked like the next lobby is just about ready to go, so we're going to move over to good fights to Dwagon and Polarity. Polarity had a great run through the tournament, but it will be Dwagon moving on to fight Take Care in our third match of the day here. Flex versus Released. As we said before, I think that Flex might be slightly advantaged here, but I think it's going to be a super close match. Flex from the Snowburn server, rank 3 in their alliance with Take Care, Velocity, and Dwagon, who we just saw in the previous match there. Best in Guild T1 finish, top 8. Lost to the 3rd place finisher in that tournament. They've won almost every single siege but one to date so far, and their prediction for the tournament was top 8 overall up against Released, and they are no slouch.
Yeah, released again, ranking themselves fourth in their alliance, but I believe they are the last guild from that alliance that is still in the tournament. So they are still repping their alliance, and we'll see if they are able to stand up to Flex here. They did finish top 10 in the T1 tournament, so this is not a weak guild or a guild that does not have any history. Predicted themselves at top 12 here, which I think if we were to look at the bracket, that's right about where they're currently ranked. I'm not sure if they would have to win this match to secure that or not, but some pretty accurate predictions coming out of both these guilds, giving themselves kind of a similar rating in terms of strength. This is the final match for whoever loses, so both guilds are going to be fighting for their survival in this tournament here and for the opportunity to continue.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be a crazy, crazy good match that we see here. And again, they're both fighting for survival. This is a loser's bracket match overall. Have you fought either of these guilds before in war games?
Yeah, I've definitely fought against Flex, and I was surprised at how strong they felt in war games. I was expecting Flex, like I said, to put up a little bit more of a fight against some of these Ivory guilds. So it is possible that we will see that happen today. If they really turn the jets on, we might see Flex suddenly surge and become a threat to those Ivory guilds once again, or we might see Release do it and just take Flex out here. So I'm interested either way.
Right on. Yeah, very interesting here as we see the lobby is just about filled up. Do you want to go ahead and cover what these compositions look like here and what the implication is? Because I'm seeing 20 wands on almost both sides here.
Yeah, so some key similarities here. We have 9 or 10 spears on both teams. We have 19 or 20 wands on both teams. Very similar counts. We only have the 2 Cordy crossbows for released. Flex looks like they are running the 2 Cordys, but then they have a Scorpion as well. So they're going to have 3 crossbows total. The amount of bows, pretty similar. We have 4 staffs on the side of released versus 6 staffs on the side of Flex. So that is quite a lot of DPS when you combine the number of spears and staffs together there compared to some of the other comps that we've seen. Only 7 daggers overall, though, on the side of released, which I find kind of interesting because that implies that a lot of those spears they're running are actually probably going to be spear and SNS would be my guess. But they do have 17 great swords on the side of released as well. So seeing 10 spears and 17 great swords, but only 7 daggers is interesting. Might be a gladiator heavy comp as well, but all in all a little bit different than what we've seen most of these guilds running, which tend to be much heavier on the dagger overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like normally, again, yeah, we see at least 10 daggers most of the time. To be only running 7 is pretty crazy on this one. And then again, we're not seeing very many crossbows in this matchup. Just the 2 Cordy spinners on the side of released here. And then one more, it looks like a Scorpion on the other side for Flex here. So we'll see. Let's talk about pick ban for a moment. Looks like Release won that coin toss. They chose to pick and Flex banned. Flex banned Talus, Azrael, Chernobog, and Morokai. God bless them. And it looks like we are going to Kawazan of all maps.
And this is always an interesting one. I mean, this is one of those maps where if you practice it, I don't know, like if you have a good strategy, it can definitely make a difference. We've seen some guilds get absolutely just mopped up on this due to not just, I would say, guild strength differences, but also strategic differences. There is definitely some tactics that are going to go into this map. The respawns are fairly close, but it's not just a, respawn slugfest like what we just saw on Cherno. There's some macro that's going to go into this for sure, and I'm very interested to see what kind of plans these guilds have, especially Release, since they're the ones who picked this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Kawazan's a lot of strategy that goes into Kawazan, but certainly you want to be the guild that's defending the room itself on this one. So like it'll be a race to see who can get into that room first. It should be an all-out bloodbath at the beginning, but that doesn't mean that you can't have really good surges into the room after the initial engagement, so to speak, here on Kawazan. It does look like that we are spawning into the map right now. I'll go ahead and flip us over to our live scene here as we see what looks like Flex making their way in, and I do not see any released members at... Where are they? Oh no, is this...
Don't tell me they spawned
not again.
it.
No, not a villainous situation
don't tell me
again.
they went to...
Don't do it. Don't do me like this. All of Flex is spawned in. I only see one member of Released spawned on the main spawn portal. I don't... Where...
Kind of a crazy start considering you're the one who picked the map. You would think that Release knows how important this is. Yeah, they spawned all the way down, all the way down the road there, Blue. So finally, Released is deciding to come in, allowing Flex to get set up on the inside. That's not how you want to start off.
I don't know. I just said they won the coin toss. They chose this map, but you have to know where to spawn, right? Like, there's no way. Like, Villainous did the same thing. Now they're going to fight Flex in this hallway. They're just going to take just these few Flex members, are just going to try to hold them up in this hallway. This is pretty standard, guys. Most of the time we see a Flex member or Flex members in that hallway trying to defend on that side. Then they're going to push down the other hallway into a tiny choke point, as you can see here, and get absolutely cattywampused on this side of Flex, who is defending the hallway. It does look like they are managing to push through, but the feed is looking really yellow, Morlin. I don't know. I just don't know.
Yeah, they did a good job of hitting from two sides there, but they were not able to just capitalize in terms of the actual feed. I'm actually surprised that they were able to make so much leeway here. I was kind of expecting Flex to just shut them down in the choke, but doing that split push did allow them to create enough of a distraction that they were able to get into the main chamber and at least brawl on the stone. We've seen many guilds just get completely annihilated before they can even touch that inner room by coming into one of those skinny hallways on the outside. So Released is inside and they're continuing to brawl. They have some tanks and healers that are staying alive, kind of holding it down here, but overall Flex overwhelming the kill feed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Released is able to get onto the stone. Oh my gosh, they're chat PvPing. They are managing to get in on the stone. I'm seeing a fair amount of red health bars get in here, but look at that kill feed. It's just so yellow. Overall, we are seeing some red kills in the feed right now, as I think Marlon probably has the out. Like, you stay in the main room. I'm gonna go check the outside here. I don't see any fighting. No, none of Flex. Normally you have a static in that hallway right there, guys. Trying to interrupt regroups is a really smart thing to do, but we don't see anyone disrupting regroups at all on this side of Flex. So I think both guilds a little caught off guard by even their own picks here.
Yeah, I think so. Flex with, some of the stronger, for lack of a better word, Flex players in the game. So you would expect for them to have kind of a kill squad static in that hallway, preventing regroups. That's what some of their players are really known for, kind of those small scale skirmishes. I see Glizzy maxing in there. I know that he is a small scale enjoyer. That guy's at every single guild PvP event that Throne has from morning till evening. But instead, we see Flex really doubling down on the inside here. You can tell that they feel at least a little bit uneasy about how many Released players are here. Even though Flex is winning the kill feed overall, there's still a lot of red names here, and so that that cap is going to be vulnerable. Instead of committing resources to those outer regroups, they are mostly just having everyone solidify into one room.
Yeah, I'm actually curious why there are so many red health. Where are all the yellow health bars if they're not out interrupting? Oh, they are. Okay, now there's a static out here interrupting. Looks like NNN, Glizzy maxing, and Necro out here with their static now. And you see this, they're interrupting a ton of the regroups for the enemy guild right now. It looks like Release really struggling to get over to the stone. And then again, a lot of the Flex members able to run right on by this one and regroup as normal. But there's a fight in the hallway right here. And that's where a lot of the kills, ironically enough, are actually coming through right there. As Release starting to run through the other hallway now and regroup the other way. As again, I would probably try to designate another static on the other side to try to interrupt any of those people, because they're trickling in as well. 6v1s, you just keep farming those people on repeat like that, and Flex does certainly seem to be winning this one. We take a look at the leaderboards right now. It's Flex on top, Nell, but Gigahar right behind him. Marcel, Glizzy maxing, Dota very dominant right now. Damage dealt Nell, the top for Flex, interestingly enough, on that Cordy crossbow. Yanis on his Cordy crossbow. Damage taken. Looks like Released at the top there. No surprise. And then a mount healed. Looks like Topaz Mini barely out in front of Delusions right now. But Released actually having some great healers in this lobby so far. But Flex just... Flex's DPS is just dominant. There's the best. Gonna interrupt... or be the first one to interact with the cap right now. 32 people on the stone. Over 20 for their opponents right now in this one, as Release struggles to get their front line near the point.
Yeah, you could see the healers from Release doing really well. I mean, that's probably the reason why there are still so many red names in here. Despite losing the overall fight, a lot of Release players are able to at least survive and take up some space here, keep the fight going. If they ever let Flex completely wipe them here, it's going to be a much tougher fight because that will allow Flex to kind of just solidify those choke points and stack up and not let anyone through. As long as you have some people maintaining the fight and staying engaged in the main room, you kind of spread things out and you create those openings for your team to respawn and get back. And it looks like Released is able to reinforce at least from one side very consistently, but Glizzy and his static doing a fantastic job, as you pointed out, shutting down that main hallway. That hallway is going to be a little bit faster. It's usually the preferred method to get back, so the fact that the Flex kill squad is running that is definitely going to cause problems for Released in terms of tempo and momentum. I'm seeing some of them definitely still get caught up here, but many Release players choosing to respawn and go the other direction. I'm curious what kind of calls that they are receiving here as far as how to reinforce, or if these players are kind of just picking and choosing where to go on their own, because Released kind of split between both directions. Unclear if that's intentional or if people are kind of just trying to get in any way they can.
I would say, in fairness to Release, they are managing to get around this. So despite there being a massively one-sided kill feed overall in favor of Flex, they did manage to interact with the point, and they have 32 people in this room right now, basically consistently able to stand on this point. And again, they're just getting... Their helmet is on right now. It's industrial grade. They got 20 people standing on this point against the 31 on the other side for Flex. Flex is climbing in percentage, but it's taking them a second to get a hold of this cap because Released is giving them such a hard time. It is possible that Released has, Flex rather, has too many people in that hallway out there, and then most of the Release members have realized, oh, just run around the other way. But now we see a huge surge of Flex on the point 37 over 13 right now. The Release just can't stand up to it. The damage is just not there, Moreland.
Yeah, like you said, some really good healing coming out from Release, but the damage is just not following. We need to see them just find some more kills. You can heal, you can stall, you can keep everyone alive and give your guild a chance to come back, but once they're back, you got to actually start fragging, and this room is now looking more Flex dominated than it has for the entire match. This is kind of Release's worst case scenario here. Like I said, you don't want to allow a full wipe. You always want at least some of your tanks and healers just kind of stalling the fight out there so that you can regroup. Now that the room is completely owned by Flex, they decide the tempo. They can just sit on this wall here, pulling people into the gate. They can stuff this choke point on the other side that Released is going to try to respawn in. So we will see if Release tries to do a full push on one side or if they go for that split again. I see some of them coming in through the side now, getting pulled in by Obese, who just charges into 20 people by himself fearlessly. Some counter pulls going out from Released. Definitely a bit of a split fight here. Are they pushing from the other side as well, Blue? It looks like they are.
Yeah, it does look like they're coming in from both sides right now as the battle rages on. Released with a full regroup and now pushing onto the point. It is Flex's point to control. Just under 11 minutes to go in this match right now. And Release is fighting for life, but man, there's a lot of yellow health bars here, Moreland.
Yeah, there really is. And, I appreciate Release strategy here. They did pick this map. They seem to know how to push and get in here. Not quite sure what happened with their initial push where they took the wrong portal and allowed Flex to set up, but they are doing a really good job, as you like to say, just putting the helmet on. They are pushing over and over again, no hesitation, keeping that tempo up despite a really underwhelming kill feed. You expect when you see a kill feed like this on a map like Karazhan for guilds to really just lose momentum and stall out, but we are not seeing Released stall out at all. They are just continuing to flood in.
Yeah, as it looks like I am going to do a public service announcement on behalf of Take Care and Dwagon right now. Just on another note, both guilds are refusing to join voice to do pick ban for our next match. I will disqualify both teams if you don't show up for your match, and we will simply move on with the production as normal. So show up for pick ban. Yep, get that done. Now, back to the thing at hand is we have 34 Release members rallying on to the point right now, doing their best, but they're just getting wiped off so consistently right now that I just don't know if it's enough, man. Release, these guys are so resilient. Like they are getting some kills. They're able to get through right now. They're regrouping clearly from one side, but Flex just has their number, and their statics are just performing so well.
Yeah, they really are. And, Flex has, like I said, some of the most devastating statics of any guild right now in North America. Overall, as a guild, they have not quite been able to stand up to some of their competitors from Ivory. But as individual statics, there are some outstanding players in Flex, some of them that we've already talked about today. And, man, it's just really hard to know what to do to deal with those guys. Released playing really well as a guild overall, moving really well as a guild overall, but maybe doesn't quite have that micro, static coordination the way the Flex does.
Yeah, absolutely. As it does look like 37 members on the side of Flex in the main room. 22 for Release right now as we tick under 8.5 minutes. They do have they do have a cap running right now, but they just can't get the bodies on the point for long enough. Even when they do manage to get on top for brief moments of time, it's just a solid yellow kill feed on their side over here. Super Saiyan Andy in the middle of everyone, one of the top players of Flex here, getting actually relatively low, hoping he can catch a heal. There we go, catches a heal from his healer, continues to put down a lot of damage, and that should show you just how well those Flex healers are playing with each other, Marlon.
Yeah, I'm seeing several of Flex's top DPS just play fairly uncontested here, whether it's their Spellblades or their Cordies. Again, in a scenario like this, you see the same name in the kill feed over and over again. You got to hunt those players down, but it's tough in a situation like this. I mean, you got some of these guys kind of hiding in the back of the room, and they're just surrounded by friendly tanks and healers. What are you going to do? You have to get some presence in this room, and if you don't have it, you can't really dive and find these guys in the back. So the overall momentum, something is going to have to shift here. We're seeing Monster Dota, one of the Templars on the side of Flex, consistently getting multi-kills. I'm seeing this guy get double kills and triple kills pretty much every time he goes for that curse bomb. Just a really devastating Templar strategy that he's using there. Super Saiyan Andy, Giannis. I mean, there's just so many scary players on the side of Flex. It's hard to know which one you should prioritize going after.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like that we have 34 members on the point for Flex. There's just, like you said, there's so many threats. It's so difficult to see who you need to be approaching right now. Coffee Jelly, a great healer, heals himself right there on that Templar. And I don't know if you necessarily consider Templars healers, but I think a lot of people do at this point, because that can be what they are good at. He keeps him certainly keeping himself very healthy on this one. It looks like Nell is running around, one of the best DPS of the lobby on this Cordy crossbow for Flex. Another spin goes in right there. People mop up his kills for him. I'm sure he doesn't mind one bit people kill stealing, or what he would maybe consider kill stealing right there. As long as he gets a good corny spin down and his guild is performing, that's all he really cares about right now. And Flex is just absolutely putting on a clinic. I don't see almost any Release members on the point. There's 6 minutes on the clock. Have they backed up to regroup again? They have backed up outside right now to regroup, Marlon. If you want to give us that inside the stone perspective, I'll try and track them out here.
Yeah, it looks like the inside completely Flex covered at the moment. I'm going to watch this other entrance and see if we're going to get another split push from Released. I see some Released players kind of getting caught up in that front hallway, getting caught by Glizzy's static once again. So maybe a little bit lack of coordination here. If they are going to push, they need to do it in synchronization. And then finally they're coming in at a pretty decent red feed in this initial push, Blue. How's it looking over there?
Yeah, I mean, they got flanked by Glizzy's squad out there, but they did manage to clean it up pretty quickly. And now we're pushing from both sides here as they cleaned up Glizzy's static and then pushed straight through that room. Now they're pushing in from both sides. A beautiful push from Release right here to allow their main guild to get down the hallway, but I'm not sure it is ultimately going to matter at the end of the day. Holy moly, Flex was just ready for everything there.
Wow, and Blue, I mean, in a scenario like that, you have to just hand it to the individual kind of player skill level that Flex has. That was a really nice push from Released. A little bit chunky in the beginning. They had a few people get caught out, but overall, a really good push from both directions. Tons of red names flowing into that main room, and you really expected for there to be just a full red kill feed there. It almost looked like Flex was caught off guard, but nope, they were able to just buff up, receive that push, and then flip it right back into a yellow kill feed once more.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like that Flex is on top of this stone right now. It looks like Dwagon, Release rather, doing their best to get onto the stone here, but really struggling. I mean, they have such brilliant pushes. It was really solid coordination. They wiped that static outside. They come in here, but like you said, there's just too many threats on the side of Flex. They did moment of brilliance there. They got 29 people on the stone just over the top of Flex. But then they all just get wiped off. Look at that Glizzy maxing Nell, Meteor in the kill feed right there. Miku now joining in as well. Like this, it's not the same people every time. It's a different person every single time, Marlon.
Yeah, they're again like Flex. I have fought these guys as we talked about, and they're tough, man. They are really tough. This is a guild that it does not surprise me. They had a good performance here, and it would not surprise me if they start climbing their way back out of the losers bracket. I mean, this is, I think, one of the strongest guilds in North America right now, and I think if they continue playing like this and kind of settle some of the flaws that they had earlier in the tournament, we could see them threaten even some of the strongest guilds that are still up in the winners bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like that. I think the Take Care DM has me blocked. Interestingly, and we have a lot of DMs in the past. I did try to tell him to show up for his match. It does look like Take Care is probably going to end up forfeiting their next match in favor of trying to get to an arc boss, which is tragic. Hate to see that. We really just want their leadership to get into voice, but it is what it is. It does look like that Flex is going to take this one all the way home. As Released is hung up outside the Rift Room right now. They're really struggling to get by this static out here for Necro. Finally some of them manage to get through there, but again, there's just a whole lot of Flex waiting for them in the next room here, Marlon.
Yeah, it has to be demoralizing to get through this kind of initial gauntlet where you've got Glizzy and Necro and all these guys just fragging so hard in the hallway. And then even if you do manage to dodge roll past them and get into the main room, now you've just got to deal with this main Flex ball inside. Very, very tough scenario. I feel, you got to have some sympathy for any Released DPS players here. It's going to be a struggle to just get into position at all. You got to make the choice. Okay, am I going to waste time fighting this static that's preventing respawn? Am I going to try to, zip past them and go for that main room? No matter which choice you make, you're putting yourself in so much danger here. Released tanks and healers doing a decent job of surviving, but their DPS just not really able to get any value here, and that kill feed staying yellow as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. As it looks like Flex is doing their best right now to basically stay on top of this one. 36 Release members, 37 now in the room. They are managing to get a lot of people onto the stone with their Guardians and Remedies popped, but sadly, again, look at the kill feed. They just cannot stay on top for very long. And again, it is climbing to 16%, but there's only a minute left on the clock. They just don't have enough time unless they somehow manage to wipe all of Flex here. You got to give Release credit where credit's due, though. They came in with a strategy. They clearly understood that they could get a lot of people on the stone and at least make this close, despite having overall, like, their players are just not able to deal as much damage as the Flex squad is. Pound for pound, player for player, Flex had their number, but they did come in with a solid strategy. They executed, but it just came up short here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think this did just come down to a DPS difference, and it'll be interesting to see what the leaderboards show in terms of scoring and everything else, because I think we saw some solid play here from Released tanks and healers, but they just were not able to get kills against these Flex guys. And, that could be to Flex healer credit as well. I'm sure that there are some really good performances from healers on the yellow team, but at the end of the day, you keep seeing the same kills over and over again on the side of Flex, and you're just not really seeing anyone from Released that's standing apart on that kill board. And I suspect we're going to see that reflected in the damage once we look at that in just a few seconds here.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 seconds left on the clock as time ticks down. Looks like there we go. We get down to the wire. And it looks like Flex is going to move on to the next round of this tournament. 63 kills on the board for Nell, Yukumaru, Monster Dota, and Glizzy maxing right there at the top of the leaderboards. Looks like Enjo, Valine, Gigafiar, CBA, and Jehu the top for release there. Again, they had a great run through the tournament. Super Saiyan Andy the top assists right there for Flex. It looks like the top assists on the side of release was Gigahar right there. 4.7 million damage dealt for Nil. Monster Dota's 4.6, 4.5 for Super Saiyan Andy, and CBA at 4.3. Damage taken looks like 2.2 million for Elric, Inslayer, and Chip Ponzi, which is an interesting name, 1.9 right there for him. Amount healed 2.7, 2.6, 2.6, 2.4. Some great healers here. Denny F, Parmigiana, Delusions, J-Links for release, doing great job for their guild. Butched and Topaz Mini coming up as the top healers for Flex.
Wow, so the top 6 healers here, it looks like we're all from released. So yeah, like I said, I do think there was just a little bit of a DPS difference there. You know, I don't know if some of their DPS just couldn't make it today, or if they just maybe need to work on some builds there, because some really solid healing on the side of released, and we saw that in terms of their ability to stay alive in that clump. But at the end of the day, they just could not kill Flex.
Yep. Absolutely tragic to see. We can see one of Release's more brilliant moments in that match right there. As we look over at our instant replay from that last match, you can see Release comes through both sides. Right now, they come through the main hallway, but you can see them coming at it from the back as well here. And again, look at how well they're able to handle these multi-prong aggression here. But sadly, the kill feed on the right side of your screen remains yellow, despite having the monster flank, having the better coordination, and everything else. Flex just keeps coming out on top, more or less.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I was predicting Flex was going to get a little bit further in those initial fights in that winner's bracket. They did get knocked down to the loser's bracket, I think, on Wednesday. But there is still a chance. Like I said, these are really strong players. There is still a chance that they fight all the way back and start to dethrone some of these Ivory guilds. We are seeing Ivory, for the most part, kind of dominate the winner's bracket right now. That doesn't necessarily have to be the case. I think that Flex has enough strength and enough skilled players that they could present some serious threats to a few of these guilds that are still undefeated. So Flex continuing on in the losers bracket now, and whoever they have to go against next, definitely can't sleep on that guild. They're still super strong despite being down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they will be up against in their next match, interestingly enough, which should be really, really interesting to watch. Versus Flex. It should be cinema as these guilds get closer and closer in strength overall. Good fights to both guilds. Let's take a look at our next match of the day, which of course is supposed to be Take Care versus Dwagon. We did manage to locate the Take Care leadership core. They did finally respond, as it turns out. Got into voice. Good. Glad to hear it. From the Snowburn server, rank 1 in their alliance with Flex, Velocity, and Dwagon. Dwagon certainly having a good day to start things off, but now they have to try to team kill. Both of these guilds, interestingly enough, think they're rank 1 in their alliance here. They think they're rank 1 on their server. Best in Guild T1 finish. They got second. Again, they only lost to Supple in the Best in Guild T1 tournament. Their prediction for this tournament was top 3, and they said we're a humble mobile game guild.
Yes, which I believe is true. They are going against Dwagon, which, as you said, also considers themselves to be first within that alliance. However, I believe Take Care are the ones who hold the castle, so I don't know the politics of that, but that's at least a slight advantage in their direction. Their chat PvP is, we've read this like 3 times already, a massive paragraph about Cobra Kai and Jalen's needing a wife. So hopefully the TNL community is continuing to work on finding a wife for Jalen's. That should be one of our top priorities at the moment. Cobra Kai is no longer in the tournament, so that is, you know, kind of is what it is at this point. But Blue, I love these matches where we have guilds from the same alliance that both think they're the strongest, and you know that these guilds have fought each other in war games, so surely they must know, or maybe they don't. Maybe that's going to be decided here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see what exactly is going to go on between these two guilds. They are rushing to get in the lobby from doing, I believe they were trying to do Arc Boss, and I think that it may have completed at this point. Sadly for NA East, they have basically Too many guilds have basically tried to delay the entire tournament so that they can try to go to an arc boss. And at this point, we do need to keep things moving. You have to be considerate to the other teams that need to play today, because if we wait too long to start each match, we end up having people that are playing at 2 in the morning, and that's just not fair to them. So it is selfish there. But fortunately, both guilds now starting to fill up the lobby. Let's talk about predictions here. Who do you think is going to take this one home?
Oh man, I mean, I think I have to lean in the direction of Take Care. Honestly, I was kind of surprised that Take Care got bumped down to the losers bracket as easily as they did. They did have a really tough opponent up in the winners bracket, but nonetheless, this is still a very, very strong group of players. They have strong players, as we said before, from multiple top guilds that have kind of ended up in Take Care, as Take Care is seen as sort of one of the best single guild stacks. It's not always a guild that focuses on the big Mega Zerg content, somewhat ironically since they're prioritizing the Arc Boss at the moment, but not a guild that always prioritizes Arc Boss and Siege, more of a guild that prioritizes War Games and Boonstones. So you expect them to really dominate here, and I think it was a bit of an upset that they got knocked down to the losers bracket this quickly to begin with. These guys did get second place in the T1 tournament, and they are going to want to try to get top 3 here. That is their prediction, which means they need to run through every one of these guilds in the losers bracket. They need to be the guillotine that is knocking everyone out so that they can get back up top and get a rematch against Helloing or against Supple or whoever it's going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Dwagon actually is warmed up at least. We'll see if Take Care did any warm-up matches. If you come into a match cold, just like with any sport or any esports or anything like that, you might not perform as well. It might take you a second. You might forget things. It takes you a second to get into that groove. So I'm sure that Light and the boys over in Dwagon have basically been, they're nice and warm. They beat Polarity in their first match. They're ready to go here. As pick ban has already transpired, the lobby has begun to fill here and is just about full on the side of Take Care. Waiting just for a few more Dwagon members as we flip it over towards our versus screen. Let's talk about pick ban here for a second. Okay, you talk about it. I can't do it anymore. There's no way.
Hold on, Blue. I am gonna need. I think my password is cooked for this one. But as far as pick bans, it looks like. Nope. I need. Okay, I've got the old password and I've got the old pick bans.
No, okay, I'll do it. It's okay. Bans. Okay, all right. Dwagon won the coin toss. They chose to pick. Take Care has banned. Take Care banned Manticus, Dwagon, Leviathan, and Pacolo. Do not want to play on those T2 maps at all. And the choice on the side of Dwagon, and I don't understand why we see this map so often on this region, we're going back to Chernobog again.
Back to Cherno, Blue. And I think at this point, these guilds are probably doing it just to mess with you. I can't think of any other reason why you would pick Chernobog in a scenario like this. This is Dwagon picking Cherno against Take Care. Personally, I would not want to fight TC on Cherno.
Is it just to spite me? I like Dwagon. I like those. I like Take Care too. Guys, I love both teams. Stop doing this to me. Why do we keep saying Cherno? I mean, it makes it really easy on me, I'll be honest with you. It's a really easy map to spectate, no question, because really there's only one spot where it's just an absolute clown fiesta. You cue the Benny Hill music, as it were. Waiting on one more on the side of Take Care. It looks like there was a crash. Let's talk a little bit about these compositions, Marlon.
So the first thing that stands out to me immediately looking at this comp, I see similar number of a lot of weapons except for Spear. For Spear, we're only going to see 4 Spears on the entire TC roster. Those could be tanks, those could be DPS, or it could be a mix of both, but 9 Spears over on the side of Dwagon. And as we talked about earlier, this is a pretty nice map for Spear. You're either fighting on those narrow stairs going up to the top, or even if you're on top, there's not a ton of space to move around. So it is a good map to be a Spear, and we're seeing Dwagon fielding over twice as many Spears as Take Care. Both players have a decent number of crossbows as well. You've got those 2 Cordies on both sides, but then you've got 2 Scorpions on the side of Dwagon, and it looks like 3 Scorpions on the side of Take Care. So they are definitely going to be utilizing that here. Only 2 staffs on the side of Dwagon, which again, we pointed that out too, is about the lowest that we've seen. Kind of surprising. You would expect that to be higher. Spellblade 48 consistently being one of the top fraggers, top damage in this 48v48 format. But other than that, a pretty similar number of daggers, SNSs, great swords, bows, and wands. So it really is just that spear and staff difference, and we'll see which one is going to come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. I have some members of chat trying to correct me. Interestingly enough, Blue, Polarity lost to Exodus, not Dwagon. They run through Dwagon, LOL. Well, that's very interesting because our very first match of the day would seem to think otherwise. Polarity got their pockets absolutely Baja blasted by Dwagon in the very first match of the day. Welcome to the broadcast. It does look like that Chernobog is the map of choice, and I don't know who necessarily has the better composition overall here. We're having them buff up before we go in. We're trying to give teams a ready check to try to be courteous so that everybody gets to remember to pop their food buffs. God bless Polarity for helping us reinforce that among all of the guilds across all the regions here. So looks like the weapons are good. Ready checks in the lobby are just about ready to go here. You're going with Take Care in this one, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm going with Take Care. What about you?
I'm going to root for I'm always an underdog fan. I'm going to root for Dwagon. I love these guys. But I'll be honest with you, Take Care has been nothing but kind to me. I love that guild as well. Those guys, I have nothing but respect for them. They run tons of war games and things like this, but I really want to see Dwagon come out and take this home. But we will see. Looks like we are just about ready to go here. I think it's going to come down ultimately. It's Cherno, right? There's almost no strategy that comes down to Cherno. This could be like a coin flip situation as we have one member of the lobby not showing their weapons, I guess trying to hide it from everyone else, but we'll fix it. There we go. All right, we got him going. Sweet. Good job, everybody. Looks like we are go into this match here. Chernobog, the weapon of choice for Take Care versus Dwagon. Our very, well, not very first banger of the day, but certainly what should be our closest match that we have seen so far in today's broadcast. Let's take a look at this. Now we're looking over. Oh God, both guilds are starting to spawn in, it looks like, and it is an absolute clown fiesta, as you might imagine. Dwagon in the yellow, Take Care in the red, and it is just, it is an absolute free-for-all on the stone right now, Moreland.
Okay, and I'm seeing about 8 kills come up from Ryu, and then another 5 or 6 kills come up from Broomstick there. Again, some very solid and I would say well-known players on the side of Take Care, and we're seeing those names pop up. There's Neon, there is Viglin. I mean, these are players that have had Eclipse before. These are players that you've seen top the kill leaderboards all the way back since T1, playing different specs, and they are just farming right now, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely they are. Look at that red kill feed. That is not a good sign if you are a Dwagon fan here. And this is what I was scared of. When they picked Chernobog in the first place, Moreland, I was like, really, we want to go here? Because I think that Take Care probably has stronger statics overall. And to try to fight them on Chernobog is nothing short of an ego play, I think, overall. But, well, one ego is being patted here, Moreland.
Yeah, and I mean, Cherno, it's just such a high kill environment because the respawn is so close. Everyone spawns in the same spot, runs in with half health, and dies. And when you are the guild on top, it feels really good to just continue to farm. But when you are not the guild on top, you can get demoralized on this map very quickly, and that is going to snowball. So, Dwagon, again, the ones who pick this map. And interestingly, Blue, how many times the guild that picks Cherno ends up getting completely smashed. We're seeing a little bit of a trend there, aren't we?
Yeah, I don't get it. Stop picking this map if you know that you're the disadvantaged guild. I don't understand, bro. It's so sad to potentially see him go. I don't want to call it too early, but I'm going to be honest. Unless you're colorblind, that kill feed is looking a little rocky on the side of Dwagon over here. If I look at the... yeah, so it's very Take Care heavy. 10 bands doing what he can on that Cordy on the side of Dwagon over here. And again, we see the damage dealt looking only, God, just slightly Take Care favored over here. Just almost the entire leaderboard for them. But Dwagon is winning in the damage taken, so there's that W. And then the amount healed, again, they're able to heal a lot more because they're taking a lot more damage too, so that's good, Borland.
Yeah, I think that it is going to be difficult for Take Care to beat Dwagon in that damage taken column when it comes to a scenario like this. But Dwagon is a very strong guild, and they are a very coordinated guild. There is a chance that they can regroup here. Again, you got to remember this map always baits people. Whenever you're playing from behind, you trickle in, you get farmed on that respawn, but a full regroup is possible, and I would say probably pretty necessary at this point for Dwagon, even if just for the mental break of not getting farmed for 30 seconds, probably time for them to pull back and do a concentrated push. There are a lot of Dwagon up here on the top plateau managing to stay alive, but just like we saw in our previous match, staying alive is not enough. They have to actually be able to get those kills, and they're really struggling to take any of those Take Care players down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm even having trouble locking onto them. There was a moment there where Dwagon was able to rally onto the stone with a lot of people there, but they still couldn't kill a single member of Take Care, despite outnumbering them about 3-1, while the rest of Take Care was basically grouped up on the stairs, killing the rest of Dwagon down there, and then they came back over and killed the rest of them. Anyway, we are starting to see, look at some yellow in the kill feed now, as we see Dwagon get to the top of the stairs, starting to rally back a little bit. 9ball running forward with the rest of his guild here. Hey Bunny here as well, doing what he can. Sukasayo right now on this Liberator on the outside of the fight on behalf of Dwagon, certainly one of their best players, certainly one of their best DPS, trying to skirt the outside of this fight right now, as he puts down a lot of damage, but again, just not able to come up with any kills as that kill feed remains red on this one. He's kiting around with his static, as the rest of his guild basically runs into their deaths right now, 15 seconds before the stone opens up, and you do see about 8 Dwagon members that are able to be up on the stone. We'll take one more quick look at the leaderboard. Yeah, let's Take Care 10 bands at the top there for his guild. Tukasayo, Flash Me Mommy, and 10 bands doing what they can, but yeah, very favored for TC. We'll see who can interact with the stone first. Maybe Aralite has a plan here for keeping TC off of interacting with the stone. Maybe that's their plan here. Arlite gets flipped off himself. Now Fuji Cakes is going to try to make a run for it. They're trying to CC him. There they go down right there. Maybe this was the plan all along, Marlon.
It could be. I mean, we have seen guilds kind of stall the cap on Cherno because it's such a potential coin flip, such a potential map for, something kind of surprising to happen. But it's similar to what we saw last time. Is Dwagon actually going to be able to get multiple solid wipes off against Take Care? It's way too hard of a guild to take down. You look at these key players on the side of Take Care, and it's not just the DPS that are playing at this level. I mean, Broomstick, a phenomenal spear player, but also a phenomenal static. I played with these guys for a little while in Bricked, and that group knows each other. They know how to play together. It's not just the DPS. The DPS is the one that shows up in the kill feed, but good tanks and good healers are what allow DPS players like that to play to their maximum. And TC just has so many stacked statics where you have these key DPS players that have earned sort of the best tanks and healers to go alongside them. So even when you find Broomstick or Vigilant or someone like that, they're just so difficult to actually kill.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Flash Me Mommy in the middle of everyone down there. Not normally where you would want to see a spell blade, but you know what? He's feeling confident enough to make this happen right now as he's on the low ground with Dwagon. Oh my goodness, goes into stealth, gonna go down. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure that that's exactly where you want to be standing, as it looks like both guilds are finally on the board right now, but it is Take Care starting to pull away in that percentage.
Yeah, really starting to pull away, and I think this is the reddest that the plateau has seen so far. We are seeing a lot of Dwagon kind of sneak up and take that grapple around the side. That is often an area that I think guilds sort of underestimate. I usually expecting for that to get a little bit more camped. It's very easy to kill people that are grappling. You have sort of some free time to hit them as they are flying and landing. We see that a lot on fights like Pikilo, but in this case, it's kind of just wide open. But even with such a strong reinforcement from Dwagon coming up to that grapple, once they get into the main fight, it's just boom. Those spears go off, those cordies go off, and they're right back down the hill again, trying to climb that infinite staircase.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like over here, Jalen's doing his best as this healer in the middle of everyone right now. We get Zivs over here on this great sword wand, this paladin right here. And we're seeing this a little bit more commonly in the tournament among our top guilds, is paladin is being used to help. Usually they're with a Cordy. Usually they're in a Cordy party trying to buff Cordy crossbows, but I don't see the Cordys around him right now. So maybe he's just playing paladin.
Yeah, I mean, it's a solid build and honestly kind of a fun build. It's one of those builds that is just a little bit niche and people don't always know how to deal with it. You see a paladin and what is he a healer? Is he a DPS? Do I target him? Is he tanky? Is he like, you just don't know how these guys are building or how they're going to play exactly. So I think it can catch people off guard. A genuine hybrid class, in fact.
Yeah, it does look like the Dwagon is rallied onto the stone right now. They were on top there for a moment, actually keeping TC from camping this one, but TC has regained control as they climb back over that 90% marker. But a very solid push from Dwagon to try to take control of the stone before TC responded right there. It does look like the TC is going to convincingly come up with that first cap right now, and it's going to have to be Dwagon interacting with the stone one more time. Loudpack going to go for that interact right now. Chain Me Daddy out on the side of the fight as well. Most Pickle and Don doing what they can, but it's an ocean of red names down there, Moreland.
Blue, it's so crazy, the absolute like hierarchy of guilds that exists right now. You will see a guild like Dwagon that is able to just completely shut down some of the other guilds in the tournament and make it look so one-sided, and they look completely unstoppable. And then they go against a guild like TC and it's completely flipped. Now TC looks completely invincible, completely untouchable. But honestly, this is kind of how Helloing looked against TC. It was even more one-sided in that direction. So just a crazy kind of, tiered hierarchy in terms of guild strength right now. But TC playing with a vengeance tonight. I don't think that they want to spend any more time in the loser's bracket than they need to. You know that these guys are just thirsty to get back up there and take revenge on those Ivory guilds.
Yeah, you see, it looks like Hillpaw right here on this Templar. He's actually swapping back and forth between the SNS and the wand here. I think he's a Curse Bomber by day. But actually, I think he's a Templar by day, like traditional tank by day, and the Curse Bomber by night. He's like Batman. No, over here, as he swaps back and forth in his build. Yep, he's definitely trying to DPS people down right now. Hillpaw on the side of Take Care, and we see this a lot right here. He's sporting those Tevant daggers, allowing him to really get this build done. And I always thought that build is really, really cool, mainly because Templar is traditionally thought of as a tank. But what we love to see in Throne and Liberty is people trying different builds, trying to play things in different ways. The build diversity that you can use in the game, I think really, and again, this I think really highlights that.
Honestly, I think Templar is probably one of the most underrated and underplayed specs in the game. I think there's something about the theme of SNS and Wand that your average player looks at that and goes, oh, well, that's obviously just a Live Lord build, whatever, that's too boring for me. But in fact, it is one of the most lethal builds in the game right now. Despite having what you would consider to be one healing weapon and one tank weapon, you can certainly do some tanking and some healing, usually some self-healing, but you can also just blow people up with that build, and we are definitely going to see a handful of Templars in every one of these guild comps. I think going forward as we get closer to the finals, these top guilds understand the value of that class and they are not going to let it go to waste.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Mulkin in the middle of everyone. Dwagon trying to battle back right now. 9% saving their cap at the last moment. 32 people on the stone right now as they take care off this stone. They have almost 2 times as many people on the stone as Dwagon starts to rally this one back at the 8-minute mark or so right now. Climbing over 22% now. That percentage is climbing awful quickly, but now they have to take care one more time as their respawns have come through and they're pushing up onto the stone. Not looking very good as Take Care's DPS get in position and just put on another clinic. Look at those pulls going off towards the ramp right there. Fuji Cakes in the middle of everyone, just making sure he does as much interruption as possible. Dwagon's starting to get wiped off now, but a good run right there. If they can rally a couple more times like that, Borland, they might be able to make it happen.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Cherno is it's always possible to make some kind of, last second comeback, but it's so hard against a guild like Take Care. I mean, they're just going to spawn 10 feet away and run right back up. There's not going to be any reluctance, any hesitation. You know that they know that this is a slippery map. They're not going to leave any room for error here. They're just going to go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like that Dwagon really struggling now, back down at 15%. Take Care with 39 people on the Riftstone said, I'm stuck. That's okay. Don't worry. They have relieved you of that stuck position by killing you. You are welcome. This is Take Care's version of helping you now.
It is so red up here, Blue. I mean, we haven't seen that many guilds playing from behind on this map actually do a full regroup. I think we saw one, I can't remember who, but very, very early in the tournament. But so far, all of these guilds keep picking Cherno, and then they just run up the stairs for 20 minutes straight. I really want to see Dwagon. Time is running out. I really want to see them do at least one full regroup. If they're not going to do it now, they're not going to have time to do it at any other point. But instead, we just see this continual strategy of trickling up the stairs. I mean, I get it. It's close. You want to get back into the fight. But, man, it's just so overwhelmingly in favor of TC up here. Perhaps a concentrated push could be the thing to throw them off. But I just don't know if we're going to see it. It looks like they're just going to keep running it back over and over again for the rest of the match.
Yeah, I mean, they had that moment of brilliance there. Maybe that was, maybe they popped Guardians right there. I'm not entirely certain. We see Brockle right here, and this is, again, a wand dagger. And we see this pretty often in the tournament now. Is he switching back and forth between them? Tevin's wand right there, and then the Obsidian Razors as he tries to throw down a lot of DPS, but sadly he's in the middle of everything, doesn't use his stealth to get out of there, and is going to go down. You kind of have to be a gamer to get that weapon composition off, that Dark Blighter to work, but when you do, I think it's one of the best DPSs in the game, personally, Marlon.
Yeah, we saw, we're seeing some people, I think Vert was messing around with that build, putting up some pretty crazy numbers. It's hard to go with a dagger over the SNS when you can just nuke people as a Templar. But Dark Blighter definitely can be the threat with those extra dagger abilities, putting up more damage than what Templar is capable of doing. We'll see if it starts to catch on or if it kind of just remains on the outskirts as one of those niche builds that you see one or two of, but not much more in a comp like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like that Dwagon doing their best right now to try to rally people onto the stone, but Take Care, again, trying to rally back as well to try to keep them under control. But honestly, we're seeing some solid kill feeds here, but a lot of yellow health bars on the right side of the Riftstone are not backing up their health bars on the left side. It's very cluttered on this left side over here of the Riftstone. And then out on the right side, again, Dreamy just running around with 10 bands, doing his best. Looks like he's going to try to get a spin down right now. Nope. Chooses not to. Interestingly enough, gets spun on himself. Manages to avoid the damage there. And then he's just immediately going to die. So you hate to see that. And Dwagon gets wiped off one more time.
Yeah, I'm watching Dwagon just absolutely flood up the grapple here, and it was wide open for a minute. It looks like TC is starting to respond and lock it down now, but I mean, just it's a continual flood of Dwagon. You know, they're up here, like they're just respawning and getting up on this grapple so fast, but now TC just shutting it down. They are not able to get enough people on the stone. At this point, there's probably not enough time for them to make this happen. They don't have enough time for a full regroup. If they do have any Guardians or anything like that left, now is the time to use it. I'm seeing so many of them run up this grapple, Blue, but the kill feed is just overwhelming. As soon as they enter the fight up on top of this plateau, Dwagon members are just evaporating.
Yep, absolutely. They're doing their best. They certainly rally strong onto the point with 3 minutes left to go. I think time might be running out. If they lose control of this cap, it will be it. Fortunately, they do manage to get back on top of it. 31 people on the point and giving Take Care a stronger run for their money than we saw Take Care fight in the previous round of this tournament. So certainly getting a little bit closer to where Take Care is in strength. But I think Dwagon is going to come out on bottom of this matchup. They're doing what they can, but they just keep getting wiped off a little too frequently. More people keep getting pulled off the edge over there on the right side of your screen. Ego balancing on the left side of your screen now with RuneScape in the middle of everyone. Oh my goodness, the second I tried to lock onto Ego, he goes down. Sadly enough, Bun over here doing what he can to keep his guild healthy and take care, just trying to battle out on top. If they stop this, they know that they're moving on to the next round, and it does look like they're gonna stamp it out with 2.5 minutes left to go. Dwagon tried, Dwagon failed. It will be TC marching their way through this losers bracket.
Yeah, and again, TC predicting that they are going to be top 3, so they are going to be fighting their way through this losers bracket with a vengeance. But GG's to Dwagon. They had some fantastic matches in this tournament. Those guys came out really strong. They did assess themselves as rank 1 in their alliance with TC, and it seems, Blue, that they are going to have to reassess that. TC clearly taking that top spot here, and I think we're seeing the reason why TC was the guild that was given the castle in the most recent siege for this alliance.
Yep, absolutely. It does look like that Dwagon did their best, but take care. Honestly, do you think it would have been the difference here if Dwagon had the castle? Because that is a good point I forgot about before. They gave Take Care the castle overall. Do you think it would have been the difference here?
I don't think it would have been the difference. No, I mean, if we were looking at a closer to 50-50 that was just being lost by like a few percentage points, then you could make an argument for it. But I think the kill feeds that we saw here, Blue, were just far too overwhelmingly in TC's favor. I think that even without Castle and probably even without this map pick, TC was just looking way too strong today.
Yeah. Not much that they can do in this one. Dwagon gonna try to battle back, but with only 1 minute left on the clock, they simply will not have enough time to pull this one in. So a lot of people trying to pad their stats into the final minute of this one. It will be Take Care moving on in the losers bracket here of this tournament. Looks like looks like next up we may have versus Flex, which should be a pretty fun match as well.
Yeah, with the most phenomenal comeback that we have seen in the tournament for all of NA East, but they're going to have a really tough fight against Flex. So we will see. We might, I mean, don't count out, even if they are behind it first. Like I said, the craziest comeback of the tournament was definitely that guild. So that's going to be one we're going to want to watch to the end.
Yep, absolutely. Can't wait to see it as we get ready for that one. It looks like time is going to tick down here. Take Care. The ones moving on. Dwagon had a great run through the tournament, but that will be all. V Glenn NA for Take Care. 108 kills, putting on a clinic there. Ryu in it, 74 kills himself. 71 for Zogzor and Broomstick, and at 70. Running up the top 5 would be Ashy B at 68 right there. You take a look at the top kills for Dwagon. It's going to be Saki, Boons, Bevik, 10 Bands, and Flash Me Mommy. At the top of the board right there. 227 assists for Glenn right there. 6 million damage dealt. 5 million for Broomstick. Ryu at 4.6. Flash Me Mommy at 4.6. Like I said, that guy's a gamer. Did what he could on that Spellblade, but sadly came up short on this. Tukasayo, the second highest damage on the side of Dwagon. Damage taken, Bliss and Bam, 2 healers, top tanks of the lobby. Weldran, the actual top tank of the lobby. And then Zivs on the Paladin coming in at number 4. Like I said, what an interesting weapon combo. We're starting to see Paladin a lot more frequently now. Flash Me Mommy on the Spellblade at number 5. Oh man, that evasion's pretty tanky, man, I've told you. Amount healed, 3.4 million, highest on the day so far for Bam. Phenomenal healer. Bliss, Most Pickle, and Random, the top healers. Chain Me Daddy in at number 5 for Dwagon. Take Care, Sea Turtle, Miss Grayness, Weeks, and Poo Poo Dogwater, the top healers of the lobby for Take Care. But a good fight, but I think that was kind of the expected outcome, given that they had given Take Care the castle, Marlon.
Yeah, I think it was the expected outcome, and despite Dwagon ranking themselves as first, these guilds had probably scrimmed before and probably kind of knew what was going to happen. Nevertheless, Dwagon still showed up and fought and ran it down those stairs the entire match. So good on them. GG's to Dwagon. Some pretty insane healing. I mean, 3.4 million. It is a little bit easier to get heals when your guild is taking more damage than the other guild, but still pulling way farther away than any of the other healers that we've seen tonight. So 3.4 mil, well, that's the high score to beat right now, healers. There's no more overhealing. We'll see who can do it.
3.4 million, the bar to beat, and you cannot overheal anymore, you goofballs. Okay, good fights to both guilds. Sorry, Dwagon, you got knocked out there, but take care. Definitely the stronger guild in that matchup, and we're not sorry about that. The Take Care boys absolutely deserve it, as they will move on to the next round of this tournament. Let's take a look at our next matchup of the day, which is going to be versus Flex. From the Stellarite server, rank 3 in their alliance with Supple and Seraphim, who was knocked out earlier in the tournament by in the previous round here. Rank 1 in their on their server overall, with only 1 siege win, which was the most recent one. Top 50% would be great. These guys are overperforming like crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, again, a phenomenal comeback. Last time we saw but this time they are going against Flex from the Snowburn server, allied with the guilds that we just saw, Take Care, Velocity, and Dwagon. Very, very strong alliance and a very strong guild that we already saw compete not too long ago. We've seen just how devastating some of those Flex members are, especially some of their kill squad statics. Alliance strength over on Snowburn, definitely first. A pretty decent performance in the T1 tournament, and predicting that they are going to be top 8 here. This is going to be the toughest match that has had so far. They had a pretty tough match against Curse, but did pull it out in the last couple minutes. I'm expecting that we are going to see Flex have the advantage here, but man, I would be a little bit nervous about that comeback after seeing what they were able to do against Cursed.
Yep, absolutely. It looks like Pick Ban went a bit of a different way this time. This is going to be a crazy close matchup between these two guilds as we take a look at the versus screen. Did you get the match info this time?
Yeah, it's
All right,
looking
I'll let you
like
cover it then.
Well, it's looking like won the toss, but chose to ban. Usually you would choose to pick, but they're like, as long as we don't play on Dwagon, Pikilo, Leviathan, or Manticus, all the T2 maps, as long as we don't have to play on those, we're good. And so Flex got to pick, and they picked Grand Alon, a map that I'm guessing was not expecting. They were probably expecting Talus, Azrael, but we're going to GA, Blue.
Yep, we're going to Grand Alon on this one. What an interesting map to try to choose in this tournament to try to go up against This map can be flipped back and forth on both sides. Not really sure who's favored in this one. I'll be honest with you, I'm tempted to kind of lean in OO's favor here because clearly they may have... I take that back. I mean, Flex is the one that chose this map. Do you think that they have something special in mind?
Yeah, I don't know how much time Flex has spent practicing on this map. This is one of those maps that, I don't think guilds have as much reps on this one as they would compared to the more popular maps. So it is a little bit of like anything goes. Who knows what strategy they're going to use. Flex, like you said, are the ones who picked this. I do think might be a little bit surprised here. It would not surprise me if does not have that much practice or knowledge of this map. But it is pretty, I mean, you're going to learn what's happening here pretty quick. There's a lot of weird line of sight. There's a lot of little hills to climb and choke points to get through here. If it's one that you haven't practiced before, it can definitely catch you off guard, but it's really hard to say how much either of these guilds would have invested in really planning out an in-depth strategy for Grand Alon.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of choke points, a lot of narrow things. Fortunately, a lot of the respawn points, usually you're respawning from one of two different spawns and can get back to the point. But really, I do think that Grand Alon heavily favors the guild that's able to control the dais consistently. But there are different ways to get onto that dais. They're just all very narrow choke points or grapples on the backside of the Riftstone. The most important thing that we typically see on this map are your Cordy crossbows performing the way that they are supposed to be performing. I am, interestingly enough, I'm seeing a SNS dagger in the lobby. Are you seeing the Dizzy Giraffe is playing SNS dagger? How do you feel about that?
It looks like he's using the double Deluge Noah setup. And honestly, Blue, I think that people might be sleeping on those Deluge Noah daggers when it comes to a support or tank role. It can be a pretty obnoxious, disruptive weapon, and putting it on a tank kind of makes sense. It's a little bit experimental, but I've heard people talking about the potential there. I wouldn't be surprised if he can make some obnoxious plays there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you have 2 arc boss weapons, you better have some potential. I don't care which 2 arc boss weapons you have. You better have some potential going on. So we'll see if Dizzy Giraffe, and I'll be honest with you, I'm glad that they did that, because Dizzy Giraffe has been super impactful for in every single match that they have played. That guy has been at the forefront of his guild and why they keep winning. So yeah, really cool to see him with 2 arc boss weapons. Here it looks like both lobbies have been told to buff up. It looks like the compositions on both sides are relatively similar. Both sides have 11 daggers, 19 to 17 SNSs on the side favoring Flex there. Only 12 great swords for Flex and 18 for 4 to 6 staffs favoring Flex, 17 to 16 bows, very close, crossbows 2 and 3, and then 19 bows. Not 19 to 20 wands. That's pretty close. And then again, the spears are very close as well, 8 and 9 favoring Flex here. But the big difference here is in the greatsword potential.
Yeah, just about. The greatsword is the only thing that's really different between these guilds. Everything else is almost down the line, 1 or 2 difference. But we're going to see if 12 greatswords versus 18 greatswords is going to make a difference on a map that is pretty scrappy. I think the greatsword is going to get some good value here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like both guilds starting to spawn in now. Sadly, the spectators spawn way out in the middle of nowhere. Fortunately, I get to see the map as we get down closer to it. It does look like that. I don't know, to be honest. It's very back and forth so far, Marlon. Both guilds have just basically spawned in on one another and are trying to kill each other. Flex in the yellow once again. We saw them in the yellow last match as well. Clearly like that color, and good on them right here as they back up towards the Riftstone. We did see a fair amount of kills. There's Zing picking up another one, but we are seeing Wanhida and Super Saiyan Andy start to come up with these kills. Flex certainly got a little bit more coordinated, got up on this high ground, and now they definitely have advantage coming into this choke right now.
Yeah, those fights, I mean, this is what makes Grand Alon kind of interesting, because you have these fights that pop out in weird places, kind of out in the forest, out on the road, as people are trying to respawn and regroup. And it looked like got a pretty good initial push there before Flex was able to get set up. But now Flex taking the high ground on this rock, basically shutting down any hope that is going to have coming from what I believe is Respawn Portal 2. They might have to just approach this from a completely different angle, because Flex is completely locking down this little mountain pass here, just standing on this rock, getting that upper vertical damage advantage and just killing everything that even gets close to this choke.
Yeah, absolutely. Flex doing their best in the corner over here, screaming free Cheebs. Sadly, Cheebs said something he wasn't supposed to in the previous lobby. So not much I can do, and all Cheebs needed to do was reach out and rectify his mistake, and he chose not to. So not in the tournament anymore, sadly. There was a way to free Cheebs. He could have freed himself on this one. Yannis getting a big kill feed right there, but Flex clearly not happy about it. That's on him, not me. Nothing I can do about it. It does look like that is trying to get up towards the stone right now, but struggling to do so.
Yeah, I think they're going to continue to struggle here, Blue. I'm seeing them kind of do the trickle push. I mean, the respawn is close, so I imagine they are trying to just get back here and reinforce as much as they can. But now finally pushing through, we're seeing some members actually jump through that flex ball and get up the hill. Much better positioning here, a much more aggressive push on the side of penetrating all the way into the back of Flex's position and up on that hill. I'm not seeing it translate into as many kills as I would like to see. Those Flex members just way too durable, even all the way in the back up on this rock.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the Cordy crossbows on the side of Flex consistently able to repeatedly get their spins off over and over and over again. Flex doing a great job of getting those spins off, and again, controlling that high ground is so important as they move in over here, Morlin.
And they are not even really looking at the stone yet, Blue. They are just controlling this one little choke. And as long as continues to come through here, I think Flex is content to just keep the fight right here. In a minute or so, they are going to have to think about pulling over to the stone and getting that cap. But in a scenario like this, they don't necessarily need to initiate the cap right away. If they're feeling confident, they can drag it out a little bit. It looks like is starting to split push a little bit now. We're seeing them spawn over from Portal portal 1 or 3 maybe instead of portal 2. That is going to stretch Flex and cause them to have to look in multiple directions. That is what you want to be doing in a situation like this. If you just have everyone looking down the same passageway, you're going to get farmed. But if you can get them looking in multiple directions, which is kind of what this map is all about, then you can start to create those openings, or at least find those openings to sneak through. A few people now fighting over on the stone. Finally, we're seeing maybe one static or so from each guild, but it looks like Flex is going to rush over to the stone. They don't want to risk getting in position in this little gazebo. So we're seeing a lot of Flex movement now over towards the rift stone. They're going to want to hold the objective as soon as it goes live.
Yeah, absolutely. Flex cruising for a bruising right now. They're trying to back up to get over towards the rift stone, but again, now we're seeing them starting to battle back a little bit right now as they try to move up in towards the stone. Flex are punishing them a little bit as they move up here. Mana burn on the low ground way off to your left over there. Bubba trying to work his way up here. Necro and his static that did so well in that last match out here trying to disrupt and do what they can to try to stop from getting up onto the stone, and it does look like that is up here, but Flex rather is getting onto the stone, but Oh's up here as well. No Heals is going to go for the interact on the stone, but so is Dizzy Giraffe. Can he interrupt him? No, he will not. Flex will interact with it first. Dizzy Giraffe going to go for it second. And we talked about his weapon loadout here on that SNS dagger. He is going to put on the board right now, which is a great thing for them. But sadly, they just can't get anyone over to the stone yet, Marlon.
Yeah, I'm watching Dizzy Giraffe, and this guy does not take damage, Blue. He kind of just sat there and capped the stone with a bunch of Flex hitting him, and I don't think his health moved even a single pixel. This guy is going to be really difficult for them to deal with. They might be able to stuff those pushes, but Dizzy is just going to keep getting that cap. I don't really think they're going to be able to stop him, so they're going to have to win the fight in terms of numbers, which they have been doing. But, as long as Dizzy can keep getting these caps, there is always that risk that makes some sort of comeback play like they did against Cursed. And look at how just resilient this guy is. Even when they shove him off, he does not take damage, Blue. I mean, look at that shield that he has there. Look how long it takes even just to get rid of the shield covering the top 10% of his health. He is going to be spamming this cap the entire fight, and really, what can you do about it? If you commit people to hit him, you're kind of just wasting time. You almost have to just let him live there for free.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a brilliant strategy right there, as all of Flex doing what they can to try to interrupt before they can even get to the stone. Zing picking up a couple more kills here. It does look like that Flex owns the stone, but is starting to climb in percentage as they've gotten a bunch of people over to the stone right now. 14/8 as their percentage starts to climb. Flex is going to be forced to respond to this and pull back to the stone proper here, as Cena pulls his guild back in here, doing their best to try to make something happen, or to try to prevent this cap from going off. I do think that they will be able to do that. They're trying to keep the fight off of the stone itself here, but sadly I don't think that they're gonna let that is gonna let them do that here, Marlon.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to think the mentality that this guild has, even though they are definitely losing the fight to Flex in this first half, the same could be said against their fight with Cursed. And this is a guild that knows that, hey, we have come back from behind and won before. So, some guilds can get really demoralized if they just get farmed for the first 5 minutes, but that is not going to be this guild. They're going to stay locked in. They're going to keep adjusting and figuring out what they need to do. They know that they've got Dizzy on the point, constantly creating opportunities for them, and they know that they have made that comeback happen in the past. So I think we're going to see a strong morale from even though they continue to kind of get smashed here in the actual fight against Flex. They're going to try to look for different angles to come at this from. I'm seeing members spawn at pretty much every direction that you can now on this map. They're coming from the north, they're coming from the east, they're coming from the south. Whatever they can do to figure out the best way to get into this stone, they're going to keep experimenting. They have a little bit more time. They've got Dizzy creating those distractions on the stone. These guys are not ready to give up yet.
Yeah, JDBX getting a lot of kills there, though, as again, trying to flood onto the stone from all directions. But man, they are really struggling to get in here right now as the Flex squad looks so strong. We see a tornado coming down onto the stone to try to interrupt anyone casting in that choke point, but it's just not enough. Look at that yellow kill feed coming through. Flex doing a great job of standing tall on the point, just like they did against Released in them last match. They've had a great run through the tournament so far, just showing how strong their guild actually is here. Yanis getting another spin down right there, it looks like. But honestly, there we go. Starting back to battle back the other way is Uh-oh. They're going to try to go for a Dizzy. Certainly is just going to get another cap off one more time here. There it is. The guy just cannot be stopped in this one because, you know, you got those double arc balls. The way he is itemized is actually very impressive. And again, they have 14 people on the point. Flex constantly has to respect this. I don't think they want to be fighting on this point here, Marlon.
Yeah, and once again, I'm seeing the same static that was kind of doing kill squad things in the last match for Flex. We got Necro and Mana Burn, as well as Glizzy and a couple others. They are out kind of on the edge of the fight, looking for respawns, doing their kill squad thing. This is a map that really lends itself well to kill squads. You got a bit of a hike when you're coming back from the respawn, and there's so many different ways to get to the cap point that it's natural for these smaller skirmishes to break out on the outskirts of the map. And when you have players like Glizzy that all they do is small scale, I mean, he's just getting so much value out here fighting away from the main ball, but causing so much trouble for these Uh-Oh players that are trying to get back into the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Is the Dizzy going to go for another cap on the stone? Just relentless on this one, and you have to hand it to him. Again, this is why they won their previous match, is because Dizzy just cannot be interrupted on the cap, and they were able to flood on and flip it back the other way. I just remind everybody, Uh-Oh's match against Cursed was one of the closest that we have seen in the tournament worldwide, and they were getting farmed for the first half of that match as well. So I'm sorry, tempted not to just... I don't want to count them out in this situation, but they are struggling here as Grim picks up a pretty solid kill feed. But on the whole, it's been Flex dominating this one, Marlon.
Yeah, it has been Flex dominating, and yeah, I do think that was kind of the predicted outcome here, Blue. We kind of know that Flex is the stronger guild overall in this match, and you know, normally with a power discrepancy like this, I would be leaning pretty heavily in Flex's favor, but the only reason I'm hesitating is just because of what we have saw Uh-Oh do previously. I mean, this guild, like, if you guys haven't seen that match still, I know I keep harping on it, but if you have not seen their match against Cursed, it is absolutely crazy. Same exact scenario here where they're just behind the entire fight, and within the last few minutes they made the craziest push that I have seen so far, able to flip the entire thing in their favor. So we're seeing them experiment here. None of the strategies that they're employing against Flex are working so far, but I've seen them try every single respawn portal. I've seen them try the grapple in the back of the tower. I'm seeing them try every angle that they can get here. If they can figure something out, I would not count them out quite yet.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Cena out here as the front line for Flex, doing a great job. I believe this is the leader of Flex right here, so a lot of respect for anyone that can lead a PvP guild that is this strong, doing a really solid job right now. Flex trying to push this fight away from the stone itself, mainly because if they keep the fight on the stone, it's very difficult. It can be very difficult to control on Grand Alon. We see that there is not a cap currently initiated on the side of Uh-Oh here as they struggle to get onto the stone. We look down, there's fighting almost everywhere. Glizzy and his team down here trying to block off any members that try to spawn up and run up to the stone on the other side. So clearly Flex trying to lock down all three spawns at the same time. And there's the cap again, no doubt. My boy Dizzy Giraffe, yeah, there he is, the culprit himself on the stone one more time. And Flex has to respond once again. They have to move back and respond to that cap.
It's so interesting how spread out the fights on this map are, Blue. It's really actually kind of an interesting map. I'm surprised we don't see it more. Maybe guilds are just finding it a little bit too risky. But you have the main fight in this gazebo, you know, cap area, but you also have the fights towards several of the different respawn portals. It's almost like there's three simultaneous GVGs happening at once here. But Flex is not reluctant to take those fights. They're not reluctant to spread out. They will fight you at three different locations. They don't necessarily have to just bunker down on the objective. They seem more than content enough to just spread out and fight in all these various locations. Now finally collapsing on the stone. Maybe they felt a little bit of a threat there from that last cap, but they come and clean it out, and I suspect we're going to see them just spread out all over those respawns once more.
Yeah, and XL over here just not able to regroup with his healer. This is a common problem when you're running from behind as a guild, is that you're not able to regroup with your static, get a heal, start getting those pre-buffs ready before you go in. So XL takes the grapple up. He's only at 20% life. A slight gust of wind, a fart in the wind, if you will, would just blow him right on over. He finally does manage to catch a heal and moves back up on in. But you got to respect the bravery of these static groups trying to regroup with each other and contribute to the point where they can. 17 members over here trying to stand tall on the point on the side of doing their best here, Moreland.
They're running out of time here, Blue. This is going to be one of the last serious pushes that they are able to make. And they have been doing such a good job. Dizzy Giraffe constantly keeping that cap open, creating that opportunity for his guild. But they are going to have to win at least one of these fights. It's not quite as sweaty as Cherno in terms of respawns. It does take a second to spawn up and get back here. If they can wipe Flex, then a cap is possible. But I am not seeing that wipe happening, Blue. Flex is just way too good at these fights, whether it's ball v ball, clump v clump, or whether it's these spread out sort of static v static respawn fights. Flex is just winning on every dimension here.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like that Flex doing their best right now as they start chat PvPing the enemy team. Interesting to try to chat PvP in the losers bracket like this. But hey, man, they deserve it. These guys are pumping right now. A lot of damage being done under 5 minutes to go. It certainly looks like they're going to win this match. So maybe I'd beat chat PvP in 2. Who knows? On this one, Dizzy Giraffe stepping forward one more time. He keeps trying to interact with the stone. He's actually getting interrupted now. I think they've just decided the play is to just try and kill him at the end of the day right now. But it's certainly been Flex on top of this matchup so far as they just exert dominance in this matchup. It does look like that they are struggling to a lot of Flex actually running back to the Riftstone right now to help reinforce this. It does look like that a lot of uh-ohs managing to get through. That looks like most of the fights happening outside the gazebo on the low ground here, Marlon.
Yeah, I mean, those statics that are farming respawns on the side of Flex, you got to be just kind of annoyed with those at this point. And it looks like did make kind of a coordinated push there to try to deal with those kill squads for a second so that they could group up before going in. So good on them for not just completely trickling in and, just throwing their 50% health bar into the mix. They are actually coordinating and trying to go in at least with somewhat of a group to reinforce. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough, though. Those Flex kill squads are just far too quick at adapting. If you run past them onto the main objective, they will follow you onto the main objective, wipe you there, and then go right back into the outer objective kill squad role once again. They're very fluid at just going back and forth to the main fight and these side fights, so you can't fight them, you can't run past them. It's just going to be a problem either way.
Yeah, absolutely. Topaz Mini on the inside of this one. One of the best healers in Flex for sure. Running around in utter safety on the stone right now, just making sure that all of his boys and girls are healed up to the best of their... Oh my God, massive pull off the side right there. What a good pull right there off the side. I didn't catch which tank actually did that, but caught about 4 people pulling them off. But Flex has 30 people tall on the point right now with under 3 minutes left to go. It does look like it is Flex on top of this one. They're all fighting on the stone right now as struggles to regroup right now, Moreland.
Yeah, and the throws on this one, not as much of a value as we've seen on some maps. You can get people to fall off, but with this grapple right here and with several nearby pathways to just walk back in, we don't see the chain hook get as much value as we would expect on other maps. Still, though, a pretty overwhelming ability. If you can catch 4 people and throw them off, at least you have wasted a little bit of that time, and that could be the difference if the fight is close. In this case, though, not too close indeed. Flex is just continuing to be consistently on top. We did see try to change it up, try to come from a different angle, try to regroup in different spots. And there were times where it looked like they had something going, but Flex was able to just adjust and shut it down every time. I don't think we're going to be seeing any miraculous comebacks this time around. So GG's to I do think that Flex is going to be the ones to continue on to the next round here.
Yeah, we saw Zing hop in as the saddest kangaroo you've ever seen hopping right there, as he just did not have his static next to him as he hopped in. It does look like Thunderhawk going to try to dive in too on this Gladiator, but no heals mean no fun right there. Oh, he does catch a heal right there at the end, but still ends up going down anyway. 1 minute and 28 seconds left on the clock. It does look like that, he's going to come up with the loss in the losers bracket. Flex is going to move on to what looks like, I believe, the semifinals of the losers bracket here. I could be wrong, but the tournament is so complex with so many teams. Yeah, Flex certainly making it a really far way in the tournament, but for good reasons. The skill is really strong, Marlon.
Yeah, they're really strong. And I mean, I like I said before, I have fought these guys. This is definitely a very strong guild. I expected them to be pretty strong in this tournament. And we saw them get knocked down to the losers bracket maybe a little bit earlier than some people expected. But they are still alive and well, showing a really dominating performance in both of their matches today. I would not be surprised if these guys are able to still present a threat to some of those stronger guilds that have not lost a match yet. I'm sure they have spent some time reviewing what went wrong earlier in the tournament. We're seeing just really, really strong and consistent performances from them today. So depending on who they have to go up next, this could be one of those guilds coming up from the loser bracket that starts to be a threat.
Yeah, absolutely. Grim running back on this Cordy, but only 10 seconds left to go. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get much done here. He might try for one more spin for the boys right now. Certainly, had a great run through this losers bracket, but they are going to come up short in the tournament overall as we run out of time. It does look like it's Flex on top of this matchup here as they look so dominant in this tournament. I'm certainly pulling for him. Marcel at 65 kills, JDBX realized, and Yukumaru at 43 kills, Super Saiyan Andy at 40 right there. It does look like Oh's top kills were Grim on that Cordy crossbow and JP on the Crusader. That is rough. Assuming that is his weapon loadout, that is rough to have your Crusader coming at number 2 on kills. He might have swapped his weapons at the end. Who knows? Excel, Super Luigi, and Dell coming in as the next stop right there. The assists, Super Saiyan Andy, 193 on the side of Flex. The top assists for is Excel down there. Damage dealt looked like 5.4 million damage done for Super Saiyan Andy. Grim at 4 million, representing right there. So Excel also on the leaderboard. Yanis, JDBX at Glistening, and Nell rounding out the top 6 of the leaderboard right there. Damage taken 1.9 million for the Narwhal, Pandemia, and JP, who is he's number 3 on damage taken. What an absolute goat right there. Holy moly. Interestingly enough, and then a Supple member in here at number 5 on the healer. It does look like that Lumineus, Emiria, Pandemia, the Duder, Dioxin, and Cash Money, the top healers of the lobby. Topaz Mini, the top 4 Flex in their guild proper there. But sadly, Oh's tournament run comes to an end. But Flex, man, they're looking really good, Borland.
Yeah, indeed. And the Ravager there with 65 kills, I'm looking at his weapons. I think this is his main build. 65 kills, getting the top frags, getting 20, 30 more kills than most of the rest of the DPS in the lobby as a Ravager. Pretty crazy, but I guess it makes sense on that map. I mean, like we said, it is such a scrappy map. I think Greatsword can get a tremendous value there because of all those smaller fights that kind of break out over towards the respawns or outside of the main arena. And still, though, that is just a crazy number of frags to get on a Ravager on a single target class. That guy must have just been absolutely hunting through this entire match.
Absolutely. But had good fights to both teams. I think that had a great run for the tournament, but Flex absolutely deserved to move on. Very strong guild right there. And now we move to a matchup that I think people have been waiting for since Talandre came out. These two guilds have been beefing. It has been a tale as old as time. And finally, we do get to see Supple versus Tier in the winner's bracket. It is Tier from the Ivory server, rank 2 in their alliance overall. Hellowing, Exodus, and Corrupt in their alliance with them. Rank 1 on their server. Their best in guild T1 finish was 4th. And their siege wins was 5. They're up against the defending champions, Moreland.
The defending champions, of course, being Supple, also known as Supple Oni. Their alliance strength over on the Stellarite server currently first. This is the rank 1, as you said, defending champion guild from the T1 tournament. And look at that chat PvP calling out Tier, the very guild that they are going against. These guilds have been battling back and forth since T1. Both guilds accusing the other guild of dodging when it comes to server merges and Talandre and everything else, transferring away and then transferring back again, multiple rebuilds, merges, drama on both sides, players getting poached in every direction, so much trash talk every single fight, no matter who wins, and you know that this is going to have a huge impact on either of these guilds. Blue, I don't want to overhype it, but whichever guild doesn't win this match might be struggling to maintain their core afterward.
Please don't say that as the tournament director. I really need to make sure that everybody manages to make it across the finish line. Do not kill your guild, at least before the tournament is over. I am doing my best to try to keep it together here. But it does look like that, again, this is one of the most hyped matchups of the entire tournament. I know Tier has been trash talking. I know Supple has been trash talking. I know that both of these guilds feel like they are legitimately in the top 2 to 3 guilds in North America. And it's time to see where it's trying to, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is why we have tournaments right here, is to see these guilds. They can't dodge each other, regardless of who is dodging who. Look at this pick ban. Tier wins the coin toss in pick ban. They choose to pick. Supple has banned. Interestingly, getting rid of Grand Alon, Chernobog, Adentis, and Morokai. Ladies and gentlemen, the T2 Talandre map. We're going to Pacolo for this banger, Morlin.
I absolutely love this pick. I love any of the T2 picks, honestly, Blue. But Paculo is a very interesting map and one that you really have to practice to have any idea what sort of strategy. I had to fight against Tier on this map way back in the day, and they kind of annihilated us. So this is a guild that knows this map, and they're going to have something cooked up for it, especially against Supple.
Okay, so, all right, try to be as unbiased as possible. Who do you feel like is coming out of this matchup?
I gave my prediction earlier. I still think that Supple is favored. I don't think we're going to see a blowout here, but the problem is Tier, as strong as they are, that Ivory Alliance is the strongest alliance in the game, no doubt. But the strength is dispersed really among all the different guilds, especially among Exodus and Helloing, whereas Supple, the power is very concentrated in just the one guild. It is not nearly as spread out throughout the other guilds in the alliance. It's going to be hard for any single stack to take down Supple. This is why they were the champions in T1. They are doing a really good job of holding some of the best players together in that roster. So absolutely, this is going to be the toughest match that I think Tier is going to have in this tournament. If they can get through Supple here, they can probably take the entire thing. I am definitely going to be predicting Supple wins this, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, I just shouted out Vert and Invulnerable GG, guys. If you want to see the tournament from Tier's perspective, they are playing. From Tier's perspective, Invuln, I believe, is playing a Crusader, and Vert is playing Darkblighter, the Wand Dagger combination. So yeah, if you guys want to see it from their perspective, I don't believe they're allowed to stream comms, and they're being try to be very secretive. I'll be honest with you, Morlin. They had to have prepared this ahead of time. They did their research. They had to be so happy that they won pick ban on this one, because the guild that gets to choose the map in a situation like this is so impactful.
Yeah, they definitely have a strat for this. I mean, you have to think, if you are going to be fighting against a guild like Supple, map choice is such a big thing. You don't necessarily want to just do Talus or Azrael and try to run the 50-50 open field fight. You want some sort of environmental advantage. So you've got to practice on a map that has a bit of a weird layout, so that you can figure out how to use that layout to your advantage. That's exactly what I'm expecting Tier to do here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Paculo is I'll be honest with you, it's like my new favorite map. As far as the Talandre maps go, I love this map. There's an elevator. There's multiple ways onto the stone. The respawns are far enough away that it's not, you don't have a Chernobog situation where people are just running back and trickle spawning onto the stone. I think that the respawns are far enough away and there's enough dynamic things that you can play with the map. You can literally change it as you go, moving the elevator up and down, and then the stone itself, like the capture point, it certainly has its choke points all around it, but the stone itself is relatively wide open, and then you can pull people off the side as well. We've seen guilds strategies on this map. A lot of it revolves around Cordy crossbows, trying to get them in position on this one. We'll see if that's what we see here. Let's take a look at composition here a little bit, Morlin.
I'm noticing some really interesting things for composition. Supple only choosing to run 16 wands here, which sounds like a lot, but it is really not. In fact, it might be the lowest that we have seen versus Tier that is running 20 wands, something that I would much more expect. Usually, if you have 2 healers in every group, then in a party of this size, you would expect at least like 18 to 20 overall, especially since some of those wands are going to be Templars and things like that. But only 16 wands, which is exactly 1/3 of their rosters. So we'll see. That must mean that either some Templars are benched here or some of those groups do not go for double healer. They're going for something else. Everything else that I'm seeing here is pretty similar. 5 crossbows to 4 crossbows, 7 spears to 8 spears, 11 daggers to 10 daggers. A bit of a staff difference with Supple running 5 staffs and Tier only running 3, which is very interesting because Tier is historically kind of a caster heavy composition, but due to recent merges and things like that, it seems like they've picked up quite a few melee players. 18 great swords on both sides and about 16 to 17 SNSs on both sides as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure which composition I necessarily agree with the most in this case, because I think that Supple has been holding their cards very close to their chest. These guys were the most brilliant minds in T1. That's why they won the T1 tournament. These guys have a handle on the meta stronger than I think anyone, but they can't hide it anymore. This is the composition that they feel is best in the tournament here. People asking when start. We are waiting on one crash right now. Eli, everybody's favorite healer goat, is apparently running on Windows Vista and is attempting to reboot his PC, but it is taking nigh on a decade to get done. It's literally every single other player in the lobby is ready to go, but this guy, bro, I mean, I swear, he boots up his PC, he clicks on the Internet Explorer button, and he hears, but Morlin, you might know that sound. The dial-up internet is crazy on this one.
Yeah, it is certainly taking a minute. I mean, I guess it does take a second for this game to load, but man, at this point, can we crash a little faster, guys? Like, what are we doing?
Eli's computer has gout. No, gout is only something that the deranged NA West scene has talked about. We say goat in NA East. Okay, not gout. All right, we're not starting this on this side as well. Again, I think that Pacolo is probably the most dynamic Riftstone that I could have asked for. If you were to ask me where I want to see this map happen, I would have said Pacolo. Now, like you said, though, I think that 16 wands is really, really low on the side of Supple, but clearly they know more about the cave than I do. I'm not going to argue with their composition here, but I would say that they're definitely prioritizing a lot more DPS in this one. Perfect time to do predictions since I almost forgot. Guys, the prediction is running. Let's see what chat thinks. Chat, is it Tier or is it Supple? Who is taking this one home? Clearly, you think that this one is Supple, Morlin, which means I'm going with Tier, but I gotta say, my favorite leadership core to interact with on a regular basis typically is Supple. They tend to be very respectful. They tend to be very forward. They know what they're doing, but Tier is always on time to everything, and they have not complained really, well, only a little bit. But for the most part, both of these guilds have not complained in the tournament. They've been very respectful of the tournament staff, and that's just something I appreciate.
Yeah, it's here. I mean, I've played with a lot of these guys, and the ratio of like chill to player skill is very impressive. Usually, you only get one of those things. You get players that are very good at the game, but they are complete and utter spazzes, or you get people that are chill, but they're kind of, maybe don't have quite as many hands, or they don't take the game quite as seriously. Tier, you got a pretty laid back group that actually really knows how to play, an enjoyable group to play with, and I think they're going to be bringing that attitude here. And that can honestly, I don't know, it can go in your favor, but it can also work against you sometimes. Some people really like having less of a chill vibe where they're being yelled at and called names, and that's what gets them motivated. So it really depends.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting DM'd by Supple leadership that they are now aware that Eli is literally running on like a 2008 PC, as it turns out. So he's doing his best, guys. 2008 is a crazy old PC. I think that I only ever let my PC get like 5, maybe 6 years old. This guy's PC is older than some players.
Yeah, that I don't even know how that thing still runs, Blue. That's pretty crazy. I mean, I guess shout out to Throne and Liberty for being optimized enough to being played on the Pentium 2 that Eli is running here. I mean, that's pretty impressive. He went straight from the Burning Crusade to Throne and Liberty with that PC.
I'm not going to start the match without him. I refuse. Eli is the top healer on the side of Supple. This is the guy that writes. How is he out healing all of us? I'm almost insulted. This guy literally destroys my healing numbers, and everyone else's healing numbers for that matter. Although we will see today if he is still the GOAT of healing. Now that you cannot stat pad anymore. He has finally joined the lobby. We are just about ready to go. Okay, ready? Question mark. Okay, he has joined the lobby. We are just about ready to go. Oh God, please tell me he didn't just crash again. No, it was somebody else just crashed, and we are just gonna go ahead. My gosh, Moreland, we are just right on the edge of greatness. Just let me see it.
Yeah, this, I mean, talk about just absolutely, man, you want to see this match, and we're so close to seeing it, and just the absolute tease that is happening right now. I swear, you guys, we have a lot of matches we're trying to get through. We are not doing this intentionally, although maybe it is a little tantalizing. But yeah, guys, I strongly recommend for the rest of the guilds that are competing, reboot your PC, 10, 15 minutes before your match. If you've been playing the game for the last 8 hours, if you went from Arc Boss to the tournament, that's not a good idea. Memory leaks are a thing. Make sure you guys are rebooting and ready to go. Good. So you don't want that to happen mid-match either.
Okay, so he's joining back in right now. Remember, right after this match, it's banger into banger into banger. The rest of the day, Moreland, is just absolute cinema. We have Halloween versus Exodus next. That match is going to be absolutely insane. It looks like we are 48v48. We're doing final checks. It looks like we are ready to go. I'm giving the tournament director go as we are ready on back a load to see this one get underway. It's going to be Tier in the yellow, Supple in the red. The match has begun over here as I start to pan down. Sadly, we spawn in Narnia, but we get to see the wonderful, look at all of the beautiful scenery, guys, that you see in this dark iron, or this black anvil forge, where people just love grinding out their weapons, their obsidian weapons, as it were. We're coming down towards the Riftstone now. It does look like that we are seeing both guilds starting to connect with one another. Actually, it's only one static versus one static. Where are the rest of the guilds? Oh, they're over here. Supple on the low ground uphill. Trying to get control of high ground. Vert on the low ground. On that Dark Blighter gets pushed right off the edge at a critical moment. Right there as Supple starts to land on the Riftstone. Morning up on the high ground right now. But Supple looks like they pick up the first few kills of the lobby. Interestingly enough, Merlin, they left one static on this high ground, and they are pelting this Tier squad on this low ground right now. Tier struggling to get their footing, despite the fact that they picked this map.
Every single one of these statics that you see from Supple is going to be hand-picked here, Blue, and they are going to have very specific assignments. Some of them are going to be on respawn, some of them are going to be on the objective. As you saw, some of them are going to be way up on top of that elevator running it, and they're, despite the fact that Tier picked this map, maybe hoping to catch Supple a little bit off guard, I guarantee you that Supple has a plan for every possible map in this tournament, and we can see that playing out already.
Yeah, absolutely. Both guilds know what is at stake here. Most importantly, ego on this one. Interestingly enough, despite the fact that the kill feed has been favored towards Supple, it is Tier that dominates the Rift Stone currently. They have a lot more members that are grouped up on the stone, and they are starting to get their kills in this lobby right now. Vert on the low ground down here on this Dark Blighter, starting to pump down damage, and Tier certainly has this position down right now as F1 picks up another kill against Strix right there. Doo-Doo Dogwater picking up kills as well. Look at that yellow kill feed starting to come through as it looks like Supple is disjointed. I feel like Tier is all on the same page. There's Vert picking up another kill as well. You look over here, you have Supple with just a couple people over here basically defending this left side staircase that Morlin is watching, and then on this right side staircase you're seeing people fight as well as as Supple starts to trickle back to the fight. Where are the rest of the Supple members, Morlin?
They're pretty spread out at the moment, Blue, and I think that is by design. You have what is pretty clearly one or two Supple statics dedicated to this grappling hook. It looks like there was another static looking for the other respawn as well. Supple does like to do the respawn camping strat. They even literally have a crossbow player named Respawn Camper who is going to be fighting way out here, trying to catch those regroups and prevent them from happening. So the stone is not quite live yet. It might be the case that Supple is trying to disrupt some tempo here, or they might just be under committing to that main objective, because Tier definitely looking very strong on the actual stone itself, which is really what's going to matter when it comes live in a minute and a half or so.
Yeah, you see Clover struggling to get back to the fight over here. There is a Supple Respawn Camper. Yeah, Respawn Camper and his static trying to spawn camp one of the spawns. There goes Krunkon. He's going to go down now as well. But the problem with this is that this strategy is that they could just spawn at a different spawn. Look how many Tier are standing on the point right now, Morlin. There is a lot of people here. 1 minute left on the clock. Supple is going to have to regroup and start planting some boots on the point. I strongly favor Tier's position right now, even though the kill feed has been more Supple favored right now. Damage dealt, Supple definitely up there. Kills, Supple on top here, though competitive. Somehow managing to have the top kills of the lobby. John in 5th right there. The assists again, Supple favored the amount here. Al Pascal, Poopy, Green Velvet, Jacob, Xanax, the top healers of the lobby so far for Tier, and I expect that is very likely because they are all standing next to each other. They're all helping each other out. So although they're winning in the leaderboard right now, they're losing in point control. And there's only 35 seconds left before the lobby or before the Rift Stone opens up. That means that Supple is going to have to push through all of Tier right as this opens up, Morlin.
Blue, there are so many interesting little details that you can miss on this map if you are not familiar with it. So I'm going to try to explain some of these things. But one of the interesting things I see right now, if you look at my perspective, this back staircase here that leads into the grapple, you can see all the Supple players trying to grapple into the fight. This staircase is not close to either one of the respawns. So when you see people running up these stairs, it is because they got thrown off. And if we look at the main objective, Tier tanks are just being absolutely obnoxious there, chain throwing Supple members off. You will not necessarily see that show up in the kill feed, but the effect is undeniable. Supple spending so much time running through this alleyway in between the buildings, going all the way back through this staircase into the grapple again. We can see a lot of Supple members over here. There's not a tremendous value here. There is an argument maybe for a kill squad if Tier is reinforcing in this direction, but when you see this many players taking this route, it's because they're getting thrown off and they're struggling to maintain their position on the actual stone.
Yeah, absolutely. Both guilds have initiated a camp, but it is Tier that is standing more strongly on the point with 2 times as many people than their opponents. Supple starting to realize they are out of position. They might not have the strategy that they need to win this one. I think that Tier understands this map a little bit stronger than they do. 25 people on the point right now. Supple trying to dive onto it to try to save the point, but they're spawning. They're basically going to land in the Alamo. They're outnumbered 2 or 3 to 1. Supple is losing their point right now. These are the T1 best in guild T1 champions right now, at risk of being thrown to the losers bracket by their arch rival Tier right now on Pacolo, which is a Talandre Riftstone. They said, no problem. You win in T1. We'll pick a T2 map. We will come and out strategize you in T2. It does look like that Supple is starting to realize they need more people on this point right now. You see competitive picking up more and more kills. Finally, Supple starting to rally a few more people towards this point, but Tier slowly building that percentage, 25% right now, and struggling to get it up as Supple shifts their strategy more towards a point-focused objective right now, Marlon.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to focus more on this point, but Blue, I don't even know if it's a focus issue. I'm looking around the outskirts of the fight, and I think that some of these Supple members are genuinely just having trouble getting there. They're all constantly running in these little gutters. We're on the other side of the map now, opposite of what I was showing earlier, and you're seeing the same thing of so many players having to kind of run around and then go back up the stairs to get into the fight. Like, in a map like this, it's not just about kills. It is about positioning. It is about trying to figure out how not to get thrown off, because if you're wasting all your time running back up these stairs and trying to re-enter the fight, that is the same as dying and trying to run from the spawn point. And Tier is just doing so much of a better job getting these throws and pushes. We're going to have to see Supple tanks start playing. I mean, look at Haler, look at these guys from Tier. They barely even move away from the ledge. They're just sitting here, offense with the hooks, Zales with the hooks. These Tier tanks just living on the edge of this map, and Supple is going to have to start matching that energy. Finally, we see a Supple tank get a hook and then immediately shoved off by a Tier tank. This is such a tank heavy map here, but Tier is winning the battle of the tanks, and that's going to decide so much for the overall tempo of the fight.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I think that Supple just doesn't quite have the number on Pacolo like this. They're doing their best. They've got in on the high ground. Mackley's on the high ground. Kuro on the high ground as well. They're doing what they can to fire down here, but honestly, there's just too many Tier members, and now Tank's Vicious over here on this Spellblade. Oh my goodness, wipes out. Look at him target down these high ground opponents right now. Mackley's trying to gets a freeze off right here. Oso trying to interrupt him on the low ground, but Tank's looking toward that high ground with that focused fireball right there. He's gonna hit sit now, and looks like Meckley's is gonna get pulled down, but he's standing in such a perfect position. You have to admire it. He can't get pulled down because there's just a little lip on the edge here. Now he's gonna go ahead and block with an S&S. Interestingly enough, he's trying to swap weapons. He's going to get wiped out though. Doesn't matter. Tier does not care. Swap all you want. They will just kill you. Death is the best CC. Tier in a dominating position now, climbing over 79%. Supple has introduced 2 caps so far and been unable to at any point have control of the point itself. I think that they need to reassess their position here. If anybody could assess the situation, or if any guild could step back, assess the situation, and look at this from another perspective and try to come at this from a winning angle, I think it would be Supple. I think that they need to try to group up personally and try to do a big push maybe from the high ground. You see Krelix up here, that's Supple leadership right there. He may be thinking kind of the same thing as he, oh yeah, here comes his whole guild. Wow, speak and you will be answered, Blue. There's Supple believes the exact same thing I do. Look at that. I love it when I'm right. And now Tier knows how to deal with this push. We saw this in NA West too.
Look at this showdown, Blue. Both guilds fully regrouped, just staring at each other, giving space in the middle. A couple tanks poking up, but we're pretty much seeing the full squad facing down here. A few assassins maybe off to the side fighting respawn still, but both guilds. Look at this iconic stare down. Who's going to move first?
Yeah, this is crazy, and I love that I was right. Once again, I'm taking that W right there. I was like, I think Supple needs to regroup to the high ground, and Krelix just said, I agree, as they all get up there. Vert picks up another kill right there. Here goes Supple pulling the trigger. That's going to force Tier into a bad position. Can they get the Cordy spins off? Sid does go for it, but doesn't actually find very much damage. Everyone from Tier steps down the stairs for just a moment right there and avoids all of the damage from the Cordy spins, then comes back up the stairs stairs and wipes the remainder of Supple. It looks like Tyr beautifully handled that engagement. Supple knew that they would back up into that corridor, but Tyr knew that Supple knew that they were going to back up into that corridor. They said, no, we back up down the stairs. Their cordies will be forced to spin early. We step out of range of the cordies, we step back in, and they dominate the stone. What a beautiful execution by Tyr there. It was good on Supple to know that was exactly what Tyr was going to do, but Tyr just, I hate to say it, but one step ahead, Moreland.
I mean, that looked like 2 steps ahead to me, Blue. The strategy there from Tyr was so overwhelming. They literally let Supple get in position in the high ground, and then they were just like, actually, you can't reach us over here. I saw some Supple members kind of lingering up on the elevator, some Spellblades trying to get some value over there, and they couldn't. There were no Tyr targets to hit. Tyr knowing exactly where to stand, exactly how to counter a push like that, just doing just enough to bait Supple to maybe overcommit, while at the same time making some of them think that they could hold that high ground and then getting 0 value for doing so. Just some absolutely incredible strategic macro there from Tyr. I don't think that Supple was expecting Tyr to have that kind of macro. Tyr's kind of known as an ego guild, Blue. They have a lot of players with individual skill, but they also have a lot of players who kind of ignore shot calls and just try to frag and get on the top of the leaderboard. But there they were looking so cohesive and so well organized. They set their egos aside and just moved as one. That was one of the most impressive plays I've ever seen in this tournament.
Yeah, let's take a look at that one more time as a quick instant replay in the middle of the match. Wow, look at that. Production value is insane. Tyr versus Supple. Look at Supple on the left side of your screen, Tyr on the right. Watch what happens when they decide to fly down here. It does look like, see, they knew that Tyr was going to step back into this quarter. That's exactly what Tyr based them to do. But look at them back down the stairs at that critical moment. Everyone focuses the correct target, and then they're right back in the fight. Beautiful splitting on the side of Tyr right there in order to make that happen. As we come back to the match here, Supple looks to have regained a little bit of control of the high ground. His boy is exerting dominance on the stone right now. What an absolute alpha, standing over everyone. Someone's got to pull this guy down. Tyr, what are we doing right now? He goes into stealth right here, comes out of stealth, begins pumping one more time. I'm surprised no one has pulled him down right here, but I suppose if you're using all of your pulls to pull people off the ledge, you don't have enough. There, he finally gets pulled down to the low ground right here, and Supple struggling even now to just maintain control of this rift.
I'm still just watching these tanks get so much value from each of these hooks, Blue. I mean, it's disgusting. You can look at either of the ledges on either side of the riftstone that lead into these little gutters in between the building, and it's just constant red names running there. I'm seeing Supple get a few pushes and pulls here and there, but Tyr, again, overwhelmingly just winning the collision play here, throwing all those Supple members off and wasting so much of their time, making it impossible for Supple to do a proper regroup. They're just constantly staggered. They're constantly spread out, trying to get back into position. I think they're almost forced here to do another full regroup like we saw a minute ago.
Yeah, so many kills coming through on the side of Tyr now. You see competitive... Supple actually on top of the leaderboards. You add up all their kills together, they definitely have more kills overall. Tyr does not care because this is an objective focused squad. These guys played this way in Black Desert 2. What matters is winning. You can go off and get as many kills on the side of the fight as you want. It does not matter. We are winning the stone itself. Supple on top of damage dealt as well. Look how much damage dealt they have in this lobby on top of these leaderboards right now, and they still are being absolutely bullied on the point itself. Krunkon on top for the tank right there, just like he was in show. And you look over at the amount healed. Al Capel again coming out on top right now. Lemon Squeeze and Massive for Tyr as well. Poopsie and Sir Drake. Again, a lot of the Supple healers not coming through as much because they're not all standing together all the time. And I believe Eli crashed one more time, so he probably lost 7 minutes off the match right there, just trying to get right back in on this one. Either way, I'm not sure it matters. I think that Tyr is the more objective focused guild. Sure, Supple has the builds. Sure, Supple is getting a lot of kills, doing a lot of damage, but they're just not focused on the objective here, Moreland.
I'm really surprised by what I saw here, Blue. It looked like they had the coordination early on. I really liked the way that Supple was positioning their kill squads and everything else, but it seems like they just don't know how to deal with these tier tanks continuing to throw them off the objective over and over again. They are, in fact, winning in kills, but what doesn't show up on the kill feed are those chain hooks. And if tier is winning in chain hooks, then they can afford to lose a little bit in kills because it's basically the same thing. And so we're gonna have to see Supple figure out how to use some line of sight, how to maybe use the Riftstone itself. The problem is you're getting pulled off both sides of this map. I don't know why the Supple tanks can't respond in kind and just start doing some pulls of their own. You would expect that that would be part of the solution here, but Tier just continuing to win the tank fight.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I was locked onto Eli there for a moment, and any healer that I lock onto, they're just getting shoved off the side. Literally every single time, they're just pulling everyone off. All of the tank. Look at how many people Axbot just pulled off the left side of your screen right there. Look how many Supple members are just, man, they gotta be, oh man, the comms right now. Oh, it's gonna come. I swear to God, if I get pulled one more time. Oh, God. And so they take the grapple back one more time, and you guessed it. And over in the tier comms, what? I'll do it again. The Goofy meme, as they literally land, get pulled off one more. There they go again. They get pulled over and over and over again. And again, Moreland, I agree. The solution on Supple's side should be, okay, we need to position our tanks on the edge of the map as well and just have you guys pull them all off. But they're just not doing that.
No, and I'm seeing some Supple tanks try to do it, but I don't know if it's just build difference, Blue. I just saw one of the Supple tanks do a quadruple chain hook, a bulwark pull, 4 chains, and nobody moved. So all 4 of those chains missed. I don't know how much collision chance we're running there, but unless he just happened to hit 4 super geared tanks, that's kind of crazy that he couldn't get a single one of those hooks to connect.
I can't believe it right now. What we are watching, 31 tier on the point to 11 from Supple, and it is not because Supple can't get kills. It's not because Supple can't do damage. It's because Supple is being out macroed and out strategized at a fundamental level. Tier prepared this map ahead of time. They knew what they needed to do. They have executed. They were ready for the Supple regroup from that high ground. That push to the low ground just showed you how ready Tier was in this matchup. Every single member knowing exactly where to stand. And I think with under 2 minutes left to go, no Supple cap initiated right now. We are about to see the tournament defending champions of North America East be knocked to the losers bracket by their arch rivals in Tier.
Yeah, and that chat PvP is looking a little poorly aged now, Blue, because in this match, I mean, Supple, the champions from T1, being knocked down into the losers bracket by Tier, which, I mean, look, there are a lot of strong guilds that Supple still has to face even after this. Even if they fight their way back from the losers bracket, you know, Tier is not necessarily claiming to be the strongest guild in that Ivory Alliance. It is very possible that Hallowing or Exodus is still even stronger than this. So if Supple cannot beat the second strongest guild in the Ivory Alliance, then do they have any hope of being able to come back and beat the first strongest?
Oh my God.
This is a really bad start for them against these Ivory guilds. Not what I was expecting at all, Blue. I knew Tier had a chance here, but man, I thought it was going to be close. I didn't think they were just going to run the macro like this.
Yeah. More the chat PvP can't dodge us in the tournament. Tier is crazy coming through for Tier right there. Holy moly, but hey, they're gonna come up with the win here today. Supple cannot. Nice castle, they said. Does Tier not own the castle in their
Tier
alliance?
does not own the castle. That is correct.
No, Supple owns the castle and Tier does not. Oh no! They get knocked down to the losers bracket by their arch nemesis here. Oh boy! Supple is not out of this tournament yet. They are going to be very frustrated. If I know anything about Supple, is that these guys get knocked down, they're gonna review that VOD. They're gonna make sure they figure out what they did better. They're gonna come back swinging. I know it in that losers bracket right now. But Tier is going to move on. 52 kills for competitive. Pro, Kilo, and Ab, all with top kills as well, all in Supple. Supple, I think, with more kills on, or almost more kills on the leadership board overall than Tier did. Picks over here coming in at number 6 as well. Tier's Chipotle, Burrito, Rarkar, and Kyram, the top defeats of the lobby for them. Assists, though, go to Wando and Lemon Squeeze as Tier was on the stone. A lot more. Boy coming in at number 3 there, a Giga Gamer. We watched him a little bit in there. Damage dealt is going to be very Supple favored. You would think that Supple won this match based on the leaderboards here, but again, it's about objective. It's about control. And again, Tier coming out and saying, you may have beaten us on T1, but this is T2. This is Talandre, and you got to adapt on this one. Boy, NGH, Vert, the top damage of the lobby, coming in on that Dark Blighter for Tier right there. Competitive and Rarkar, the top for their guilds. In at number 3 for Supple there. Damage taken, looks like Crunk God, no surprise there. On a Great Sword Dagger, interestingly enough, taking the most damage in the lobby. Respawn Camper, the second most competitive. Rarkar and Massive in there as well. The amount healed looks like Alcapal, Green Velvet, and Massive. I'd expect the Tier healers to be out on top of this one as they were constantly much more grouped up than Supple was. Poopsie and Sir Drake, Kiwi, and DKP Check coming in as the top healers for Supple here. A rough game for Supple down to the losers bracket, but we're not done for the day either. But do you have, since you're in Supple, so Moreland, do you have any post-mortem words for us?
I can't believe what we just saw, Blue. And I mean, looking at these leaderboards, I'm seeing some interesting numbers that I did not expect. It's just crazy how low the healing is overall. And it's because they didn't even necessarily lose to damage. They just lost to Tier having a better strategy. You have to wonder if that would have gone different on a map like Talus. But I mean, that's just copium at that point. Talus wasn't the pick. Bikilo was the pick. And Tier won that resoundingly. I mean, that didn't even look close.
Yeah, well, it did not look close, but I think it was strategy, plain and simple. I don't think that it, like, pound for pound, the players were necessarily better. I think that every single player in Tier had a game plan. They knew where to stand. They functioned together as a unit, so they were the better guild in this matchup. But it is not because they're necessarily pressing their key buttons better. It's because they were selfless. They understood how to move as a guild. They understood the tanks. Perfect position the whole time, constantly pulling those Supple members off the side of the edge on repeat. And then the DPS allowed to swarm on the middle ground, and then constantly keeping that high ground under control as well. They had a plan for the spawn campers. They had a plan, and this is the coolest thing. Let's take a look at this instant replay one more time. This is one of the coolest pushes of the entire tournament. We saw this once or twice already. Supple on the left side of your screen, Tier on the right side. Look at the split that Tier does. They know. Supple knows they're going to back up into this choke over here, and that's where they want their corny crossbows to go off. But look at Tier splitting off the north side of your screen. The moment that the corny crossbows step up, they step out onto the stairs there. They step up over into the corner, and then they come back in. They focus them down and just wipe out the rest of Supple right there. So you got to say head to head. They just had a better strategy. They moved as a guild better, and they took that objective. They won that match. They were the stronger guild there.
Yeah, they understood what they needed to do. And I mean, that's the kind of thing you can't really call on the fly. Positioning like that, a formation like that, yeah. The way that Tier was able to take up that space in all those different directions, that as a shot caller, that's way too much micro for you to call in the moment. That's definitely players who individually understand where they need to be. That's a guild that understands the plan overall. Really impressive macro there from Tier. Not what I was expecting. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. GG's to those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone explain what castle buff is. Absolutely. If you're a guild that owns a castle, you have 50, I think it's 50 heavy attack and 50 heavy attack evasion is the buff. Chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but you get a lot of offensive and defensive stats for being the owners of the castle overall. Supple 80. Okay, so it's 70. Okay, somebody said 80. Some people are saying 70. So it's 70 and 70. Either way, it's a very significant amount of offensive and defensive buffs. Supple did have castle there. Tier did not, but it's Tier on top. And we'll see them again in the losers bracket. Let's move on to our next match of the day, which is yet another hyped one. Hellowing versus Exodus. Absolute cinema. Hellowing some of my favorites to win the whole tournament from the Ivory server. Hellowing in the Alliance. This is an Alliance kill because Exodus is with them as well. Rank 1 on their server. 4 siege wins. They said Supple is cheeks. And, well, man, that chat PvP just kind of hits different.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of chat PvP tonight, fighting against their own ally Exodus, who places themselves third within the Alliance, but I would be skeptical of that, Blue. I think they are underrating themselves a little bit, and I'm really looking forward to this match because I personally do not know. I genuinely have no clue which one of these guilds is stronger after all this time with all the merges and everything else that has gone on. I really want to see if Hellowing is in fact still the strongest guild in Ivory. Hellowing are the ones with the castle, but Exodus is an extremely strong comp right now. They are in that Ivory Alliance with Hellowing, with Tyr and Corrupt. They have only won 1 siege, but again, don't let that fool you. That's just because this is a newer guild. These guys have played together before under different banners. Their prediction of top 4 absolutely makes a lot of sense. These are for sure 2 of the strongest. I would say both of these guilds are top 4 overall in NA East. Where exactly they fall in these top 4, we're going to have to learn that today and next week as the tournament goes into the finals. But you are undoubtedly looking at 2 of the strongest guilds in the entire game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. As we move over to the versus screen, pick ban has happened. Let's see what happened. Hellowing won. Oh, bro. What? No way. Hellowing wins the coin toss. They choose to pick Exodus banned. Exodus chose to ban Dwagon, Bacalo, Leviathan, and Azrael, and left on the board one more time is Chernobog.
Blue, I do think at this point they are doing it just to mess with you.
No shot.
What a flex pick from Hellowing. Again, fighting their own ally here. I don't know if they really think they are just that much stronger than Exodus. That is a little bit risky.
I'm mad. That is super risky. I personally, dude, both of these guilds have bulldozed their way through the lower bracket of this tournament, absolutely dominating every round so far. But I've played against both these guilds, and I personally think that Hellowing gave me a greater sense of trauma than Exodus did. I think that I'm gonna give the slight favor to Hellowing in this matchup, but it could go either way. Looks like the lobby is ready to go, so we are going to hit go. Both guilds have been told to buff up, and we are on Chernobog against all odds. The most common map of the entire tournament is Chernobog as we move over toward our live scene right now. Unbelievably so. Here we go. Exodus in the yellow, Hellowing in the red. It is first blood to Exodus. Can they get in position? Right now they do, and it's Exodus coming up with a clinic on the side. It looks like Hellowing was just not quite ready to go there, Morlin.
No, it's looking really yellow, the kill feed, but now Ari, the Cordy spinner coming in from Hellowing, one of the, if not possibly the most dangerous Cordy in all of North America right now. Ari coming in with a massive kill feed, boring one of their casters coming in with a huge kill feed as well. Maybe caught off guard a little bit in the beginning there, Blue, but they are not going to let that cost them their momentum. Absolutely just brawling back and forth now, both guilds getting some impressive kill feeds.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we forgot the predictions, so I'll go ahead and throw it up on the screen. Hellowing and Exodus. Guys, chat, mods, come on. I need you to... 30 seconds. You get 30 seconds to vote on who you think is going to win this. Mods, I really need you to stay on top of those predictions there. You have 30 seconds to choose. It is very back and forth at the start of this one. It looks like Vladimir coming in on this side here. We are seeing some moments of brilliance on this Hellowing squad, but Exodus certainly winning out early in the kill feed. Look at this. It's red and then it's yellow. It's red and then it's yellow again. It's very difficult to tell who exactly is on top quite yet, Marlon. A lot of low health bars in the yellow right there. And finally, they pick up a few more kills once again. Frank in the middle of everything. Going to go ahead and get one more spin down as well. Croft doing what he can on the front line to try to keep his static alive, but people are just diving through to the background as well.
Yeah, and man, this is why I said I genuinely could not predict this match. We are seeing exactly what I expected here. It is straight 50-50, although I will say overall it does look like Exodus is winning in the kill feed. Now, Helloing can rally at any point. Another huge spin from Ari there, cleaning up a bunch of Exodus members. You can bet that they're going to start focusing him and taking him a little bit more seriously there. These guilds are in the same alliance. They have sieged together. They have fought against each other. They know who they need to be targeting and who they need to be prioritizing. Nonetheless, you're still seeing some of those same names pop up again and again. So I don't know if they will be able to shut down those Helloing Cordies. It looks like, other than the Cordies, though, Exodus is kind of winning the feed.
Yeah, it kind of, yeah, but Throne gets a couple kills right there as well. And then here's Gunix coming in. A lot of red kills coming in now on this side of Hellowing over here. But again, super back and forth. 2 minutes left to go on the clock before the stone evens opens up, and it is just an all-out brawl. Look how many low members get blasted away right there by, ironically, Blast. Takes them all down right there. Thanks to the 5 gifted in sub. Zabu, you're a hero right now. Exodus looks like they're standing tall on the point. Looks like they're able to just stand tall with one another. They've consistently held this corner of the points over and over again, and the Cordies just aren't able to penetrate this right now. Morlin.
I'm taking Savre's perspective here, one of the spell blades from Exodus. We saw him just get locked down by a Ravager, but he is looking just fine. This is going to be one of the most high priority targets for Helloing to be hunting. Plus, he's on a spell blade, so he's pretty squishy, pretty easy to take down. Most spell blades are playing glass cannon these days. But as you can see, a combination of positioning, stealth, and just a crazy static. This guy is going to continue to be a problem, and of course he dies as soon as I start to glaze him, because that just has to happen every time, Blue.
Yep, and welcome to the caster curse. Zachariel figured that out the other day. He's like, man, every time I lock onto these people, Frank over here putting on a clinic, the real Frank, as he likes to say, coming in here, trying to keep himself healthy, keeping himself in full health, looking for a spin right now in the middle of everything. I'm trying to follow him, but the camera is being very difficult right now. Frank's still being very patient with this corny spin right now. He's going to look for a spin almost certainly any second now. No, he's still waiting to use that pull here. Just still waiting. There's finally the corny spin comes down right there, but it's Ari that picks up all the kills, and you see Hellowing battling back with a solid red kill feed on the right side of your screen right there. 25 seconds before the match opens up. Let's take a quick look at the leaderboards. Hellowing's Ari's on top. Vanguard's coming in as well, but Exodus getting a lot more kills on the leaderboard so far. Look at the damage done now. Hellowing doing a lot of damage in the match so far. Certainly have more damage done on that leaderboard right there. Damage taken, definitely more on it. Interestingly enough, definitely more on Hellowing's side, despite the fact that they're winning on the leaderboards right now. Mount Heal, very back and forth on both sides right now. As it does open up, both guilds step forward to try to interact with the stone. But it looks like maybe not, Morlin.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios where being the first cap is a little bit spooky. This is a genuinely close fight, so if you struggle to get a cap and it takes you 5 minutes to lock it down, and then the other guild gets a cap but it takes them 8 minutes, you probably are not going to be able to get it back. So there's a little bit of tension here, and I'm curious what strategy they're going to go with as far as how long they wait to initiate those caps. We saw this before. You don't want to wait too long. It can become risky, but in a fight that is this close, capping it too soon is kind of risky too, Blue.
I completely agree. When the fight is this close and it's this high level, I do think that if you cap it way too soon, your opponent can just counter cap and basically run it down. I would expect them to start interacting with the stones somewhere around the 11 to 10 minute mark in a matchup like this, because I think you theoretically could hold off a cap if you were really strong here. But given how back and forth this is, I think that no matter when you cap this, you are worried about the other side trying to basically counter cap. Croft, there's Frank one more time looking for a spin. The Cordies, honestly, aside from Ari having a struggling on the side of Hellowing, on the side of Exodus rather, as the rest of their guild is picking up a lot of kills, but you see consistently it's Ari in that feed, that static with Ari really hard carrying that Hellowing squad through this right now. You see Charity firing away on this Spellblade on this side of the fight, as well as that Kill feed is looking more and more red as the fight goes on right now. If you bet early, you might have bet on Exodus, but now again that kill feed looking more and more Halloween favored right now. Look at that, what red on that kill feed right now, Merlin. I think they might be bringing this back.
Yeah, I've got Ari's perspective here, and this is, as I said, probably the most dangerous Cordy player that there is right now, which means he's possibly the most dangerous DPS player, period, in NA East. And you can see Exodus knows exactly who this guy is. There are great swords stunning him every 2 seconds. They really want to take him down. You'll see his health very often burst down to half or down to 20%, but this guy's static is just different, Blue. You have to wonder what their micro comms look like, because they do such a good job of protecting and buffing him. None of his spins are wasted, and despite the fact that he is constantly focused, he is still a problem. It is so hard for them to take him down. He will die occasionally, but in the meantime, I mean, look at he's just alive for so long. He's able to get so many spins in between each one of his kills. It's no surprise that he is top on the kills, and even compared to other Cordys, you just consistently in every match see this guy outperforming every other DPS.
Yeah, absolutely. Ari, again, trying to carry for his guild right now and certainly doing a great job of it. He's going to need to do a lot of work in this fight. Benki on this Greatsword Dagger trying to lock down. He's spamming that Astral Vision. Oh, he gets slept right there. That's not good. Benki gets out of that sleep, though. He stays healthy. He's trying to target down the priority members on the side of Exodus here as he looks around for them, spamming that Astral Vision to look for those members. That's why Astral Vision is so important in PvP. You can feud those targets. You can look all over the place for them, and now he's looking for them right now. Gets slept one more time. He's waiting for them to come in, but honestly, a lot of low health bars on the side of Exodus. I think they're losing control of this map. Look how many Halloween members are on the point as we tick down toward the 11-minute marker here. I would expect in the next minute or so to see guilds start to interact with this point, but we could see this go all the way down to the 8-minute mark without them interacting with it. But I would expect around 10 minutes is where you might want to start to get that cap off for yourself.
Yeah, waiting beyond the 10-minute mark, I think, is going to start being a little bit too risky, Blue, but both of these guilds are geared to the teeth, so even getting that cap off might be a problem for them. We see Brandong, the shot caller for Halloween, getting that cap right away there, so that is going to put them on the board. I don't necessarily see Exodus being in too much of a hurry to counter cap. Finally, there we go with the Exodus beginning the cap there on Gerger, and it looks like he is going to get that as well. So now the fight really begins, Blue. We start to see that contribution from both guilds, and man, if both guilds are able to get a cap, then you kind of want to be the second one. It's going to be really hard for either one of these groups to completely snuff out the other bar entirely.
Yeah, I completely agree on this one, but you know what, Merlin? I do love being right. And once again, I was like, I expected in the next minute. Sure enough, 30 seconds later, boom, both guilds decide to go for that cap. Thank you for agreeing with me, guys. Just making me look good once again, just like Supple did in that last match. I was like, I think they should probably regroup to the high ground right there. And then immediately Kilosh comes to the high ground with his guild. Love to see that. I just love being right. Now, that being said, I'll be honest with you. Halloween, 44% and climbing. It does look like that Exodus struggling. I don't think that that they're trying to lose the cap right now. They are managing to rally 37 people back onto the point here to try to get back over 15% now as we tick underneath 10 minutes. Both guilds battling with each other. It might be, honestly, this might be our first match worldwide where we don't see a convincing cap either way. It just goes to whoever has the highest percentage.
That's very interesting. I'm watching the movement here, trying to see if any of these guilds is purposely kind of keeping their contribution lower than the other one, but it doesn't look like it, Blue. It looks like both sides are genuinely trying to push this as hard as you can. You can see tanks standing on the edge, pulling people off. They're not even trying to get cliff pulls here. Just pulling people out of the square is enough because the contribution is so close on both teams. If you can just get people out of that objective for a few seconds, that could be enough to give your squad the advantage here. And it is interesting, though, that these tanks are not trying to make any plays with a cliff so close on this backside here towards the grapple. I'm a little bit surprised that nobody is trying to shove them off entirely, but they must just feel like it's too much distance to cover, and the better value is just throwing people outside of that green line, even if it is only for a few seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super back and forth right now on the Riftstone as we see once again, it looks like Exodus trying to get back on top of this one. It looks like Hellowing really struggling to get over the 46 or 50% marker or so. And now we're seeing Exodus battle this one back. 36% in climbing. And it looks like Hellowing down at 43%. And it looks like they're climbing. The 2 percentages will high five as they go by them. It's Exodus now back on top of this match as Hellowing struggles to get forward on this one. It does look like they have 26 over 15 members on the point right now as everyone's trying to pull each other off. It is literally mono. All of the tanks standing right on the edge of the boundary for both teams trying to pull people out of the zone while the DPS and the healers flood onto the stone repeatedly to try to make something happen. Finally, Hellowing gets control of the stone one more time. Back the other way again. Neither guild can get over 50% right now, Moreland. This might be a percentage win at the end of time remaining. 7 minutes to go.
Blue, this is why Cherno is just such a clown fiesta. You see what looks like a significant wipe up here, and you think, oh, Exodus just cleaned Hellowing out. They're going to win. And then 2 seconds later, it's complete red kill feed. Hellowing is already back. And you think, oh, Hellowing got the wipe. They're going to win. And then 2 seconds later, it's Exodus again. You cannot predict what is going to happen when two guilds of equal strength fight against each other on this map, which is part of why it is such a crazy pick to begin with. I don't even know if they're going to be able to finish this cap. Like you said, we're seeing some incremental progress there on the bar, but it just goes right back down and then right back up again. These guilds are going to be just full pedal down all the way to the rest of this match. I mean, every second of this is going to count here.
Yeah, absolutely. My hands are on my head right now where my hair is supposed to be, watching just how close this match is. 55 to 54%, and that was an entire minute of time, and both guilds are within a percentage. It is going to come down to literally the last second of the match in this one. Hellowing pulling away though with 36 people on the point. They're doing their best to rally into the final moments. We need to talk about this for a second, Marlon. Guardians and Remedies, when do you pop them at the last minute here? Because right now Exodus is falling very, very far behind in percentage. It is 77, 78, 79. They have twice as many people on the point. If they take this cap, it could be a complete disaster for Exodus, and they are choking. Look at all the low yellow health bars. Ari with another big spin right there. 90% capping over the top of it right now. Are we going to see them cap this right here? Exodus stuck on the stairs. They can't stop it. Hellowing on top.
Blue, that was the one push right there. That was all they needed. That is so insane. We went from seeing a complete 50-50 to just seeing an overwhelming wipe from Hellowing there. I don't know what happened. Exodus just kind of just fell apart. A massive regroup now as as Exodus rushes back up the stairs to try to do something, but time is very short, Blue. They need a miracle play here if they are going to flip that stone in the final 5 minutes against Hellowing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be honest with you. If I'm Take Care watching this map right now, I'm like, oh, please, God. They need Hellowing to win. They lost to Hellowing in the winner's bracket. Take Care will be fighting the loser of this match. They need it to not be Hellowing if they don't want to see a repeat. Either way, Take Care has to be a little bit scared seeing this right now, knowing that they lost relatively convincingly in the winner's bracket to Hellowing in this game or in this tournament. Seeing how close this actually is. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. I still think the Exodus could bring this back, but they need to get a cap going right now. I gotta say, Brand Dog and his boys, this guy knows how to shot call. Right now, you know he's telling his entire guild, just keep them from introducing a cap. Just keep them from starting. Churcher's gonna step forward. He gets interrupted again by Taco Chan right there. And again, it is the front line for Hellowing coming up huge to prevent this reverse cap right now. Goblin Queen gonna step forward. The largest EP in the lobby, not gonna get interrupted again. They go for yet another cap. They get interrupted. Hellowing is not gonna let them have it. We're under 4 minutes on the clock right now. Back and forth, but Hellowing just barely eking it out.
Helloing just staring at that Riftstone right now, Blue. Even the tanks from Exodus not able to survive. I just saw a 40k HP tank trying to cap, not get disrupted, not get shoved off, but get killed. I don't know where his healer is, but it is pretty hard to take down an Exodus tank on a Riftstone in a scenario like this where he has so many friendlies around. But Helloing just staring at that stone, all their damage, all of their disruption, everything they can. They know that if they can prevent Exodus from capping that stone for just a couple more minutes, this is over, and that is exactly what they are doing.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, as much as people meme on Brandogger, and as much as we say that strategy doesn't matter as much on Cherno, he came in with the one push strategy that made it happen. Again, it was just that one convincing push at the end of time there. It does look like that Exodus does manage to initiate a cap, but only 2.5 minutes left to go. They need a miracle. It is Guardians, Remedies, and go. They need to keep Hellowing at bay, and I think that Hellowing knows they have the advantage here. All they need to do is just to keep trickling up onto the stone at this point. They basically waited with all their cooldowns for one big push. Once they got it within 50%, they said, okay, now is when we pop our Guardians. Now is when we pop our Remedies. Yeah, it was at the 7-minute mark. We had just talked about it, Borland. When do you pop Guardians and Remedies? And I gotta say, they pulled the trigger at the exact right moment. They said, okay, we're at 50%, one good surge right here, and we've got it. And that's exactly what they did. They dominated for 30 seconds, and that's all that mattered. And now we're seeing Exodus trying to do the same thing under 2 minutes left on the clock. They flood onto the stone. Can they kill enough Hellowing to make this happen? 38 members of Exodus trying to get onto this point, but they just get wiped out by Park right there. Hellowing just managing to consistently keep Exodus at bay with just, I hate to say it on Cherno, but the strategy was clean.
The Cherno strategy of killing the enemy was so clean. Well done to Hellowing. I mean, the timing really was perfect, though. If they had done this too soon, then Exodus would have had some more breathing room to make the back cap happen here. But now, with only a minute left, it looks like they are not going to have time to do that. If maybe 4 minutes was still on the clock, we could see them slowly inch up, but they are not going to have that much time unless they have some kind of crazy last-second Guardian push here. It just isn't going to happen, and I suspect that all those Guardians are already cooked, Blue, because this is starting to look more and more in Hellowing's favor as we get down to these final seconds.
Yeah, 44 seconds left on the clock. It is going to be Hellowing that comes up with this one. Absolute cinema, neck and neck the whole time, and the winners of the match are not necessarily the ones with the most kills, are not necessarily the ones with the most assists or the most damage. It's the ones who coordinated better. They said, we don't need to be ahead until we get just in range. There, where one good push can send us over the top. They made it look close. They basically slowly built their percentage to about 50%, then pulled the trigger on all of their cooldowns, clean wiped the enemy, take the rift, and with not enough time remaining, their opponents just could not do anything. Say what you will about Brandonger, that was the best Chernobog strategy we have seen worldwide in this tournament. Ari at the top of the boards, carrying his guild to victory here. 51 kills on that Cordy crossbow, even when the feeds look very yellow. Odie and Sieg coming in for Exodus here, and Blast along with Hellowing's Dabloya rounding out the top 5 here. You see very back and forth for both guilds. Holy moly, 160 assists for Park right there. Yeah, certainly a monster player. Sieg coming in at 149. Damage dealt 7.6 million, 6.7 million for Sieg. Park JJ putting on a clinic here. Charity, Ensign, and Dabloya coming in, rounding out the top 5 right there for damage dealt. Damage taken looks like it's going to be I'm in your walls. Beck, Burger 27, okay. Normally, when you see a guild on the top of the damage leaderboards, guys, they lost the match, but in this case, Hellowing did not, in fact, lose. Koiv, Izuna, Sieg, and Apotheon, the top tanks of the lobby for Exodus there. The amount here, 4.2 million, the highest on the day, I believe. Marlon can correct me if I'm wrong, for Gnarly Gnar, who has been consistently the top healer in every lobby of this tournament, whether they're overhealing or there's no overheal. This guy is an or girl is an absolute goat. Hamsters prevail at 3.6, not Sauron at 3.4, 3.3 million at Teapot, and Grim rounding out the top 5 at 3.2. That match delivered, Moreland.
Blue, you gotta hand it to the healers. I mean, compared to the last Churno match we saw, pretty much across the board, every healer in this match is like a million healing higher than the previous match, like 40-50% higher. I mean, these are clearly some of the best healers in the game in both of these guilds, some of the best DPS, some of the best everything. I mean, what else can you say? That was extraordinary gameplay on both sides. I thought Exodus had it in the beginning. It was so close. I thought they might be the ones to inch ahead, but that insane push from Helloing at just the right time, and now there just was not enough time for Exodus to mount a response. Exodus going to be heading down to the loser bracket where they will fight TC. Is that correct?
Yep, it is Exodus versus Take Care. But first, another match. These good fights to both guilds. We will see both of them again since that was a winner's bracket match. But first, we have yet another match to take a look at here. And this is going to be a little bit of a banger. We just saw Supple get upset by Tyr in the winner's bracket there from the Stellarite server. They're best in guild T1 defending champions fighting from the losers bracket. They're going to be fighting into Flex.
Yeah, and Flex from the Snowburn Alliance, we have seen them fight. This is the third fight that they have today, right? These guys have been very active, very warmed up. Both of these guilds are fighting for survival here, so they are not going to be letting back at all. Flex predicting only that they are going to get to the top 8, and I don't know if they quite make the cut in this match. I'm not sure how many guilds are left overall. We're getting to the point where there are about 8 or fewer guilds still remaining, but honestly, Blue, Supple is going to be pretty heated after that loss that they had against Tyr, and I'm expecting that Flex is about to have one of the toughest matches of their life.
Yeah. See, you say that, but I don't know, man. This Flex squad cannot be underrated. These guys are absolute gamers. I do think that this is a little bit more of a David versus Goliath run here. I think that Flex may have met their match, but we will see. Let's take a look over at the pick ban of this one. It does look like that Supple won the coin toss. They chose to pick, and Flex banned. Flex banned Talus, Azrael, Chernobog, and Pakalo. The choice coming in for Supple is Manticus.
Have we seen a Manticus in NA East?
Not in NA East. We've seen it in NA West one time. And I think that we maybe saw it in EU once. We have not seen this map in NA East that I am aware of in the tournament so far. So there's a lot of strategy that actually goes into this map. I find it interesting that Supple would choose this one. Maybe they want to show that they do understand the Talandre maps a little bit better than maybe they did on Pakalo there against Tyr. Maybe they're asserting dominance. Maybe this was their map that they had prepared against Tyr, and now they're just playing it here.
Possibly. I mean, if that was the case, if Supple has a special strategy for this map, I'm a little bit surprised that they would use it here. You know, no disrespect to Flex, but I would imagine that Supple feels pretty confident here just to go with one of the, you know, Talus or Azrael style picks, but instead choosing to go on a map where they have some sort of potential strategic advantage. Maybe that shows that they respect Flex as more of a threat than we're giving Flex credit for.
Yeah, it looks like I am being corrected. The audience knows better than me. It looks like maybe Flex had played on Manticus in the very first round of the tournament, but I'll be honest, that was 3 weeks ago at this point. So I apologize. Maybe they did. And honestly, bold to pick it against Flex that they did play against it in the first round of the tournament. Even if you are the dominant guild here, it's a bold strategy, Marlon.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they either have a special strategy here or they don't. If they don't, it feels like an unnecessary risk to take. And if they do, you're kind of surprised they don't maybe save it for the finals. But both guilds are fighting for survival here. So in a sense, you don't want to get too cocky. You can think of this as just as important as one of the final matches are, because if you lose this one, you're not going to see the finals.
No, you will not. Manticus is the map of choice. We do not see this very often. We're going to talk talk all about some of the strategy that goes into this map here as I give the go to the tournament director here. It looks like we are going to spawn in. I'm going to start panning over to it. Although I'm kind of interested to see where the guilds end up spawning on Manticus here. Interestingly enough, guys, you can spawn in and run straight up to the Riftstone. Looks like both guilds have spawned in at the exact same location. And it looks like Supple is on the high ground, working their way over. Oh my gosh, they know the map so well. They knew the tech. It looks like it's Flex on the low ground, but Supple landing on the high ground before they can get here. Now they're the ones positioned in a better position against Flex as they push into this tiny choke point here, Morlin.
Yeah, I have had to scrim against Supple Oni on this map, so I know how Flex feels here. This is going to be a really tough one for them to push through. Pachis, one of the Cordies from Supple, already getting a ton of value chilling here and one of the choke points. This map has a little bit of similarity with GA in the sense that there are a lot of columns, a lot of line of sight, a lot of narrow passageways that you're kind of funneling through. There are not so many entrances like there are on GA. You have kind of two ways into this objective, and that's about it. But as we just saw there is some ways to use those respawn points to get to the high ground, to try to kind of skip some of those lower choke points. Overall, though, this is going to be a very tunnely map, and you're going to have to really have a strong, coordinated, and no reluctance push to get through these choke points, to get your tank in there and spread the fight out enough to try to push the objective itself.
Yeah, absolutely. People are saying there's two Eli's. No, actually, one is Ellie. And the other one is Eli, one with two L's, one with one. Eli is the one, E-L-I is the one that makes all the guides. Ellie is the one that, well, that's Ellie. That is not Eli over there. It looks like they're going to approach from both sides of the Riftstone, and I think that Supple has probably prepared this ahead of time. You see them defending both chokes at the same time right now, doing a great job in that, look, the northeastern choke, the northwestern choke also going through as well. No damage, being true to his name, coming through. Oh, maybe just a little bit of damage going down on him right there as he tries to push through and gets obliterated by the Supple squad, easily handling the double-pronged engage here.
Yeah, I'm watching Pachis, one of the Cordy spinners from Supple once again, and you know there's a reason why this guy is so effective. In between Cordy spins, he's positioning perfectly on that ledge, getting chain hooks, throwing those flex members out of the fight. If you're a Cordy spinner, you got to remember you're still an SNS, you're still a tank. Getting some good value there, spinning right where he needs to be on that choke point. He always knows how to position those, and then going right back to playing that disruptive tank role, shoving people around, either hooking people in so that they can get killed by his teammates, or hooking them off this cliff here so that they fall down back into the arena below and have to run back up. But I imagine he's going to be pretty much living on this choke point here, and I suspect that the other Supple Cordy is probably doing the exact same thing on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. As Sit goes into Morph right there, gets a clean Cordy spin on the majority of Flex here, as it looks like Ellie and the rest of Flex grouped up on this high ground over here. We'll see. From the other perspective, no, they're just pushing through one choke, and you can see just how tight this choke is, guys. If I zoom in over here, look at this uphill battle. They've got high ground advantage on you. They've got choke advantage on you. They've got all of the AoE on you. They're positioned better than you are. They're just pulling them in and just sucking in their victims just off screen over there as Flex struggles. Oh my gosh, look at Kilosh and his static up here, adding insult to injury. Boy on the high ground right now, doing a lot of damage. They know that the regroup from Flex will be on that low ground right there as Kilosh needs to heal. He did not heal his buddy right there. Kilosh, never mind. Kilosh is a liberator. I thought he was the healer in the party. Kilosh did not, in fact, was not able to help a boy right there, but gets blown off that high ground. But good positioning nonetheless for Supple right there, as most of Flex not really sure what to do at a certain point. Maybe you should try going up and around like we see a lot of guilds do on this map, Marlon.
I'm watching Poopsie now, one of the kill squad paladins from Supple, and you know, I wanted to highlight that kill squad static from Flex. These guys have been running it in their other matches. You have Glizzy and his static, and now they have to go up against the Supple kill squad, and it is not nearly as decisive. Absolutely struggling to do any damage to Poopsie's teammates as he throws out those blood devos and keeps Respawn Camper and his other friends alive. Glizzy and the other kill squad from Flex having to kind of retreat now and go regroup with their main ball. These guys have kind of met their match in terms of the 6v6 static lineup. The Supple kill squad really showing how effective it can be. We have seen this flex kill squad dominating every group that they have gone against, but now that they have to fight the Supple kill squad, they're struggling.
Yeah, absolutely. Supple initiating their camp on the stone with 31 members standing strong on the point right now. Eli running back and forth up top right here with the rest of his guild, trying to make sure he can find anyone possible to heal. But I'll be honest with you, everyone's at full health. Supple in a comfortable position right now. 21 over the top of 6. Oh, Yanis gets dropped off to the low ground. Morphs at just the last moment so that he doesn't take that fall damage. Very key... importantly enough, but oh my gosh, they're all just stuck in this choke right now, and Sit gets a massive spin on all of this Flex squad right now, as Flex really struggling to get up on this point. You can go all the way up and around on this map, guys, for those of you that don't know, and kind of get up on these high grounds right here, and I'd love to see maybe Flex try something like that here, but instead they're trying to trickle spawn right now and try to run back. Sakura actually went for the he went to go jump on the Riftstone, and I just want to highlight he missed the jump, and now he is doing the walk of shame all the way around the Riftstone because he failed his flight over to it here, Moreland.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. He's definitely going to be having to do some push-ups for that one, Blue. You don't want to be missing your respawn jumps in the survival match of the tournament when your guild is at risk of getting knocked out. But it's looking like Supple is going to be okay regardless. They are just absolutely dominating these choke points. Flex is going to have to come up with something different here. They cannot continue to just take the fight on the stairs. It is an almost unwinnable position. Even if the guilds are evenly matched, it's going to be really difficult to get through there, and arguably you would say that Supple is stronger to begin with. So just trying to push uphill into a choke like that, they're going to have to come up with something else, and we are starting to see them change their strategy a little bit with that respawn and with that regroup. So we might see a different strategy forming, but they probably need to speed it up a little bit, Blue. They're kind of giving away the game here.
Absolutely. It looks like Exodus is on this high ground. I mean, not Exodus, Flex is on this high ground right now. I'm not sure what the reason is. None of the Supple members are really... NG, that cheeky little guy. NGH was like, I can't get all the way up on the high ground. I will fire from below them and they won't see me. Gets immediately pulled off and to the low ground. But you hate to see that. But honestly, I love the cheeky little play, or the cheeky little attempt right there. Flex on this high ground. I'm not sure what exactly the strategy is here. We're seeing Super Saiyan Andy, who's one of the top DPS on the side of Flex, actually approach from the other side of the fight in Dagger. Oh, he's in stealth right now. This is a bold strategy, Moral, and he's got... Oh, gets... Okay. Yeah, not sure that was necessarily the best way to go about that, as he comes out of stealth and gets absolutely blasted on the stone right there. Bubba on the low ground, a lot of Flex on the low ground, getting knocked down right now, but the rest of Flex, again, kind of just standing on the high ground, Moreland. I'm not really sure what the plan is here, aside from maybe landing on the stone as a group, but like, why is the rest of the group spawning on the low ground then?
It makes sense to regroup like this, but you know, as I said a moment ago, you got to do it a little faster than this. You can't take 3 minutes to respawn and regroup. It's kind of insanely slow on the side of Flex, and Supple is just going to go ahead and punish them for that, running all the way out and killing any stragglers that they have. At this point, you got to think that Flex has got to be dying on purpose so that they can actually get this regroup going.
Wait, whoa. Flex sent 2 statics around to the high ground. They are all the way up on the high ground. They made the trek all the way around. That's what they were waiting for. So it looks like okay, now they're going to fly across. So they're going to try a 3-pronged engagement. Some coming from the high ground up there, guys. Some coming from the right side over here on this high ground. And then this left side as well. They're going to try to do their best right now. But... I'm not sure that this is necessarily the play. The high grounders are going to come down, and now Supple will see them for the first time. Oh my god, they're going to drop to the low ground. They sacrifice high ground position to come down behind Supple, and now the rest of Flex is going to fly onto the point. Right now they do. Wanhida and Topaz Mini on the high ground right now for Flex. I'm not sure you're going to be able to do a whole lot from the high ground as a healer like that, but a lot of Flex does manage to get through on the backside of the stone here. Difficult to get an angle on Manticus here, but I think they're slowly getting wiped off. They do get the cap off, and it was an interesting attempt, but I'm not sure it's going to work here, Marlon.
It was an interesting attempt. I think they might have been staggered a little bit with the pressure that they actually put in, but even with the high ground advantage there dropping in, it's tough because if the guild knows that you're going to drop in like that, if you take too long grouping up, then you're just going to get caught in bird mode as you're landing, and there's a little bit of a delay before you can really react or do anything. So the advantage, I feel like, whenever you're flying in like that, kind of does go to the defender, especially with all the weird line of sight stuff that you're already dealing with. Potentially as a healer, trying to keep your teammate alive when he runs around the side of one of these pillars or something else that's going to make your job harder. But with a push like that, I mean, you're just going to have to be so decisive with which targets you pick. Supple's going to be doing a really good job of keeping each other alive here. There are a lot of different structures and objects that they can kind of hide behind to stay safe, even as a squishy player. And so you really have to know who you're targeting ahead of time, and you really can't take too long to group up and give the defending team so much time to get in position to react.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the rest of Flex is. Oh, I have found them. I have found them. They are flying up above the arena to try to land on this high ground one more time right now. They have gone all the way around, and I don't blame them for this, man. They got to try something different. So they come around. It looks like the same usual suspects from last time. It looks like the rest of Flex fighting on the low ground right now as they might try a two-pronged engagement coming up the ramps, or at least a three-prong, maybe one more time. They did manage to get a cap off on that last attempt, at least. So it was their best push of the Riftstone so far, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Wanhida standing on that high ground, the boy who lived from the last engagement, standing up there. And again, Flex getting interrupted on the low ground by Kiwadak. Not going to allow them to regroup the way that they want to. It does look like that we are waiting a long time for Flex to get ready set here. Their high ground players are still waiting to go in right now. Just under 8 minutes on the clock. Wanhida is going to throw a focus fireball down to In. In fires back to the high ground right there. Wanhida does take some damage right there as they start to trade back and forth. Supple does see all. Oh, look, there's the rest of Flex there on that high ground. Most of them coming in completely from the high ground. This is probably the push that I would have expected to see from them a little bit sooner. But yep, this is exactly what you want to see when you're the losing guild here. You can have a moment. You get all of your high ground advantage right now. And honestly, I could be wrong about this, but I don't think that you actually contribute to the stone if you're standing on this high ground. Moreland, is that true? Because you're in the zone, but you're really far up.
Yeah, I don't know if that actually counts. I would be curious. I'm not sure if that has been tested. Maybe we'll see someone, but I mean, they're not even interacting with the stone, so I don't think that they're certainly not getting any credit for it right now. I suspect that if you're too high up on the Z-axis, it's probably not going to count. You probably got to have your feet pretty close to the ground there, but there is a little bit of elevation on some caps like Leviathan, so who knows? Maybe you can be pretty high up.
Yeah, they are all standing up here, so yeah, we'll see in a moment. The chat is saying that you do contribute, so who knows? You are within the zone here, technically, although I think the far high ground is outside of where Leo is standing, is out of the zone, so I don't think that those will count. But everybody standing up here will. But here's the thing, you have to initiate a cap. I'm not sure what the strategy is here. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Flex in a very peculiar position. You see, I think they might be late. There's two statics, it looks like, from Flex that are mutinying. They're on the low ground right now. Glizzy maxing. They're all just fighting it out. Instead of
I can't tell who's wasting more time on the low ground, Supple or Flex. I was almost going to say Supple's doing a good job of getting Flex to be distracted down here, but I actually kind of think Flex might be doing a good job of getting Supple distracted down here, because there are a lot of people wasting time 5 miles away from the actual objective. But now back at the stone, it looks like we are getting a push, and Flex is going for that cap. We can see them attempting to channel, but Supple just shoving them right off. Most of the Flex members deciding to stay up top rather than really committing. I think that they are hoping that one of their tanks can kind of just get a hero cap off while the rest of them stay up top, and then maybe slowly trickle that contribution from up top where Supple can't react.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're trying, but they have to initiate a cap, though. There's 5.5 minutes left on the clock. They certainly can put down a lot of damage up there. Glistening picks up a kill. You see him firing from the high ground. It's not a bad position to be in, but this is the problem with Manticus, is that you do need to start a cap on this one, and I would expect, honestly, some of Supple to be running all the way around the backside and trying to come up behind them. at this point. I wouldn't doubt that you have at least one static from Supple try to do something about this, but a lot of Supple has stepped off the stone. This might be the moment. Oh, they might be baiting them a little bit here. Not very many Supple on the stone right now, with the majority of Flex actually up here. The rest of Flex, I think, in open mutiny rebellion on the low ground over here, and then a few on the high ground. I don't really know what they're up to, because they have to initiate a cap if they want to try to win this one. And I think that there might be some arguing in voice right now about what exactly needs to happen and what guilds or what the flankers need to be doing. There's no real other reason for this right now, because they're stalled. They finally have a static over here. There's 3 or 4 static, there's 2 or 3 statics on the low ground, 2 or 3 statics over here. I think these guys are doing what they're told. I think these guys are obviously doing what they're told. But I think the low ground, like Glizzy Maxing and his crew over here are, yeah, like they're Lamau, like Supple is Lamauing right now. They don't really know exactly what to do with 4 minutes left on the clock. I don't really know what else that Flex would be doing. They do try to drop in from the side over here to try to initiate a cap on this one while they're range fire from the high ground. It looks like no damage is going to go down. Is that cap going to go off? It is not. Best tries to get that cap off, but not quite able to do so on this one. Roach Wrangler 69 going to try to get up on the cap now as well, and Supple really just has to interrupt him. Yeah, there it goes. Right there. And there's that static, like I said, from Supple, routing out. Just 2 members of Supple just said, yo, get out of here. Mystery Black gonna go ahead and pull people off this high ground. He's really tanky, but can he keep himself alive? He can't catch heals from the low ground. He is gonna eventually get knocked off, but not before knocking off a lot of Flex members off the edge up there, and that's a very impactful thing for them. Now Flex cannot just stand up on the high ground like that. They'd have to go all the way around, and with 3 minutes left on the clock, I think time is running out for this Flex strategy.
Time definitely running out, and we are absolutely seeing some build diff happen here. Cena, a spear SNS on the side of Flex, just not able to get a cap. It seems like every single time somebody shoves or hooks this player, they are not able to resist it. You would think that one of the benefits of playing the spear with the SNS is all of the extra resist that a spear gets, all those extra buffs that you can pop, passives, etc., and yet still unable to get the cap. Finally, now Flex initiates. Time pretty low, though. I mean, they do still have some people that are up on the high ground. It seems like maybe 5 or 6 casters up there kind of limit testing and seeing if they can get that high ground damage. I don't know if they can get hooked off from that edge there, but there's not that many of them left, so I think they are getting pulled.
Either they're pulling or they're falling because they're doofuses. One of the two. They might be stepping a little bit too far forward and falling off. Either way, Supple has domination of the stone now. Flex's strategy has fallen apart on this one, and they're doing their best, but with only 2 minutes left on the clock, I think it's Supple moving in on this one to try to win this. They're saying this one's for as they wipe out the Flex members in this one. So Supple with some cordial chat PvP on there, and they seem to maybe they like on this one. F1 on the low ground down here, putting on a clinic with this Scorpion build right now. I love watching Scorpions.
Well, is their allies, so I do hope that they like them. That would be unfortunate if they didn't. But yeah, some alliance solidarity here as Supple avenges here against Flex. I suspect that the leaderboards are going to have some pretty strong presence from the kill squads on both teams here, Blue, because for about 50% of that match, the only action was the respawn campers. So I'm expecting Respawn Camper and his static to have some numbers, maybe Glizzy and his static as well. You can kind of excuse Glizzy for doing the kill squad thing because it seems like that is his group's assignment, but it is crazy how many other Flex members sort of got taunted by that Supple static and wasted time doing a 15v6 that far away from the objective for so long.
Yeah, it's just a little strange. I think there's just a little bit of indecision there, or maybe just like maybe a mutiny, if you will, over here. So Flex contemplating the meaning of life in their final 30 seconds of this tournament. Sadly, we will not see Flex again in the tournament. It is Supple that is going to try to run the gauntlet of this loser's bracket here, Moreland.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for any of the guilds in the lower bracket to stand up to Supple. As we saw here, Flex, one of the strongest guilds in NA East overall, perhaps top 8 or so, but against Supple, just a very one-sided performance. Supple coming to take this match very seriously, not giving Flex any room to breathe, forcing Flex into some peculiar strategies, but even then just not allowing them to make any leeway.
Yeah, absolutely. Flex sadly going to go down here, but I think they fought valiantly, made it very far through this tournament, showed how strong their organization actually is here. It looks like defeats. It looks like Pro, Kilo, Zoomin, NGH, and boy, the top 5 of the lobby there for Supple. If you scroll down, you look for Flex, Marcel, Glizzy, Maxing, Sneaky Bonk, and Monster Dota, the highest kills of the lobby here on this side, and probably because, again, the rest of the guild was waiting for them to help with the engagement most of the time. Looks like the assist over here, Boy at 128, once again, putting on a clinic in this lobby, doing a great job right there. It looks like Flex's Mana Burn coming in as the top assist of the lobby on the Flex side of things. Damage dealt 3.1 million for Boy, in at 2.5, Zoomin at 2.3, and NGH and Pontius running out the top 5 for their guild. Super Saiyan Andy and Finger Stats over here on the Spellblade coming in as the top of the leaderboards for Flex there. Damage taken looks like it's going to be Sneaky Bonk and Marcel, Super Saiyan Andy, Poopsie, and Meteor, the top tanks of the lobby. It looks like Poopsie again on that Paladin, showing everybody how it's done. Love to see that. That's one of the classes I kind of want to try to play. Amount healed 1.6 million. Not a very high heal match right here. Kilda, Poopsie, and it looks like Senior Drake coming in as the top 3 healers for Supple. Lithia, Mana Burn, Ariana, and Ellie, and Butch for Flex on this one. But not the closest match we've seen, but I think that Flex had a phenomenal run through this tournament, Marlon.
They really did. We saw some fantastic performances from Flex. We saw them go against some really tough opponents and knock some pretty strong guilds out. I think, again, we saw multiple spectacular performances, specifically by their kill squads, being able to fight on multiple different locations at once. Their performance against on Grand Alon, where they were just all over the place, but still able to lock it down. Some really impressive wins by Flex. I do think they were able to meet their prediction of how far they were going to get in the tournament, but coming up against Supple in the losers bracket is going to be, unfortunately, the end of their run. GG's to Flex.
Yeah, absolutely. Good fights to both guilds. I think that Supple asserted dominance there, as I'm sure that they're still looking up over their loss to Tier a little earlier tonight to see what they could have done better. As we look ahead to our next match, we've got a bit of a banger, but this is a common theme for today. You have Take Care versus Exodus now. Exodus from the Ivory server just lost in the winners bracket to Hellowing, as they believe that they were ranked 3 in their alliance. I'm not sure that everybody thought that, but I just want to say my prediction was correct at the end of the day. Their prediction for the tournament was top 4, and now they're fighting in the losers bracket against one of their arch nemesis, Take Care.
Yeah, Take Care, and I believe that Exodus is actually the guild that replaced Take Care in the Ivory Alliance when TC split off due to all of that drama with the Hellowing members. So Take Care now doing their own thing over on Snowburn with new allies. They are the castle holders over on Snowburn, the strongest alliance over there, allied with Flex, who was just knocked out, along with Velocity and Dwagon. I think at this point, Take Care is the final Snowburn guild that is still left. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm fairly certain that that is correct.
So second place in the T1 tournament, these guys were favored to be a potential winner in this tournament as well. But their last match against Hellowing was pretty devastating for them, still predicting the top 3. And I think it's very much still attainable, but they are going to have to beat Exodus. And after seeing how strong Exodus looked against Hellowing, which was the guild that knocked TC down to the losers bracket, if they struggled that much against Hellowing, I suspect they might struggle here against Exodus as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Exodus versus Take Care in this one right now. Very excited to see what we come up with. Let's take a look over at Pick Ban. Moreland, I'll let you introduce this one. I've been hogging it.
So Exodus won and chose to pick TC banned Dagon, Manticus, Bakilo, and Leviathan. Again, just a full T2 sweep ban. We've seen that happen a bunch tonight and throughout the tournaments. But Exodus going ahead and picking Kawazan. So that's a nice little choke point fight in a little cozy cave. They are going to enjoy fighting in that enclosed space against TC. They feel confident that they can win on those terms. And it's gonna be a good one here, Blue.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Let's take a look at compositions a little bit. Kawazan is certainly it can come down to a compositional diff at the end of the day. So I'm curious, which team do you think okay, let's cover the compositions first. I'll let you go through the weapons.
Really close on most weapons here. 5 to 6 spears, 17 to 18 wands, 4 to 4 crossbows, 17 to 17 bows, 5 to 5 staffs. I mean, almost identical across the board until you get to some of the melee weapons here. And then we see that there are actually only 15 SNSs on the side of Take Care, which is, I think, probably the lowest we've seen throughout the entire tournament. A little bit interesting to run so few tanks. That's less than 2 SNSs per party. Usually you are going to see multiple tanks, and if not tanks, you're going to see things like SNS and Wand for that Templar build. So only 15 SNS is interesting, but we're going to see 17 SNSs over on the side of Exodus, 21 great swords to 19 great swords, and just the difference of 9 daggers to 13 daggers. Overall, a very similar comp, though.
Yeah, absolutely. As we spawn into Kawazan once again, this does come down. Oh gosh, they are making a flat sprint for the inside chamber right now, and it looks like some of Take Care actually split off to the left, but they are still picking up kills. Interestingly enough, it's only half of Take Care in this lobby, or in this room right now, as they came around the other way. This static is not contributing anything to the fight right now, and Exodus is slaughtering their guild in the other room right there. Exodus in the yellow, TC in the red. I'm not sure the static thought that they would meet up with their guild here, but sadly that was not the case. It does look like the Take Care is getting a fair amount of kills right now in this room right here, as I think a lot of people thought that Exodus would be winning this.
Yeah, it's so interesting. You got to wonder, like, what is the more valuable objective right off the rip when you're spawning on top of the other guild? Do you take the fight in that hallway, or do you try to set up on the actual objective? We know that the guild that gets set up on the objective usually has a huge advantage here. And so TC, many of them deciding to kind of go around and get inside of the cave while Exodus was wiping that hallway. And as a result, we kind of see almost a 50-50 on the objective itself. TC was able to get set up here, but Exodus just overwhelmed their respawns, and so making it very difficult for them to reinforce. But honestly, Blue, it's looking pretty back and forth now that the brawl is actually centered on the objective here inside the cave.
Yeah, absolutely. This is neck and neck. I think a lot of people thought that Exodus would win this. Keep in mind, Exodus was neck and neck with Hellowing. Hellowing kind of stomped straight through Take Care on Chernobog. It was the exact same map, if everyone remembers. Hellowing beat Take Care on Cherno convincingly, then moved on and barely was able, but did win against Exodus today on Cherno as well. Now we're seeing this fight break out on Kawazan, and you would think that Exodus, as close as they were with Hellowing, would be winning this match convincingly, but it's Take Care, I think, on top of the leaderboard so far in this lobby.
Yeah, especially with that initial wipe that Exodus got against all of those Take Care members. I really thought they had the advantage going into the cave. There was like 10 Take Care members that kind of snuck into the room, and I thought that they weren't really going to be able to do much on their own. But it looks like just being able to get some space in the cave has paid off, as the inner sanctum here is looking more and more covered in red players. TC now decisively winning the battle on the objective. I'm sure we're going to see Exodus start to fortify that respawn route and try to cut off some of these respawns, because they are definitely losing the fight inside against TC.
Yeah, they definitely are on this one, as we see once again another red kill feed come through with only 2 minutes left on the clock. I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna pull up the leaderboards. Let's see how we're doing right now. Take Care, leading, like I said, in kills. These guys are able to get a lot of kills. Zorzor, V Glenn, Broomstick, the usual suspects for Take Care that we're used to in this tournament. Damage dealt, though, again, very Take Care heavy in this matchup, as Exodus really struggles to make something happen here. Remember, this is the losers bracket. Whichever guild loses here is going home empty-handed. Exodus, for a lot of people thought that this guild was the strongest guild in the tournament. Take Care here to defend their title, as at least they won second in the Best in Guild T1 tournament. They're dominating right now. They own this Rift Room right here. I think they've basically cleaned almost all of Exodus out of this room.
Yeah, no, they are eating right now for sure. It was a little bit sketchy in the beginning, but this is decisively TC's chamber right now. And I mean, this is why I was so surprised that Hallowing was able to dominate them the way that they did. We're seeing Exodus now coming in from the side, maybe able to make something happen here. This is the strongest push that they've had since the beginning, and we are seeing Fiercely getting some kills on that spin. We're seeing some Exodus kills come through. I don't know if it's going to be enough. This is so back and forth, Blue, much more back and forth than I think anyone was expecting here. Now a decisive kill feed in favor of Exodus as Izuna gets a triple kill. Perktaker and Savre getting on the board as well. Is this Exodus getting their strategy together and rebuffing what TC was able to do? It's really hard to say. We're seeing the kill feed go back and forth so quickly.
God, these matches are cinema today. He almost wished that it was best of 3, but we wanted a losers bracket tournament. So honestly, the losers bracket makes it more interesting in my opinion. Mainly because you get to see all the guilds twice and they get to battle back through it. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Is we see Take Care pulling people in, but I think it's Exodus with control of the stone. As it opens up now, they're trying to interact with it, but get pulled off. And now neither guild has gotten a chance to interact with the stone at all yet. Odie, one of the top DPSs on this Gladiator, on this side of Exodus here. Where is Croft? Where is his healer at right now? He's going to go down. Odie goes down, and that's a good sign for Take Care as they get interrupted off the point again. Take Care tries to flood into this room right now, and they get a big kill feed, and it's a different person every time, and it's not just one person carrying the Take Care side of things. Unk DC gonna go for the cap right now, gets interrupted by Gerger now as he's stepping forward as well. The pull does not connect. Gerger pushes him up one more time, and it looks like once again I think that Exodus might barely have the upper hand at this moment in terms of Rift Room control here, but Croft healing, or Croft is the front line here for the top DPS parties in Exodus, and you can see how much of a hard time he is having right now. His healer trying to keep him alive right now as he stays in the middle of everything, trying to group people up so that Odie can make something happen, but it looks like Croft is going to just run out of HP, and that's how much Exodus's top players are struggling in this lobby right now. Exodus doing their best, but TC coming up with kill feed after kill feed, but still no interaction with the point, but not for lack of trying. Unk TC is going to go for it again, just runs off of it, does not actually go for it. Maybe he's feigning interest in the point at this point. Honestly, it's a strategy we haven't seen yet. Maybe you get to half and then pretend you got interrupted.
Very possible, just to get people to focus all their energy on disrupting that cap. I mean, these are some pretty geared tanks. The strategy of keeping the other team off the stone is very viable here. But Blue, I'm continually, I don't know who is going to be able to overwhelm this chamber. It looked so much in favor of TC, and then it looks so much in favor of Exodus, and now it just keeps going back and forth. Every time one of these guilds gets a decisive wipe, their opponent just rallies with such strength and coordination. And this is why you can't count TC out yet, even though they were knocked down to the losers bracket, somewhat early in that fight against Hallowing. You look at these names in TC, they're such recognizable names. They have so much power in that guild. It is often the guild that people kind of naturally go to, the best players that kind of get picked off the top of other guilds as other guilds merge or whatever. And so you really expected them to go so far in this tournament. Seeing the upset against Hallowing, I think, surprised a lot of people, but now being able to rally like this against Exodus, it's hard to describe just how difficult of a group it is. Fighting against Exodus is so frustrating. It is so hard to get anything going against them, but we are seeing TC is not going to allow themselves to be humiliated again like they were against Hallowing. If they are going to go down here, they're at least going to make it super close on both sides, and that is what we have seen since the first second of this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Fana out here was this static trying to fight. It's just Take Care static versus Exodus is static straight up in the hallway right now as Moreland gives you the view of the main room and how that fight is actually going. But this is, again, perfect dedication of just one static here to occupy the other static so that the rest of your guild can just run straight by here. Ooh, a beautiful water tornado coming out right there. To get the rest of the members for Exodus through that choke point right there. And you see neither guild has been able to interact with the rift yet. Are we going to see? No, finally, Fuji Cakes on the side of Take Care gets a cap off in the main room. Sovwang's going to try to battle one back. Can he get one off now too? Both guilds on the board at the same time on this one. Take Care with 33 in the room. 30 in the room on the side of Exodus. It is back and forth. One member being on the point more than your opponent. That is all you need. One set of boots, Moreland. That's the difference.
Blue, this is exactly what we saw Exodus do against Helloing. And it's hard to tell if that was intentional or not, but the same thing on the Churto map, as soon as Helloing went for that cap around the 10-minute mark, Exodus capped a few seconds later. You have to wonder if Exodus was purposely waiting for TC to go for that cap first, because they were right there, Sovwing with the counter cap right behind TC, and now it's almost exactly what we saw in their previous match. The contribution for both guilds basically perfectly tied. Are we going to see another scenario where it just comes down to one push as both guilds climb towards 50%?
Oh.
Are we going to just see it won by a single wipe again?
Exodus has got to be having flashbacks to Nam right now. There's no way they let it happen to them twice. Although they start to pull away in the percentage right now, it's 35% to 20 on the side of Take Care. Look how many people are on the point, guys. 30 to 31, 28 to 27. It is literally one person being the difference in ego. Traditionally, everything rides on this match and everyone contributing. And Ego, true to his name, does not give a damn about his guild at all. And honestly, they even tried to pull him onto the point. He said, no, I insist. I don't want to help my guild win this match over here for the side of Take Care. You just hate to see that. Again, Exodus doing their best to encourage the Take Care members to not be complete piles of garbage sometimes, because honestly, that guild, the moments of brilliance that you see here, but the moments of brilliance that you see for Take Care are amazing. But then you see those moments where, like, every person on the stone matters.
Blue, they have to be stalling on purpose here. Look at this. Every Exodus member is off the cap.
Oh my gosh, bro. Exodus is standing off the cap. They don't want to cap this too soon. All of TC is now pulled off the cap as well. Everyone is playing hot potato. The floor is lava. Right now, now it's no one is going to be on the point. Now you need Choco. Get off the point. What are you doing, you idiot? Right now, 0 and 0 as both guilds lose percentage. Right now is Take Care decides to just bail off the point entirely, as it looked like they were losing out right now. Absolute cinema in this match right now. We've never seen this strategy employed for both sides. I think Take Care basically made that decision right around the time that I started going in on Ego. At Ego, everybody stepped off the point, but now it looks like Take Care is stepping up onto the point. It looks like they're comfortable getting all of this percentage back. I think Exodus may have misstepped here. I'll be honest. I think that they need to make sure that Take Care's percentage stays at least low enough that they're not able to do a one-push surge with Guardians and lose at the last minute here. I think that right now, you're just basically making sure that Take Care can't do this one. Take control of the room. Pop your Guardians. Make sure that your tanks just keep interrupting the Take Care frontline like you were before. And you should be okay. Now I'm nervous to see as we get closer
Blue, is
here.
it happening again? That's a lot of red kills. We saw Exodus playing with fire in their last match against Helloing with this strategy, somewhat purposely juggling the contribution, trying to stay just behind the other guild. Remember, they want TC to get the cap, and they want to be at like 95% when that happens so they can just instantly counter cap. and shut that down. There's not enough time on the clock for TC most likely to do a completely fresh cap. So they want to be just barely second. They don't think that they can prevent TC from getting the cap, but they do think that they can be the second guild to do it. So that is their strategy, but it is so risky, and all it takes is one decisive blowout from TC, and that is exactly what Helloing did to them last time.
Yep. I'll be honest. I think you cap right now. You've got the Guardians in cap right now. 6.5 minutes is not a very long time to be able to reverse cap this. I think whichever guild gets this initial cap has a strong advantage right now, and I think Exodus knows it. As they hit the gas pedal, 36 people standing on the point. Take Care, I think, starting to falter into the final minutes of this one, maybe intentionally, as I think that Take Care is pulling off the point. They're gonna allow Exodus to pull away with the cap, 38/22. They want them to take this percentage all the way up right here, but again, 6 minutes is not a long time, guys. I think Exodus takes this. They say,
I
okay,
think they're gonna jump off again, Blue. I really do. It's too close. No, if I was in their position, I think I'd do the same thing, and they are. We see Exodus going off to the side again. It's too close. There's still 6 minutes left. They don't want to cap it yet. They want to cap it when there's like 2 minutes left. 6 is too much. There is still too much red contribution on that bar. If TC was at 20%, then sure, they could probably just stuff that, but they are too scared. They don't want the other guild to be at 60%. They have to slow this down.
But Merlin, if Take Care just pumps Guardians and Remedies right now and just caps it, they're cooked, man. They're absolutely cooked. They're at 93%. Is this the moment that they decide to cap it? You guys are gonna give me a heart attack in NAEs. Looks like they are going to go 98, 99. Exodus comes home with it, and now Take Care is on the clock. 5 minutes to go. Take Care wanted this. Exodus wanted this. All you got to do is interrupt their cap. They just keep pulling Fuji cakes. Just keep interrupting. Yeah, they're just going to kill him. Yep, he's cooked. Yeah, Take Care. Again, both guilds. I can't believe you would wait that long to secure the cap, because you Moreland, the enemy reverse cap does not start until they actually initiate a cap. It's going to take them at least 1 or 2 minutes to initiate that cap. Do you think that realistically, do you think that Exodus could even realistically reverse cap in 3 minutes against Take Care? I don't think so. And I certainly don't think that Take Care can reverse cap against Exodus like this either.
No, neither one of these guilds could reverse cap in 3 minutes. Even 5 minutes is such a risky amount of time to have to reverse cap. That was pretty ballsy on the side of Exodus. But Blue, I think it's going to end up winning them the match. I see the vision. As risky as it was, it's going to pay off here.
Yeah, as risky as it was. Take Care trying to, oh my God, huge kill feed for Take Care. King's going to go for the cap. Just interrupt him again. Yep. Doesn't matter what the kill feed says at this point. Take Care has waited way too long. Remember, they were playing the game with Exodus. They were like, no, you cap. No, you cap. No, it's like, no, you hang up. And then the boyfriend just hangs up and says, fine, I don't want to talk to you anyway. Come on. I thought she'd never leave. That's basically what Exodus just did to Take Care right there. And now Take Care is sitting on the other end of that phone call and just crying themselves to sleep because they can't even initiate the cap. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, where Take Care looked like they were on top of this at the start here. They had a good strategy. I think they overthought it. I think they should have taken the opportunity that Exodus gave them and just ran away with the cap, because I think that Exodus would not have had time to reverse cap on them.
Yeah, I don't know why TC didn't play the cap harder. Maybe they were just getting their respawns disrupted too much or something. But I mean, Exodus was so nicely grouped up in the corner of the map, all standing on top of each other outside of the cap. Would have been a perfect opportunity for TC with their Cordies and their spears to come in and just blast and go for that cap. If they had taken it there, whichever guild took it there is going to win. There was not enough time left on the clock. There's certainly not enough time left right now. TC is going to continue to struggle and even get some really impressive wipes here, but unless they literally kill every single Exodus member in this sanctum, they do not have time to cap this back.
Dude, GG, that's it. That's game. Take Care has overthought themselves. They overthought their strategy. They should have taken the advantage. Where Exodus just opened the door, they left the they left the Riftstone. Take Care could have just taken over the cap at that point. They said, no, we're going to play their game. Exodus does it better. At the end of the day, Take Care has overthought their way out of this tournament, that where they were at the top, they had more kills, they had more damage, they had more everything. They played Exodus's game, and they're not even able to initiate a cap in 5 minutes. 5.5 minutes it has been. They have not been able to introduce this cap right now, and Take Care just uncharacteristically showing poor strategy, I think, in this round right here. Because again, they had every opportunity, Marlon. I mean, again, Exodus just said, get on this. You guys take it. We don't want it. They should have just taken it.
No, Exodus demonstrating complete control of this stone blue. It's pretty clear now that earlier in the match when TC went for the cap, Exodus probably just waited and literally let them do it. We saw Exodus get that counter cap 15 seconds after TC. From this angle now, it all looks planned to me. It all looks intentional. I think they waited for TC to cap, let him do it, and then they walked up and did the counter cap. Now that they don't want TC on the board, TC is not on the board. Fuji trying again to get on that stone, and Exodus just saying, nah, we're not going to let you do that. So previous cap, definitely they just let it go through. I think they're not going to allow TC, even in the final minute of the match, to even touch that stone and complete that channel off. This is decisively going to be an Exodus win here. That is crazy how that went from looking so close to just looking absolutely one-sided in Exodus's favor.
Dude, okay, chat's gonna get really excited, but the next match that we have for today was either going to be Supple versus Take Care, which is literally a rerun of the finals from the Best in Guild T1 tournament. GG, game sucks. Maybe you just suck at the end of the day. That stinks. Unfortunate to see that right there, but you know what? I might throw a temper tantrum too if I had thrown on my strategy. Either way, we are not going to see the rerun Supple versus Take Care. We are going to see Supple versus Exodus, which I think people might just want to see more in this tournament. Take Care, the defending second place guild from the Best in Guild T1, is knocked out of the tournament in the losers bracket, and Exodus showing superior strategy in this one. Let's take a look at the leaderboard's defeats. It's Exodus on top, Sig, Oni, Izuna, and Akako for Exodus. The top of the leaderboard's number 4 is Sample, and then Broomstick coming in at 8th, Glenn at 9th, Ashi B at 10th. Down there for Take Care. Exodus at the top of the leaderboards for assists. It's Solvray right there. Markelov at 98. Damage dealt 5.3 million for Odie. Like I said, that's Croft's party. Did a great job of supporting them. Solvray as well. But Markelov doing a great job at 5 million for Take Care. Sample and Ryu coming in to round out that top end for Take Care. Sieg and Akako at the top of the leaderboard for Exodus. 2.6 million damage taken for Neon, Odie, Kings Cove, and Fuji Cakes, and Little Azure, the top tanks of the lobby there. The amount healed, 3.5 million for Gnarly the GOAT in Exodus. Might be the best healer in the whole tournament. That guy's an absolute giga chad. Even got a kill. Weeks, Miss Grayness, Sigma Male, Sea Turtle, Poo Poo Pugwater, Mayhem Teapot, Audrey, Get Salvation, and Emmy Boo rounding out the top of the leaderboards as tanks in this lobby. Sad to see Take Care go, but like, man, Exodus almost overthought themselves there. I was scared. Like, it looked like Take Care at the start, Moreland, actually had advantage, and they were getting a lot of kills based on what we saw on the leaderboards. And then as the match went on, we just saw Exodus take over, and then they actually opened the door for Take Care, which again, I was like, I think that they should probably take this opportunity here. They didn't. They chose to play Exodus's game. Exodus ended up winning.
I love what I saw there, Blue, and I could see it coming too. After that first time when they stepped off the stone, I was like, okay, I kind of see what they're doing. And you were like, man, are they going to do it again? And just as soon as we thought that they might, they a second time jumped off and decided to juggle that contribution. So risky to do that twice in a row. And either one of those scenarios, if they had gotten wiped, it probably would have been the whole match. The first time, maybe not. Maybe they would have been able to recap. But that second time they hopped off was so ballsy. ballsy, but by the time they finished that play, it was just over. In those final 4 to 5 minutes, there was absolutely nothing TC could have done. A crazy strat from Exodus. This is why I think they are one of the scariest guilds in the tournament. Top 4 for sure. And honestly, Blue, this match that's coming up between Supple and Exodus, I put both these guilds in the top 4, and I still have both these guilds as the potential winner. Even though this is the losers bracket, you cannot count out this upcoming match that we have. We just saw Exodus, even though they slipped against Helloing, we just saw what they are capable of against a guild like Take Care. That is not easy. Take Care now knocked out of the tournament. I think that's a surprise for a lot of people. They were not able to secure a top 3 spot like they said that they would, not even a top 4 spot. But the matches that they've had to go against today, Exodus showing just how strong they can be. And this next one's going to be just as crazy, Blue.
It's going to be a banger. I got to give credit to the Take Care squad where credit is due. These guys do so many war games. They fought so hard. They got second in the Best in Guild T1 tournament. They always show up to PvP. Coming up short today is absolutely tragic, and I think they're going to look back at that VOD and say it absolutely was possible to win there. I think just Exodus had the stronger strategy at the end of the day. It is what it is. It's good fights to both guilds, but that's why we love this tournament so much. Now, Exodus does not get a rest. They do not get, there is no rest for the weary. Just like there's no rest, that's why there's no rest for me. It is Supple versus Exodus again, as Exodus runs the gauntlet of the lower bracket here. From the Ivory server, rank 3 in their alliance with Tier, Corrupt, and Helloing over here. Rank 1 on their server for 1 siege win. We've seen a lot from Exodus today. Their prediction for the tournament was top 4. If they win this match, they will be top 4.
And of course, their opponent, Supple from the Stellarite server, strongest guild within their alliance, strongest guild on Stellarite overall. The winners from the Tier 1 tournament. Blue, this is not what I expected to see at the end of the losers bracket today. My prediction, if anyone recalls from last week, is that Supple versus Exodus was going to be the finals for this entire tournament. And instead, we are seeing these two guilds fight for survival in the bottom of the loser bracket. Supple getting knocked down by Tier and Exodus getting knocked down by Helloing. All 4 of those guilds now pretty firmly solidified in the top 4 in this tournament, but it's double elimination and they are not out yet. Somebody is not going to make it past this match, and neither one of those guilds wants to be that guild.
Oh my god, we have such a cinema pick. Oh, the pick ban is crazy, guys. Supple versus Exodus. In the losers bracket, we're trying to see who's going to make it through to the 3rd place match here. We are going to see, let's see, it looks like Supple won the coin toss. They chose to pick. Exodus has banned. Exodus banned Dwagon, Pakalo, Leviathan, and Azrael. The choice on Supple's side. Morlin, we're going back to Manticus again.
The only T2 map that Exodus did not ban. You have to almost wonder if they left that open on purpose, Blue, because they know that Supple likes this map. They just played this map against Flex, but Exodus left it open and banned Azrael instead, which honestly feels like a bit of a throwaway ban, almost like they don't care too much. They banned Dagon, Pakilo, and Leviathan, but left Manti wide open, and here we are. We are going right back.
I can't believe it. I'll be honest. Unbelievable as we get the lobby ready, set, and ready to go. Let's take a look at this composition here. 7 spears against 6 on the side of Supple, who is going to be the red team in this match. Exodus again representing on the yellow. It looks like 17 wands to 18. Supple actually, this is a slightly different squad. Remember, Supple only had 16 wands last time.
Yeah, Supple looking a little bit light in both wands and SNSs overall. So I'm not sure if they had some weapon swaps happen there or if they had some actual member swaps. But overall, the amount of SNS and wand we're seeing from Supple is going to be pretty low, although both teams actually running 16 SNSs here. So that's going to be, I mean, we're used to seeing just a slightly few more than that. 5 staffs on both teams, 6 spears to 7 spears, 4 crossbows to 5 crossbows. Very, very similar overall. 16 to 17 bows, 17 to 18 wands. So not really a difference of more than 1 on any of these weapons, although Supple is running a few more daggers at 12 compared to only 9 daggers for Exodus. Maybe a little bit more firepower there paired with their spears or their staffs, but overall some very, very similar compositions here.
Yeah, absolutely. Does look like that both teams need just a minute before they get into this one. I think it's really going to come down to build optimization overall. Certainly, let's talk about the history a little bit. Exodus representing the alliance, the same alliance that Tier just beat Supple earlier today. They represent that Tier alliance. So if Exodus wins, Supple will literally just have been single-handedly knocked out of the tournament by 2 different members of the same alliance, which is not what you want to see on that side. And that's why Supple has so much beef with these guilds, is that they're all with the Tier alliance. Exodus, Hallowing, Corrupt, who was knocked out earlier in the tournament. And again, I think that Exodus versus Supple should be very, very close. A lot of people thought that one way or the other, this was going to be potentially our championship match. And now, like you said, Morlin, we're just trying to get to the 3rd place match at this point.
Yeah, and you have to remember that the guilds that knocked both of the, well, Tier knocked Supple down, but Hallowing knocked Exodus down to this bracket. So if Supple loses to Exodus here, it's kind of like they lost to all 3 of those Ivory guilds. They already have the loss to Tier, and they already have, you know, they could potentially have a loss to Exodus here. But since Exodus was beaten by Hallowing, you know, transitive property, it would be kind of like losing to Hallowing too, which I assure you Supple does not want to happen. So they are going to be throwing everything that they have at this match. Maybe they were overconfident with Tier. Maybe they weren't prepared for the map pick or whatever you want to say. This is the map that Supple picked here. There are no excuses left. Everything that guild is capable of doing is going to be thrown at this match right here. They need to kick Exodus out of this tournament so they can get their revenge.
Yep, we see this, guys. This is the final match of the losers bracket until we get to the 3rd place match. This is our second to last match for today. Whoever wins this match will guarantee top 4 in the tournament, but will have to fight their way with the loser of whoever loses the next match of the day, which will begin for Tier and Hallowing. Whoever wins between Tier and Hallowing moves to the grand finals and is guaranteed at least 2nd in the tournament overall. This match is to decide who from the losers bracket will step up to fight the winning or the losing team of the winners bracket next. This is going to be cinema. It looks like we are waiting. Looks like we are ready to go on Manticus. I cannot believe it is Manticus, but we are getting Talandre maps all day, except for Chernobog. Screw Chernobog. We're getting Talandre maps all day long, and I absolutely love that because I love the Talandre maps. We are in the game now, Morlin. Exodus versus Supple. Exodus in the yellow, Supple in the red, and it looks like Supple running straight to the Riftstone right now, and looks like I'm looking all over the place. Oh my gosh, they sent 1 static up to disrupt Exodus so that they could get to the stone first, and it's working!
It worked, Blue. It worked. They stalled Exodus. It was only for a few seconds there, but Exodus is struggling with Poopsie and his boys up on that rift, and it was allowed Supple to get in position here just a few seconds before Exodus. That's going to be such a big advantage as that kill feed turns red in this choke point.
Yeah, absolutely. What a brilliant play for Supple to come out and put just 1 static. Spawned in. They said, yo, you're going to die for the good of the guild, but they're all going to stop to hit you. And the rest of the guild gets in position. And now Exodus is in a really bad spot because now this choke point is extremely hard to get through. You see Gnarly, the top healer of every lobby this guy has been in, pushes through to the top right now. And he is doing what he can for Exodus. Gets flipped off the edge right there and has to go all the way around. But it does look like that Exodus might be just pushing through on Supple right now.
Blue, they did not hesitate to regroup there. Look how quickly Exodus was able to recover, respawn, and get right back into this fight. Supple looking like they had the position, looking like they had the advantage and the setup there, but then seconds later, Exodus just comes plowing back through and says, nope, we're not going to give you two guys time to set up. You might have delayed us a little bit there in the beginning, but now they are just full speed ahead. The fight is all over the objective and the ground above it. It's going to be very important who controls this little throne area kind of above the objective, and it's looking real yellow up here, Blue. I'm seeing the kill feed suddenly swap all the way back into Exodus's favor.
Yeah, this is not looking super good, guys, on the side of Supple, as they just can't. They chose this map and they're struggling to get through this right now. If we look over quickly at the instant replay, since the match is a little bit delayed at the moment because, you know, both kills are just waiting for the cap to open up, you see Exodus, Supple with a good strategy here, just stopping all of Exodus on that high ground right there as the rest of Supple runs up that left side and gets into position just perfectly, just in time right there. Just absolutely brilliant strategy, but then Exodus managing to get through regardless now, and we still see right back where we started, Supple is struggling to get control right now.
Yeah, they are struggling indeed. It's consistently looking like a yellow kill feed over here as Exodus controls this high ground. They're really not even trying to posture around the stone at all, which is interesting. It's a different strategy than what we saw Supple use against Flex. When Supple was holding this, they didn't just stay up top. They really focused on those choke points coming in. Exodus is not putting too much pressure on the choke, actually. They're really just focusing on that upper platform where there's a little bit more room to move around. Very interesting. It's possible that they just don't want to risk the choke fight against Sit and Pachas, two notoriously dangerous Cordy players, as well as just the general, you know, dangerous staffs that we saw Supple have. In most of Supple's matches, their top 5 DPS are all Spellblades, NGH, and Boy, and you know, etc. So maybe Exodus just wants to minimize that choke point fight here and fight on the upper platform instead. Forcing the fight up here is really working in their favor, though, Blue. I think it's working that they just ignore these choke points.
Yeah, absolutely. Alvin intentionally sitting at low health right now, doing what Supple hates the most. He just baiting people in. Oh, he's really low on health, and then he just pulls them off the edge. Just flips them off the edge while he continuously sits at low health like that, doing a great job. Zerog has been firing from this high ground like he's never had sex in his life. Basically the entire match right here, which is absolutely beautiful. That's the kind of degenerate behavior that you want to see. Beautiful positioning right now on this Liberator. I'll be honest with you, I wish he was a Spellblade, but at the end of the day, he is pumping out damage from that high ground for Exodus, and Exodus exerts control. Look at 35 seconds left on the clock. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Odie, sort of, oh boy, look at the Exodus on this leaderboard right now. Supple's boys doing his best, 1.1 million damage done. NGH and Macleys doing their best to get up the leaderboard as well. Supple struggling to keep up though right now. Apotheon and Sieg also the highest for damage taken, amount healed. Looks like Senior Drake Araris, and there's Eli. Eli looks like he hasn't disconnected of this one. He's one of the top healers in the lobby here. They're trying their best, but Exodus, as time ticks down, the rift is going to be available. The question is, does Exodus try to outgame themselves here? Do they cap right away, or do they wait, Morland?
That is a really good point, Blue. We have seen Exodus do some pretty interesting plays as far as stalling the cap and so on. I wonder if they feel confident enough about their presence here to go ahead and get that cap earlier, or if they are actually just going to sit here and wait for Supple to do the cap like they have in their previous matches. I mean, if so, they might be waiting quite a while. It looks like neither guild is going for it quite yet, Blue.
Yeah, Supple gets a little bit more presence on the stone right here. AB and Zanto, looks like they're starting to get the hang of pulling people off the edge. Over here, you see Pix intentionally diving off the edge, but ABG on the edge. Over here, Alvin gonna go for a pull right now himself. Whoop, gets one victim right there as well. Neither guild going for the cap right now. Looks like they're both just trying to, they're at odds with one another. And Zero, like I said, still just firing away from this high ground. I don't think he's fired a single flash wave the entire map that has hit anything, but you know what? He's doing he is supervising like a union supervisor from the high ground up here, trying to do as much damage as he possibly can. He is throwing down a fair amount of the staff skills. Finally, we see Supple go ahead and give an inch there. Krelix is going to interact with the stone. We're going to get a view of how many people both guilds have on the stone. Actually, a lot for both of them. 37 for Exodus, 23 now for Supple as they start to get wiped off. But Supple able to turn this into a bit of a trickle spawn, as they're not the choke points are not necessarily where the fighting is happening. It's all underneath this giant pavilion here. You don't see that very often. Ares firing away on this healer, doing what he can, gets pulled to the low ground, shoved around, just getting tossed like a salad around the map. Croft on the edge right now, trying to pull people out of the fight. There's Eli. He's very intentionally targeting some of the better healers in Supple's roster right now. Eli on the high ground, getting low himself here as he runs low on health, but his guild is basically all dead. Now he's going to run to the low ground. He's trying to basically play line of sight on this corner. Actually brilliant right here as he again stays alive, the boy who lived. The rest of Exodus wiping through Supple in a ring around the Rosie, around this Manticus Riftstone right now. 12.5 minutes left to go. Supple gets their cap thwarted. Exodus is still not initiated, Morlin.
This is so interesting to watch, Blue. It's so different from the last Supple fight on this map. Exodus does not want to take the fight to the choke point at all, and it is continuing to work in their favor. They are not sweating the cap. They have plenty of time left in their view to just cap the stone later. They want to get that going when there is less time. Now Sovwing finally initiating that cap. Maybe a little bit of caution here, going at it the 12-minute mark rather than the 10-minute mark like they have previously, hoping to have some extra time to secure that cap. Both guilds now trying to put pressure on the point, probably starting to feel a little bit of urgency in terms of getting on the board. The amount of space that you can stand in to contribute to this map is pretty large. There are some strange objects taking up a lot of the space in terms of line of sight and things like that, but overall a lot of ground that you can stand on to contribute here. And apparently this top area where Xerox is continuing to freecast, I don't think that anyone from Supple has had time to look up, Blue. I don't think that they know he's out there.
Like I said, man, this is the kind of behavior that you want. I'm fairly certain that in order to get into Exodus in the first place, you can't even have a girlfriend. No job, no girlfriend, no life, because this is the level of gameplay that you get when you are locked in on trying to be the best gamer that you can possibly be right here. Xerox demonstrating that single life is the best life as he's just pumping out damage from that high ground. You meet the requirements? I do, but I'm not good enough as a player to make the cap for Exodus, man. I assure you. Supple doing their best on the low ground right now. They have 31 people on the point. Exodus starting to get wiped off. Look at that red kill feed. Now both guilds have initiated points under the 11-minute mark right now. Where is Exodus? They're just getting wiped off the point as Supple starts to flip this switch. They have 33 people on the point. Finally, Exodus's respawns come back through, but we're starting to see that percentage for Supple start to rise for the first time in this match.
Yeah, we saw the cap go off for Supple. I think it was Credix there that was able to initiate that. And I have to reiterate, Blue, these guys really, really do not want to lose here. Getting knocked out by two Ivory Alliance, Tier Alliance guilds back-to-back in the same night would not be the way for Supple to close out their Tier 2 legacy, their Talandre legacy. They don't want to go out like that, I assure you. This is as much of a grudge match, ego match as it gets. They are going to have to come up with something here. Any strategy they have, this was the map they picked. So whatever plan B is, whatever plan C is, it's time to get that rolling, Blue, because time is running out here to make this happen as Exodus climbs back up on the contribution and overtakes Supple once again.
Bro, we're underneath the 10-minute mark. Are the defending champions of the Best in Guild T1 tournament going to come out and get knocked out in the losers bracket by the rival alliance here? And they have does Exodus have Castle?
Exodus does not have castle. I believe Helloing is the guild on Ivory that has castle, but Supple does have the Stellarite castle. So that castle advantage is in play here. It was in play against Tyr, who also did not have it. They're going to be losing. If they lose here, they're going to be losing to both of the Ivory guilds that don't have castle bonus. And that's just going to be even more salt to rub into the wound in the chat PvP if that's how this goes down, Blue. They cannot let that happen.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Chat's telling me that Corrupt actually has it, which is good. You give it to the weak losers in Corrupt. That way, none of the top guilds that actually have a chance at winning the tournament have advantage over each other because they feel that they can beat Supple anyway without that castle buff. It's really good. Now, I'm glad that Corrupt joined that alliance so they could be the scapegoats, the total losers, to get knocked out before the rest of their alliance in this tournament here. I got it, bro. I'm just swinging. So anyway, I started blasting. Supple right now getting pulled off the point right now. But interestingly enough, everybody is in the same alliance. I think they should let Corrupt. Again, they're losers. They have nothing. You have to give them the castle again this week. I think you give it to them again. That way the grand finals is decided by no castle buff. If we do see Exodus move on in this tournament, and I'm going to be honest with you, Supple just lost that cap one more time.
Blue, it is possible that all three of the top guilds in this tournament are going to be just the top three guilds from the Ivory Alliance. All guilds from the same alliance on the same server, none of which have castle bonus. Is Supple really going to let that happen here?
I'm just going to say that the T1 content cord is going to be cinema. I expect screenshots. I'll be honest with you because I'm not in that Discord. I expect screenshots. This is going to be cinema. Pontius right here because they're getting fuel right now. Pontius, no. Pontius, no. Oh my goodness, he saved it. He saved it. He's good. Pontius still on this high ground looking for a spin to try to get Supple back into this one. But in fairness, we're at 7 minutes on the clock. Exodus has still not managed to secure a cap right now. There's the Pontius spin, and that was a pretty good spin right there. But getting no kills is not what you want. But Frank is going to go down. That's the spinner on the other side of things. Look at Gnarly, this absolute Giga Chad alpha male power bottom healer over here. And Gnarly standing tall on the stairs. Everyone around him very full on health. He's just making sure that everybody is healed up constantly in a ring around him at all points in time. You constantly see the Supple members being pulled off the edge, and it looks like their cap is barely saved at 0.2%. Can Supple pull it back? They're going to climb back up to 0.9%. Grelix, we can't let this happen. This can't go down this way. They're trying to rally back. Right now, they're trying to do what they can. Flirting with that 1% marker with Exodus climbing at 63%. It is back and forth. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it, though. They made it all the way up to 1.2%. I call that progress, Moreland. But now we're back down at 0.6%. I'm dying right now. You think these guys got 99% more to go? The cap gets slammed in their face. It is Exodus climbing at 68% now, and it's Supple rather trying to initiate their cap one more time. Honestly, they got more percentage than they had before, so W strategy for Supple, realizing they actually pentupled their percentage on the board versus before they were fighting over 1%. Now they started at 5%.
Blue, I just saw a legendary 1v1 Liberator duel up top as Kilosh from Supple has finally had enough of Giro's nonsense. Comes over here in 1v1. Oh, and they're having a rematch just as I have this perspective here. Xerog versus Kilosh, and I think Xerog might be able to get his revenge here. I'm trying to keep the perspective. Kilosh again, 2-0. Even with the drop, is able to put Xerog down, dethroning him up top here on the Liberator perch with just a few thousand health left, and I imagine he's going to be up here for the rest of the match because it takes forever to walk over here.
Yeah, Xerosh has got to be super mad right now, sweating bullets in his chair as he runs all the way around to come back and fight Kilosh again, who is now basically blasting from the high ground. But where Supple won one battle, they are certainly losing the war as Exodus up at 86% with only 4 minutes left on the clock. time is running out for Supple. I gotta say, they haven't even initiated the point on this one, and they are completely wiped off for the most part as Exodus rallies strong on the backside of the point here. I think that they are definitely... they're poised to win this whole thing. We might just see the Kings dethroned in the best in guild Talandre. I don't think they're gonna come back and win this tournament. They won the T1 tournament, but they chose a T2 map. I would have just stayed home. I would have just played a T1 map, Marlon.
Blue, I don't think they expected Exodus to play this way. I'm sure that the Supple strategy revolved around kind of that spread formation, holding the choke points on either side. I don't think they expected Exodus to just completely ignore the choke altogether and go all the way up top. Still, this far into the fight, Exodus just disrespecting the choke completely. They don't care. They're just going to fight on the open ground because that's where they feel stronger. And it's been working this entire time. I don't think that Supple has time to do anything here. I really don't. I think this is over.
I think it's GG. We're at 3 minutes. Exodus has the point. They made sure they got it into the final minutes here. The tier boys have got to be rock hard right now. Their alliance knocked Supple to the losers bracket and out of the tournament in one fell swoop. Like this. Absolutely tragic. No castle buff on a single guild. Knocked them straight out of the tournament. Supple in so much trouble. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. They are going to try for one more cap here, but I think we are going to see the Kings dethroned in this tournament here. I've seen Supple leadership go through some tough times. These are those tough times. We'll see if they're able to make it through these as well, as I'm sure they're contemplating with this loss here. I gotta say, Exodus, Tier, Hellowing, and well, nobody cares about Corrupt. Those people are losers. But Exodus, Tier, and Hellowing definitely have something to celebrate today because they knocked their arch rivals out of this tournament.
Wow, Blue. I'm at a loss for words here. I mean, this was the guild that was like they were so strong in tier 1. They looked almost untouchable in that first tournament. Both of the final guilds actually from tier 1, Take Care and Supple, looking just so crazy strong in those days. But this is not tier 1 anymore. Time has passed, and there are now 3 guilds that are decisively stronger than both of our previous first and second place champions. And Blue, we haven't talked about this too much yet, but the rewards, I believe, are top 3, right? So we are now in Lucent winning matches.
Top 2. The winning guild, okay. The winning guild gets at least 6,000 Lucent per player on the winning team. The second place guild in the tournament will get 3,000 Lucent per player on the second place team. So the next match after we go through the, we're gonna find out. Tier versus Hellowing is up next on this one because we hold on to your butts. That one's going to be a banger too. I absolutely love the sportsmanship coming out of the Tier Alliance to not give any of their competitive guilds the castle coming into this so that they could all have a fair chance of beating each other here. And to be clear, to field 4 different teams in the tournament. All 4 guilds in the Tier Alliance showed up for the tournament and filled a 48-man roster every single day of the 3.5 week, 4 week almost tournament. Was extremely impressive, whereas other alliances could only bring 1 or 2 guilds. This alliance comes up, shows up with all 4 guilds, wipes out the top 2 guilds of the tournament, are wiped out from last time. The T1 defending champions 1 and 2 are out of the tournament, and it is all thanks to the same alliance. Exodus on top of this one. Odie, Serrano, Akago, Sieg, Zorug. This guy right here, what a gamer, that Liberator right there. Thana, Frank, Sovri, and B-Blast all topping the leaderboards for Exodus. You see Krilo, Krilo and Ab the top for Supple. Respawn, Camper, and Zoomin doing their best with picks down there as well. Top assist of the lobby is Sorano right here for Exodus. You scroll way down, you see Philowin down here on the heel healer, top assist for Supple. Very impressive there. Damage dealt by Odie. And then Boy, Serrano, Sieg, Akako, Zerog, and Zuman, the top DPS of the lobby right there. Damage taken looks like it's Apotheon, Oso, Pro, Cove, Zanto, Continuum, Mion, GS as well. All the top damage taken of the lobby. I'm out healed. Senior Drake. Kuro Corono, Gnarly Gnar has been dethroned, probably because his guild was on top of that. You just can't get any healing when nobody needs healing. Number 3, but still the top healer on Exodus right there. Eli coming in, having a great game, coming in at number 7 or so there. Teapot, Funk Monk, and Ares as well. Good fights to both teams. Man, today is cinema, and we're not even done yet.
Blue, I'm looking at this leaderboard. It's crazy how low the Cordies from both teams are. That was all about Spellblades, Gladiators, Scorpions. Like the Cord, there's a Cordy in 7th, and then the next Cordy's like in 14th. Exodus just didn't play the Cordy game. They just didn't play the choke point game. They took up that space. I think they caught Supple off guard. They kind of defied the meta a little bit there, and that's one of the reasons that I favored Exodus to make it all the way to the finals. And I think that they still will, because they just are a little bit ahead of things. They just are making those slight tweaks that are putting them at the front of these T2 strategies. And even Supple, the previous champion, was not able to refute that strategy here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I gotta say that true sportsmanship are those, not those that necessarily lose with grace, but those that win with grace. But sadly for Supple, I don't think that's what we're gonna see here as the tier alliance starts to just go in on them across the board. They say there is no honor among thieves, as it were. But I would tell the Supple Alliance that they have had a phenomenal run in this game, leaving a lasting mark on the community as a whole. There's nothing to be ashamed of. They did a great job in this tournament. They came out, they won the Best in Guild T1 tournament. I have nothing but respect for that leadership core. I think they did a great job here today. Maybe the map choice could have been better right there, but ultimately, a loss is a loss. And I know that you guys will pick it up and you'll be just fine at the end of the day. But wait, it's not the end of the day, is it? We've got one more match. Who is going to the grand finals? Who is making the money at the end of the day? We have Hellowing versus Tyr. I never doubted them for a moment. Hellowing, I said it. Nobody believed me. I said it. I said, I think that these guys could go the distance. They shoved it in my holes in T1 so many times. These guys made a montage video about me in the T1. And I remember Alec somewhere, the GM of Ethereum, is chopping trees. And he told me, he said, I think that Hellowing is probably the best 70-man stack on the server, but Ethereum is the strongest alliance on the server. And I'll be honest with you, not much has changed. They did not show up for the Best in Guild T1 tournament, but they are here for the Best in Guild T2 tournament for Talandre. And here they are fighting to make their way into the grand finals with no losses yet in this tournament so far. From the Ivory server, rank 1 in their alliance overall with Tyr, Exodus, and Corrupt. Their alliance strength on server, number 1 for Siege wins. They said Supple is cheeks, and I'll be honest with you, they got the chat PvP, but they also have the players to back that up.
They do indeed, Blue, and we've got their opponents here from the same alliance, putting themselves second place, but we've been saying this over and over again, between these guilds, it remains to be seen who is actually number 1 and number 2. There may have been a time where Hellowing was the strongest. Is that still the case? We are going to find out tonight. Both of these guilds are undefeated. In fact, they are the only 2 undefeated guilds that remain in the tournament. So one of them is going to be defending a spotless record here and going on to the finals for sure. The other one is going to be fighting for 3rd place, I believe, right? And having to earn their way back into the finals if they lose this. So this is what it all comes down to. Is Hellowing still the strongest guild in the Ivory Alliance, or has Tyr been able to come up and knock them off of that number 1 slot?
Yep. And I agree with chat. This is peak gameplay. This is as good as it gets for North America East right here. These matches today have been absolute cinema. Coming to the conclusion of this tournament. Again, guys, the tournament will conclude for NA East on Saturday evening. Next week, we will see the third place and the grand finals match. And remember, next week, watching the tournament nets you an in-game title, Squadron Commander, which is pretty cool, if I do say so myself. Taking a look at pick...
You had to expect it. You had to expect it.
I can't do it. I can't do it. Just...
So Helloing won and chose to pick. You know what they're going to pick. Nonetheless, Tyr decided to ban Azrael, Dwagon, Talus, and Kawazan. Banning Azrael and Talus there, again, feeling like a little bit of a potential throwaway bans. I know that Tyr knows how to play those maps, but one map that they left wide open, of course, being Chernobog, the map that Helloing has been picking through this entire tournament. And wouldn't you know it, that is once again the map that they are picking tonight. We are going back to Cherno for the 87th time in this key match between the last two undefeated guilds of the tournament.
I don't understand. How does this keep happening? We look like clowns to the rest of the scene across the world. How are we able to let this happening? Chernobog is the choice. Tyr versus Helloing. Helloing already asserted dominance over one guild in their alliance today on this map. How many times do they need to teach you this lesson, old man? I think it's Helloing again. I've gone with them every round of the tournament so far. I'm going with them again. Who do you think it is in this match, Warlin?
I was really surprised at Tyr's performance versus Supple. I mean, say what you will about the map and the strategy that they had there, but the individual player skill, their instincts and their ability to move where they need to be was so crisp in that match. I think that they might be able to take this away from Helloing tonight, Blue.
Yeah, we're in the match right now. Who will make it to the grand finals? Who will fight for the prize pool? We will know in just 20 short minutes as both guilds run onto the Riftstone. It's an all-out clown fiesta brawl. Right now is Tyr in the yellow, Helloing in the red, and boy, that feed looks awful red right at the start of this one, Morlin.
That looks awful red indeed. We kind of saw this last time around on Cherno. Those initial pushes can just be so sketchy, coming up the stairs and getting caught before your regroup can properly form. But that initial push does not decide everything. On Cherno, you're spawning 2 seconds away. So we're going to see Tyr reinforce and make something happen here. Continuing to see that red kill feed though, Blue. It is starting to look a little concerning.
That is a little concerning. Boring here with the SNS wand. It looks like he's a curse bomber, interestingly enough. Once again with this Tevent wand here. So Boring, certainly a name to watch out for. You love to see that again. Very built. Templars nowadays, they're tanks. They're either hard tanks or they're curse bombers, and it's tough to tell which one they actually are. But now that in the top end guilds, we're seeing more curse bombers than we are tanks at the end of the day. We are seeing some kills come through on the side of Tyr here. But remember, we saw this Helloing was getting blasted before by Exodus early on, and then was able to flip this one around in the end. So again, now we're seeing the yellow kill feed come through as well. It's really just going to come right down to the wire between these two guilds. It's a clown fiesta. Look, I can't even tell who's winning right now. There's so many yellow and red names on the screen, and the kill feed is so back and forth right now. I'm not sure, Marlon.
It's actually a kind of a slow kill feed compared to the previous match, Blue. Both guilds being somewhat hard to take down. We're seeing those kills come in pretty slowly. Even the Cordy spin there from Tyr, picking up only 2 kills against Helloing. This might be a lot more about just positioning and getting bodies up on the plateau once the cap becomes live. We might not see either guild have a decisive wipe here. Although just as I say this, Tyr getting 10-12 kills in a row, starting to look a lot stronger here. They might be catching their momentum a little bit and rallying, perhaps finding where they need to be as this plateau slowly turns somewhat yellow.
Yeah, absolutely. They did their absolute best up here. Helloing actually getting wiped off super convincingly right now by Tier with 2 minutes left to go on this here. Is it Tier that is out onto, oh my gosh, Anarchy with a huge Cordy spin right there, wiping out at least 7 members of Tier to swing this back the other way. And then you see the kill feed once again back and forth here as I have not been seeing Ari anywhere in the kill feed. There he is, right next to the stone here. He goes for, oh, he's still waiting. We'll see if we can't catch him. This guy was the top Cordy spinner in their previous match. Very impactful player. Probably the most impactful player in the lobby. In their last match, there's the spin right there. He's only going to get, looks like no kills, but he got a lot of people low on health, and his guild is going to mop up the rest of them. Hallowing trying to position a little bit better on the stone, but it is so back and forth. Dude, I bet we don't even see either of them cap. I think that the cap, this might get absolutely crazy. I think that both guilds are afraid of a reverse cap here. Once again, Morlin, and I'll be honest with you, this is a close enough matchup. I would be scared of a reverse cap. Vert getting farmed off right there. One of the top DPSs for Tier right there, so that's not good. But again, they're showing dominance on the stone right now, but Hellowing just pushing back the other way. We might not see either of these two guilds try to cap this stone early on, and we might see them intentionally pull off a lot like we saw Exodus do with Take Care earlier tonight.
No, absolutely. I don't think that anyone's even going to look at the stone until at least the 12-minute mark. These guilds are content to just try to farm each other as hard as they can and try to just fill up this upper plateau. Honestly, it doesn't even seem like they are trying that hard to play the strategy. They're not really playing the hook. They're not really playing the stairs. They're both content to kind of just zombie up to the plateau and have a full all-out brawl on the flat space up here. And it is just so 50-50, Blue. I wonder what the leaderboards are saying about this.
Yeah, absolutely. 10 seconds left to go. Let's take a look at those leaderboards. Oh my gosh, Helloing on top right now. Competitive Crunkon and Chipotle's Burrito trying to keep up with that right now. Damage dealt against Strelix. I don't see Ari anywhere up here. They must be locking him down a little bit better than their predecessors here. And again, amount healed. It's very back and forth. Barely Tier favored right there as the stone opens up. I don't see either guild going for it like I thought, Marlon. Oh boy, they're gonna bring it all the way down to the wire.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have learned from these previous matches now. They are not going to go for that early cap. It is just not the play, especially when guilds are this close together in strength. And, you know, those previous mistakes, they are not going to be making them again. I am a little bit surprised, though, that we are not seeing Ari higher up on those leaderboards, Blue. He must just be getting absolutely focused like crazy. Again, this is a player who I believe has been top DPS in pretty much every match that he has been in. And I know chat likes to say that the Cordy doesn't take any skill, that you just press the button and spin, but time and time again we have seen that that is not the case. There is quite a Cordy diff. There are plenty of guilds that are not able to get any value out of their Cordy spinners whatsoever, and even amongst the top guilds we see Cordys doing double, triple the damage and kills of other Cordys in similarly strength guilds. So something about this guy and his group is definitely outstanding, but against this group, against Tier, they know his playstyle, they know his group, and they are not letting him get the value that he is used to getting.
Yeah, we're seeing Vert and Vulnerable standing on the point right there. You can see the match from their perspective, as I believe both of them are live right now. Mods, if we could get a shout out for Invulnerable, GG, and Vert, that would be great, so people know where they can find those two guys over there. I do think that, again, we're at 13 minutes left on the clock. It is anyone's game. Ari has just been... So I've been watching Ari for a few minutes now. Every time he goes in for a spin, Moreland, they just pull him. They're just interrupting his spins. They're not even killing him very often. They just keep pulling him out of that spin every single time he goes for it here. And we're seeing, once again, a lot of yellow health bars close to the point. I'm not sure we're actually going to see either guild really go for a cap until around the 10-minute mark. And we might see them wait even longer this time, Marlon.
Yeah, it would not surprise me if there was a static or a group of tanks that were specifically assigned just to Ari and told every time your hook is up, you use it on Ari and no one else. I mean, they'll still get hooks on other people because of the bulwark, because of the multi-chain ability, but it would not surprise me at all if several of the tier tanks were just, okay, Ari only, do not let that guy spin. They know that he is probably the biggest threat in all of Helloing, and it doesn't take much, as you saw. As long as people are keeping an eye on him, it does not take much to shut down a class that relies so heavily on that long cooldown.
Yeah, absolutely. Taco-chan waiting to try to pull people off the edge over here. Invulnerable shutting that down, though. Stunning him up right there. I'll get Invuln's perspective. There we go. On the Crusader, it looks like there are a lot more yellow health bars on the point than red, but that can be very deceptive as both guilds constantly pulling each other to the edge of the zone over and over again. Neither guild wants to interact with the stone first here, but we certainly will see it as time starts to tick down. We take a look back at the leaderboards since no one's going for these caps. Chipotle, Burrito, Kirum, and Competitive from tier starting to take over the top of Hellowing. Anarchy at the top of the leaderboards now. Over again, Ari has just not had a super great match. Dabloya down here as well, doing a great job. Damage dealt looks like again. Strikex Doan Regales as tier starts to take over this one. It looks like Hellowing struggling on the outset of this, but honestly still getting a lot of kills in this match. You leave it, it's going to come down to Brandonger. They showed their hand in the previous lobby of this one for their Chernobog map. Do you think that tier is ready for the big surge onto the point that we could see out of Hellowing? I think that we're going to see the cap kind of go back and forth. Do you think that tier is going to be able to respond as well?
They have to know that it's coming, and we saw how tier was able to respond against that push from Supple, the entire Supple stack flying down. The way that tier was able to spread just enough to take space, to not get courtied, but at the same time to, you know, stay within range of heals, stay within range of blood devos and everything else. I think that they demonstrated they could do that against Supple, and they have a good amount of space here up on the Cherno map as well. So, you know, they won't be telegraphed as much. They're really going to have to know, they're really going to have to feel out at what point, you know, is it going to be kind of that 7 or 8 minute marker again, that really subtle timing of when do you pull the trigger and try to lock it down? When do you think that the other team is not going to have enough time to respond? And right now, tier is pulling ahead pretty decisively on the stone. I don't know if Hellowing is intentionally kind of inting. I'm seeing a lot of their people off to the side here, Boring and Kruznik, etc., kind of standing outside of the cap when I think they could pretty easily. I mean, Boring as a Templar certainly could be stepping in, but they look like they're almost just giving it to tier here.
Yeah, I think that that might be what's happening. Oh, they save it at the last moment here as both guilds have initiated. What did I say? Around the 10-minute mark? It was 10:20 when they stepped up to interact with the stone. God, I do love being right. Being right never... I just never get tired of it. As both guilds are now starting to grow on this leaderboard. I'll be honest with you, tier climbing awful quickly. It's a little suspicious right now. Like he said, I think that both of these guilds are close enough that I think that Hellowing just needs to get within striking distance, and then they will just pull that trigger. Brandonger, just an absolute threat for his guild right now. And tier, again, tier is within striking distance right now, but tier's in the driver's seat. I think that they could just slowly keep getting percentage at this point. I think that's what Hellowing wants at this point, because there's just under 9 minutes on the clock. Hellowing would have more than enough time to flip this.
I don't know if they would at this pace, Blue. I mean, if they completely just let tier get the cap here, if they were going to do that, they should do it. Like, honestly, they should just step off and just let tier cap it now so they have as much time as possible to counter cap. Because the way that tier is slowly creeping up to 100%, if they hit 100 around the 6 or 7 minute mark, that is such a sketchy time frame for Hellowing to try to take it back. So if they are intentionally letting tier get it, then they need to just commit to that. They need to just get off the cap and let it happen already, because the longer they drag this out, the less time they're going to have to form a rebuttal in those remaining minutes of the match.
Yeah, so I just gotta say something here. For those of you that don't know, the Black Desert Online lore that goes into this, Cho Nation was the dominant guild in Black Desert Online, basically worldwide, was renowned as the best guild to ever play the game for an extremely long time in BDO. Those guys, those players are cleanly the best PvPers that we have ever seen. Now, they retired not too long ago and came over to Throne and Liberty. Those boys, a decent amount of them are in tier. And I gotta give them credit where credit's due. They lost in the first tournament, but now it looks like tier might be going to the grand finals. Can they conquer not one, but 2 PvP MMOs? Well, let's be honest. It's still one PvP MMO, but that's a story for another time. But can they conquer 2 MMOs across time is what we're seeing here. Hellowing initiates a cap. 7 minutes left on the clock. Now's the time they need to start surging here, Morlin.
Yeah, and I don't know if I mean, this is the moment that they did it against Exodus. We'll see if they can do it again. Anarchy with a huge kill feed with that Cordy. They might be shutting down Ari, but they are kind of letting Anarchy farm here as he is consistently getting those spins off and probably pretty close to the top of the leaderboard right now. You have to wonder if Hellowing is going to have that surge that they had against Exodus, or if it is just too late here. They would have to have a pretty crazy wipe to be able to pull this off. We're getting down into the final 6 minutes now. You gotta see that bar start to climb a little bit faster than what we're currently seeing.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a decent amount of people on the point. They're getting it. It's slowly creeping forward. They're at 11% right now back down to 10%, as again, tier just needs to keep that percentage under control. 32 people on the point. They need one very good wipe. I think it's a Guardians and go, but I don't think that Brandonger really wants to pull the trigger until they're within striking distance. So maybe just holding on. They're just counting on a couple more wipes. We see a lot of red kills come in on that kill feed right there, 16% and climbing. They are consistently able to keep pushing that percentage forward. It needs to get within about 50%, and they should be able to take it with one solid Guardian push at the end right now. Tier has to know that this is coming.
It's funny that you say the Guardian push, Blue, because I have to say I gotta give Brandogger a little bit of a tease here. He is somewhat infamous for calling Guardians about every 30 seconds in large fights, but perhaps when it comes to these GVGs, he has learned to be a bit more restrained and controlled when it comes to those calls, because he was able to rally everyone so decisively against Exodus. And I don't know though, they're running out of time here against Tier, and I keep seeing some pretty decisive kills coming from both directions. I don't know if it's going to happen here.
I don't think they're running out of time. I think they're right on pace. Buddy, we have 5 minutes left to go. They're at 34%. Brandonger is biding his time. They're getting in striking distance right now. Tier is sweating bullets at this moment. 32%, just under 5 minutes left on the clock. I do think that Hellowing is slowly working their way to a cap right now. Another big kill feed, a huge red kill feed right there, pushing them off the point. And we see a lot of red members stepping on now. Oh, can they? They're still falling in percentage. Miraculously, Tier still has more people on the point. And Hellowing starts to falter. Tier has to know that this push is coming for them. They just need to survive it one more time. And here we go, climbing over the 30% marker one more time. Again, they're trying to get as close as possible until they all pop Guardians and Remedies at the same time and surge to victory. But they need to be within about 60% or so, I think, or they're just going to get wiped off eventually, because the Cherno spawn is just down the hill from them. They can basically respawn and run straight back to the fight right now. That kill feed looking awful yellow right now as we get under the 4 minute mark. Now I think that Hellowing is off pace now. I think that they're starting to panic a little bit here, Moreland.
Absolutely, and Blue, this is why earlier I called that they should just jump off the stone and give it to Tier if that was the plan. If the plan was to let Tier cap, they needed an extra couple minutes there. They dragged that out for too long, and now this match is going to come down to the last 2 minutes. It's gonna come down to the last 1 minute, and if Hellowing had those extra 1 to 2 minutes, I think they would have some pretty decent breathing room here. But as it is, I don't think they have time. They gotta cap this in the next 3 minutes. They are not on pace. They're not pulling 20% a minute. They're not pulling 30% a minute. Tier is doing a very good job of stalling them out here. They needed that extra time. I think that hesitation earlier on what to do is going to cost them the whole match here.
They gotta go. Yep, now they just have to go. They've run out of time right now. They're going to have to pop Guardians and go for it. But Tyr has just been so consistent. There's all the Guardians going down right there. Can they swing it back the other way right now? But no, the Tyr counters with the Guardians of their own. But that feed looking awful red now on the side of Hellowing under the 3-minute mark now. They have got to start marching in this percentage. They have got to get on top of this match if we want to see them push through on this one. Moreland, I don't think that they've got it this time. I think that Tyr called their bluff and waited for the opportune moment for their own Guardians.
I think so, and I mean, this is what I'm saying, Blue Tier. You just can't wipe them. They stand the way they stand, the way they position with their statics. They are on the objective, but they're just so hard to wipe. You can't get a decent Cordy spin off. Already been shut down the entire match. Anarchy definitely getting some spins, but it's just not enough. Tier able to continuously overwhelm this point and take up just enough space to dominate the objective without subjugating themselves to those risky AoE positions. Just fantastic positioning and coordination here from the side of Tyr once again, ranking themselves only second in the alliance. Remember, according to them, Hellowing was the stronger guild, but according to this match, that is not the case. It's looking like Tyr is the only guild left in this tournament that has yet to lose a single match, and Hellowing going to have to be fighting a rematch against Exodus to claw their way back into a rematch against Tyr in the finals.
Yeah, it is literally the top 3 of the tournament is all the same alliance over here, and they are just duking it out. None of them have castle buff. All of them are basically just duking it out with one another, and it is a nail-bitingly close. If this is not on Cherno, I think that Hellowing absolutely, depending on the map, Hellowing could come up with this win, Moreland.
Yeah, and again, this is Hellowing's pick, but Tyr was still able to lock it down. I mean, that is just even another reason to be impressed with Tyr's performance here. I don't know if people expected for them to knock Hellowing out. I don't even know if they expected for it to happen. I believe in some scrims and war games, Hellowing does tend to be the stronger guild, but Tyr just absolutely bringing their A game tonight. What a performance, Blue.
Yeah, a run all the way through the upper bracket of this tournament. A climb, a rise to the top. It was a rocky road. They got knocked out of the T1 tournament. It was absolutely devastating. But in T2, Tyr will come back and we will see them in the grand finals of this one. Absolute cinema for these guys here. Karum, competitive, Rarkar, Chipotle Burrito, Doodoo Dongwater, DWN, Strix, all the top kills of the lobby, and all in Tyr. Hellowing with Shield, D-Slime, Park JJ, Anarchy, and Dabloya coming in as their top kills of the lobby there. Rarkar and Charity, the top 2 assists of the lobby for both teams. Top damage dealt was Charity. We locked on to him, I believe, for at least a little while there. Vert coming narrowly in second there, but representing the top of Tyr's DPS leaderboards. He was, let's be honest, Vert was one of the best players in Lakari's Man Up back in the day. He was in Show when they were great as well, and now he's over here. The guy is an absolute gamer at the top of the leaderboards for Tyr here. Strix, Rarkar, Lights, Doodoo Dogwater, DWN, and Karam at the top of these leaderboards. Park J and Shield rounding out the top end. Tanks Vicious as well, rounding out the top of the leaderboards for damage dealt. Damage taken looks like FEQ and Phobias with Burger, Deuce, OK, Slayer, and Massive coming up as the top tanks of the lobby. Massive, a healer as well. It looks like Massive is exactly that, the best healer in the lobby for the best team in the lobby. Massive, the best healer potentially in the tournament so far. 3.3 million damage healed. Edmund at 3.2. Al Capel, Graham, Green Velvet, Simp for me, Zanzax, Natsarov, Jacob, Candy, and Asa, all rounding out the top of the damage healed leaderboards right there. What an absolute roller coaster of a day, Moreland.
Yeah, a roller coaster of a day, a roller coaster of a match, a lot of unexpected outcomes here tonight, Blue. I mean, unexpected outcomes against Supple, unexpected outcomes within the Ivory Alliance. This is definitely not how my bracket looked at all. And I was particularly surprised looking at the leaderboards for that one of the Cordy diff. Helloing really known for having some devastating Cordy players, but only being able to pull in about 3 million damage each. Tier just shutting their Cordies down. And then if you look at the tier Cordies, Doodoo Dogwater and Shrikex both pulling in 4.5 and 5 million damage, considerably higher than those Helloing Cordies. And I don't know if they just weren't being focused as much or what, but that is a crazy difference for guilds that are pretty equal in strength to have like a 50% damage discrepancy when it comes to Cordies.
Yep, absolutely. Guys, remember the format of this tournament will move to a best of 3. We're going to see Hallowing versus Exodus in the third place match on Saturday of next week. That when we see NA East conclude, do not miss it. Best of 3 to determine who is third and who is second in the tournament. The winner of that match moves on to fight Tier, who is waiting for them in the winner's bracket. Tier, undefeated in the tournament so far. Can they go undefeated all the way through, claim the Lucent prize pool, claim the titles, claim the glory for NA East, which a lot of people feel is the most competitive region? We certainly saw some crazy strategies come out today. This tournament, NA East, will conclude next week on Thursday. The schedule for next week comes through. We have Tuesday. We will have a short day for EU. We'll see the semifinals for EU. And then the grand finals and third place matches for all 3 regions are in order. Thursday evening, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time, we will see the third place and grand final matches of NA West. I think we also have one more match that day as well because of how their last day concluded, but we will see their tournament conclude on Thursday of this following week. Friday is the grand finals and third place match for EU. And like I said, Saturday is going to be NA East. I want to give a big shout out to my tournament directors who kept things moving today. Everybody say hi to the tournament directors in chat. Thank you so much. Lucy, Note, and Malta, I think, showed up today as well. Everybody that helps moderate the chat and keep the tournament running so that we can keep the production running as well. We really appreciate them keeping things going for us and getting those predictions running in chat. And then I need everybody to give a WAGS for supporting the tournament because without them, there's no way I could do this. I put in 600 hours of my time to the tournament, but I just don't have the kind of resources that Amazon Game Studio does to put up the prize pool for the tournament, to come out with unique Twitch drops supporting all of our creators in the category and the whole community at large. Really appreciate them coming out to support the tournament in the way that they have done on social media as well. So WAGS there. And then finally to Morlin, my goat, who I believe is casting the grand finals with me, assuming all things go well. Marlon, where can they find you?
Yeah, find me on Twitch and YouTube at Moreland TV. I'll be streaming, I think what we have is the first inner server siege tomorrow. So you guys can come by and check that out. And I will definitely be there for the finals, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Moreland's shout out in the chat there. He also streams and puts videos on YouTube as well. So check that out as well. We will not have a broadcast tomorrow. Sunday is the day we rest. Well, it's really the day that I build all the productions and handle stuff for the week. If your guild is still in the tournament for any of the 3 regions and you want your chat PvP card changed or anything else changed, please contact a tournament director and I'll make that happen for you. Next week, guys, we're going to see interviews with the various guilds before and after the match. It looks like at least interview the winners after each match there as they move on in this tournament. So very hype conclusion. I appreciate everybody tuning in to watch it because I'll be honest with you, the amount of time I put into this, and there's no one sponsoring the tournament. It's just supported by AGS, which is phenomenal. But like, just kind of doing this because I felt like the community would really appreciate it. Obviously, everybody coming out to watch really helps reinforce that this is something that the community does care about. I will ask the community who we can raid here. I wonder if Vert is still streaming. I have not gotten to raid him yet in the tournament yet. I don't know if he's actually still streaming though. Is he still live? No, he says his stream is ending. No, he's done. He's wrapping up for the day. He looks like he's done, as it were. So it looks like it's going to be Invuln over here. So we're going to throw it over to Invulnerable, who, guys, he's got a lot to be happy about. His team is in the grand finals. The guy knows what he's talking about. I'll catch you guys on Tuesday for the semifinals. Remember, the unique drops next week, guys, help you get an in-game title, one of a kind. Squadron Commander, be there or be square. I love you guys. Thanks so much for supporting the tournament. Have a great rest of your night.